Greetings, this is yours truly, Lord Karo, welcome to my domain.
Armored Hero Academia Mark II. 263 Chapter 1. Alight everyone, welcome back to the new, and I think improved Armored Hero Academia. I'm glad to see you guys were understanding in my decision for this rewrite. Just to let you know, Chapter 1 doesn't deviate from the original story that much, all I did was rewrite the chapter with what I hope is better grammar and formatting, so without further ado. Disclaimer. I don't own My Hero Academia, Ironman or anything else that may cross. AHA. Chapter 1. Ironman of the Quirkless. It's a sad fact, not all men are created equal, especially now. 2203, in a future where the extraordinary is the ordinary, where fantasy is reality, where heroes are real and villains are everywhere. 200 years ago, mankind started to change. It started with a single baby, a baby that glowed a bright gold. From then on more and more people began to show signs of being different, having powers. For some it was benign, like the ability to glow. For others it was destructive, like being able to fire optical lasers from your eyes. People started looking different as well, from small changes like animal ears or tails, to having blue or green skin pigmentation or looking almost robotic. By 2150% of the populace was already changed, and with it were laws, so began the age of the quirks. By 2150 80% of the Earth's populace were quirk users, but some grew greedy with the power. So in order to combat those who grew greedy a new job was created, the job of heroes. However, as previously stated, not all men are created equal, and this story is about one such individual. AHA. A young woman sighed, her eyes were red from her most recent bout of tears, her green hair disheveled, and a waste basket by her full to the brim with tissues. Such a great mother I am, she muttered pitiably. Inko Midoriya was a beautiful woman, while being a little shy around new people and a somewhat sheepish embarrassment of the, what she thought, low-use quirk she had a lot of determination and inner strength. However, yesterday tempered most of that. Sorry, but there's no chance for him to be a hero. The doctor's words still rang in her head. Her son, her little Izuku who had dreamed on becoming a great hero, just like his hero All Might, had his dream brutally stamped out by cold hard facts, but it was what happened last night that the woman was cut up over. I'm sorry Izuku, I'm so sorry, if only things were different. She hated herself, absolutely loathed herself for saying that to him, seeing her son's expression break even more, her heat felt like it had been torn asunder. This morning had been worse. While Izuku had inherited her shyness and general awkwardness around others, usually only showing intense vibrancy when it came to heroes, the dead look in his eyes as she sent him off to school was enough to make her start sobbing anew. No child, let alone a 4-year-old should ever have that look, and she was partially to blame. There must be something I can do. The young mother pulled herself from her depressive thoughts, desperately trying to think of something to help her son. Maybe another career path. As she thought about that, an idea came to her. She grabbed her phone and quick dialed a number. Inko, it's been a while. The voice on the end had an aged quality to it, but also an undertone of affection and concern. I know, sorry it's out of the blue like this, it's just. I didn't have anyone I could turn to. Inko tried to keep her voice calm, but failed. What is wrong, child? The voice asked softly. It's Izuku, we went to the doctor yesterday, to see why his quirk wasn't manifesting, his quirkless. A renewed bout of tears dripped from her eyes. I take it you want my advice. The voice asked. Inko nodded frantically before realizing the futility of the action. Can you please come over? She asked, composing herself a little. I'll be there shortly. The voice stated as the phone hung up. AHA. Yesterday was hard, the hardest Izuku Midoriya had ever experienced, but today was worse. Word had reached the school of his apparent quirklessness and as a result, he became a laughingstock amongst the class. Even Kachan had been horrible to him, the blonde lording his explosion quirk over Izuku as if he were a god, even at lunch going as far as realizing that a bit of his name could be read as Deku, useless. The teacher did nothing to dissuade the boy either, just sent pitying glances toward Izuku before ignoring the problem. It went without saying that Izuku was glad the day was over as he trudged, dejected toward the door of the apartment that was his home. It came as a surprise, when he opened the door and announced his arrival, that his mother greeted him with an elderly man at her side. He was about 5 feet 11 with gray faded green hair and was wearing a pullover sweater adorned with question marks, a white lab coat over them, atop his head was a white Panama hat and he had black slacks for pants and black loafers over his feet, his left arm was bent and in the crook of his elbow rested the question mark shaped handle of an umbrella. Mum, who's this? The young boy stammered out the question, unsure what was going on. Seems to have your shyness Inko. The man's voice was spry, belying his age, his forest green eyes observing Izuku intently. Yes he did, Izuku dear, this is Izuyoi Tetsu, he's my father. Inko introduced. This came as a surprise to Izuku, he had never really questioned why he hadn't met his grandparents, not really something a 4-year-old would wonder about. The reason why it took 4 years for us to be properly introduced is due to my daughter's silly reasoning that she would distract me from my work. Izuyoi sounded exasperated said reasoning. Work. Izuku tilted his head, still a little unsure. Indeed, you see lad, my line of work is exactly why I'm here, the man grinned, patting Izuku on the head. You see, I've told him of your situation. Inko did her best to ignore the broken look her son had in his eyes, and I feel you should go with your grandpa, to see what it is. Izuku was beyond confused. Why would his grandpa's place of work have anything to do with his quirklessness? Complying nonetheless, Izuku followed behind his mother and grandpa. Where do you work? The green-haired boy inquired, cocking his head to the side. That my boy, is Tetsu Industries. Izuyoi grinned widely. AHA. Tetsu Industries, a large conglomerate business that has been around shortly after the rise of quirks, dealing primarily with robotics and technology of the like. However, there was one thing that it did that wasn't well known. The reason I've brought you here, my boy, is because I too am quirkless. The old man's statement stunned Izuku. Though being quirkless allowed me to focus on other endeavors, such as my family's business, I am the fourth generation head of Tetsu Industries. The three were gathered in a boardroom of sorts, Izuku looking out of the window from the top floor, amazed by the view, while Izuyoi and Inko were seated at the long table in the center of the room. Inko has told me your dream is to become a hero, correct? The question caused the boy to tear up, barely managing a nod. With your current state, you will not be allowed to pursue that line of career, however, there may be another way. Izuku's head shot up, a sliver of hope shining in his murky green eyes. You see, we don't just manufacture basic technology and robots, we also have another market. That market is creating and selling anti-villain capture devices allowing for the quirkless to aid heroes in capturing villains. Izuyoi explained, smirking at Izuku's amazed gasp. How come I haven't seen them? The stuttered question brought a sigh to Izuyoi's lips. Because, here in Japan, the government made it illegal for us to sell out capture technology. Izuku was confused by this. I will tell you the reasoning later, suffice to say all the purchasing is done by overseas governments, continued Izuyoi. Why do they need it? Izuku asked curiously. Because, other countries have far more villains than they do heroes, and they are not held back by anything, most countries lack a symbol of peace like All Might. Izuyoi explained carefully. Izuku looked at the ground, having a hard time thinking about living in a place without All Might, it didn't seem right. Anyway, Izuku, seeing as how you are quirkless, would you like to try and rekindle a facet of your dream? Izuyoi's question had Izuku staring at him with sparkling eyes. How? The young boy asked, a touch desperate. By becoming a robotics engineer, of course, Izuyoi ginned. AHA. -2 years past 2205. 6 months was all it took for Izuyoi to realize Izuku was a prodigy, somehow gaining an almost too fast knack for anything thrown in front of him. Mechanical engineering, circuitry study, advanced application of robotics, the child was a marvel. All the while Izuyoi still had time to set Izuku up with many of the members of staff to learn all the mundane topics, as Izuyoi thought it best Izuku not be the only quirkless student in school, a choice Inko wasn't fond of, but Izuku told her what happened the day after they found out he was quirkless and she relented. Of course Izuku was a genius when it came to math and science, but had a little trouble with languages. By the time the first year was up, Izuku had already built his first computer. At the 2-year mark, Izuyoi figured it was best to fully inform Izuku of some things. First of all, I'd like to tell you why we are not allowed to sell our equipment inside the borders of Japan. Izuku remembered barely that his grandpa said something about this before. For the most part, the Japanese government doesn't want to put quirkless people or those with lacking quirks in harm's way against villains for any reason, whether they have suitable weaponry or not, Izuyoi explained. However, another reason is that they are afraid the villains or quirkless criminals could get their hands on the weaponry and use it against the heroes. Izuku could understand this fear, after all heroes are the first and for the most part last line of defense that stands against the villains. Now, the second reason, I was thinking about keeping this from you for a few more years, but you have a decent grasp of the ethical procedures manual Dr. Science brought for you. Izuyoi spoke, though he had a slightly worried look on his face. Dr. Science was a former sidekick, graduating from one of the lower-end schools due to the fact his quirk, basic eyes, was a support quirk. He could, with 100% accuracy, tell what anything he looked at with his quirk was made up of, right down to the base elements, allowing for him to spot enemy weakness more effectively. He had retired and joined Tetsu Industries 3 years prior to Izuku coming on board. He was not only Izuku's math and science teacher, but helped him with some on the more theoretical sides of hero work. You see, when I said that we make capture weapons, that was true, however, we also make weapons here that are designed to be lethal to villains. Izuyoi locked eyes with Izuku to gauge his reaction. Izuku's eyes went wide in shock and a little panic at this. But why? The boy asked, his young mind not fully understanding why such things were needed. You have to understand, Izuku, that the world of heroes is not all about capturing the enemy for the sake of peace and justice. Sometimes you will fight a villain that is powerful, vicious and murderous, some relish in the feeling of killing with their power and are all the more dangerous because of it. They have nothing to lose when they fight and capturing them becomes almost impossible. These are the true threat to the heroes, and we make weapons that can counter those threats, fighting a lethal foe with lethal force, Izuyoi explained as plainly as he could. Needless to say, Izuku needed a few days to process this. It was a concept that he wasn't sure he wanted to understand. Even during his tenure under his grandfather's wing, he had not stopped his hobby of researching any and all quirk users, heroes, sidekicks and the occasional villain. He was already up to volume 4. After 3 days, he came to the conclusion that, although he didn't like it, he would accept that side of the business, but would refrain from making any devices that outright killed. That's a noble outlook to have, a little naive, but you've at least accepted the necessary evil. Izuyoi was proud of Izuku's decision. -1 year past 2206. You have to go. Izuku began tearing up. Izuyoi had just informed the boy that he was going away for a few months, the government needing his knowledge for a top-secret job. It'll be about 2 months, 3 at the most. Izuyoi patted Izuku on the head. Until then I have set up all of the things I wish you to study, your teachers for the time being will be Dr. Science and Jusin. I'll do my utmost for the lad. The voice came from a man dressed in a lab coat, the rest of his cloths were muted black as if he didn't want to be recognized by anything but the coat, a moot point when the most obvious thing about the man was that he wore a gas mask over his face. As will I. Jusin Hagane was a man a little younger than Izuyoi, formerly a career villain named Dynamo. He had the quirk, battery, which allowed him to create electricity which he used to power servo motors of a board he created, allowing him to fly. He had joined Tetsu Industries 10 years prior after being let out of jail after 10 years, aiming to reform his ways by indulging in his hobby, robotics. Wearing a white shirt under light brown tweed waistcoat and a white lab coat with a pair of plaid pants and black shiny dress shoes, a large deep red felt hat over his graying curly brown hair. The most standout feature was the multicolored scarf he wore around his neck. While Izuku was comfortable around the two men, he was used to his grandfather being the main person he was taught by. As I said, it'll only be 3 months at most and I'll be back. With those parting words, Izuyoi left the room. -1 year passed 2207. It was a day that Izuku had off, or rather it was forced on him. He had been throwing himself deep into his studies, even studying to the early hours of the morning. Izuyoi had been mildly amused by the situation, seeing a lot of himself in Izuku, but he had promised Inko he wouldn't let the boy exhaust himself too severely, so he banned Izuku from any type of study for 24 hours, a day to unwind and a full night's rest. Izuku had grumbled about it but was able to understand why, he was after all on his last legs. He passed by the comic shop he loved so much and walked in. Scanning through the books he blithely glided through the store until he came upon a display case near the front. Inside laid a comic, the background was blue and on the comic's forefront was a human-shaped figure colored yellow and maroon. The invulnerable man of iron, Izuku read in surprise. Good eye as usual kid. The voice came from behind the front register, he seemed human except he was flat, 2D flat, like a cartoon. He was Captain Comic, a man who had never actually attended any hero academy on account his quirk, paper form, being essentially his body was paper. He had thought it hilarious when he got the idea to make his own comic shop. When he did, the local kids decided that as he bought comics to their town he should be called Captain Comic, a name he all too eagerly snapped up, changing it to Cap'n to fit his style of talking better. This little, Butte's pre-quirk era, it's about a billionaire heir to a weapons manufacturer building a armored suit talking on baddies. Taking it out of the case, he handed it to Izuku, who flipped through the comic, his eyes lighting up more and more. This is it, this is what I was searching for. The absolute excitement is his voice palpable. Could I get a scan of a couple of pages? What for lil, dude? Captain Comic asked intrigued by Izuku's excitement. This may be the answer to my quirklessness. Raising a confused eyebrow Captain Comic took the comic and scanned the pages Izuku rattled off. After paying for the scans Izuku bolted back to Tetsu Industries. Bursting through the doors of his grandfather's office, he excitedly made it to his desk. Grandpa, I found it. Izuyoi raised an eyebrow at Izuku's excitement as the boy placed some scanned pictures in front of him. After looking them over, he realized what Izuku wanted to say, interesting. So you want to try and build this then? The asked question was met with a furious nod. What will you do with it Izuku? If we were to build this, I'll become a hero, a quirkless hero that can aid the heroes in their fight against villains and disasters. The staunch look and burning fire in those murky green eyes relayed something Izuyoi always knew was resting inside his grandson, the heart of a hero. Alright, give me time to think, in the meantime, try and get some rest, you're still on study probation, Inko will have my head if you faint on me, Izuyoi lightly admonished, sending Izuku out. AHA. -5 years past 2212. Idols, everyone has someone they look up to, a band, an actor or actress, even parents or elder sibling. In this day and age, nothing has more idol worship than heroes. Most heroes relied on their idol status, because the more popular they were, the more money they get from the state and the only way to get this money is to do heroic deeds, take down a villain, save people from disasters. Regardless, most heroes are idolized, but in Japan, one stood towering quiet literally in most cases over the rest, this hero was All Might. Izuku never seriously imagined ever meeting All Might. It really didn't matter to him one way or another, he was happy in the comfort of the support he shows his hero, so when a sludge villain almost suffocated him to wear him as a skin suit, Izuku was more than surprised to see it blown away by the signature Texas smash and his hero appear out of a manhole cover of all things. In front of him, he then proceeded to do what was perhaps the most stupid thing he had ever done, grab onto All Might's leg as he took off. After landing, All Might admonished him before starting to leave when Izuku shouted out something he thought he was over already. Is it possible for someone without a quirk to become a hero? Followed by a rant about how he just wanted to save people with a fearless smile just like All Might did. When he turned his attention back to All Might he received a shock. Scraggly and messy blonde hair, pale complexion and anorexic form, black sclera and dark blue irises tucked under a slightly pronounced brow, a longer and thinner than average neck and the worst of all blood dribbling down his chin from his mouth. Wah! Izuku was confused while the skeletal man sighed. What followed was something Izuku wished he didn't hear. His hero had been hurt badly in a fight 5 years ago and had his time in his hero form reduced to a mere 3 hours a day. The sight of the bruised skin would stay with Izuku for a while. All Might professed that he had a lot of fear hidden behind his smile and finished by telling Izuku that there are many enemies that are impossible to defeat without a quirk, so Izuku should just give up. Trudging down the stairs, after standing on the roof for a few minutes, Izuku shook his head. This was something I knew all along, but it's different now. His thoughts returned to 3 days ago, when he and his grandfather put the finishing touches on the thing that was going to allow Izuku to be a hero. Hearing a commotion nearby, he jogged to a scene from a nightmare. That's the villain from earlier, that means Izuku mumbled out. Man, why are the heroes taking so long? A voice from the crowd asked. None of their powers are effective. Another responded. Wasn't that the villain that All Might was chasing earlier? Asked a third voice. Huh, then All Might must be getting here soon. Came an odd voice. Hope so, that kid that's trapped won't last too much longer. All sounds seemed to halt. Izuku froze as he stared at the slime monster. Someone's in there, he whispered. For a fraction of a second, his eyes locked with the captive's, eyes he recognized despite not seeing him for quite the number of years. Eyes that were on the last legs. The next thing Izuku knew was he was on the ground, exhausted and pained next to a blonde boy who was gagging and trying to get his breath back. It took a moment, but Izuku recognized him. Kachan. The mention of the nickname got a smoldering glare. The hell are Deku, what the fuck? Katsuki Bakugo had never, ever been more confused than he was now. Quirkless Deku had just shown up, after all but disappearing for the last 9 years, and it was to help him. Confusion gave way to anger, but before the volatile teen could explode, rain started falling. Looking up, Izuku saw All Might, standing proud, arm extended into the air, the same smile plastered over his face. He displaced the air, Izuku muttered in awe. Fucking changed the weather with a single punch, Bakugo swore. The two teens were shocked. What followed was a grueling 30 minutes where Izuku was subjected to scolding while Bakugo was praised for his quirk despite it being the reason most of the area looked like a bomb testing ground. All Might had too many reporters around him. Izuku muttered, trudging back to Tetsu Industries. I wanted to apologize too. He had just dealt with Katsuki, yelling about not needing to be saved and that he doesn't owe Izuku anything, each word interlaced with fuck, or bastard, and some form of insult. He didn't know why he ran in there, he just did. It was instinctual. He had no control of his body, his only thought was saving that poor person who was going through what he went through no 30 minutes before. Too bad it turned out to be Kak. His mumbling was cut off. I am here. Izuku stopped suddenly as All Might appeared in front of him. All Might. Izuku was going to say more, but All Might coughed blood before regressing back to his normal form. Kid, I came to thank you, also I came to make some corrections. You see, you helped me back there. When you told me your story, it knocked some sense into me, All Might explained, a serious look in his sunken blue eyes. But how? All I did was get in the way. Izuku looked down forlornly. And yet you were the only one who ran at that thug. You who are a quirkless boy pushed yourself forward past the fear, past those heroes, past me. Izuku trembled a bit, unsure where this was going. What is it that embodies a true hero? The answer from the honest ones is simple and profound. I moved without thinking. That makes a hero. That is what you did today, quirkless be damned. A weight that had hung Izuku was slowly being released, a weight that had still persisted even after his plan came to fruition. And because of that, kid, you can become a hero. And it was gone, ever since the doctor's prognosis, ever since his mother's words of apology, the weight was blasted away, and it was Izuku's idol, the world's #1 hero that did it. And with that, I have a proposition, for I have found you worthy of receiving my power, All Might declared. Silence. Huh, Izuku muttered out in abject confusion. Ha ha ha, that expression was great. Anyway, it's merely a suggestion. Should you accept, then you'll have to try your damnedest to absorb my power, All Might continued. Quote. I stand by my previous statement, huh? Izuku reiterated. I'm talking about my quirk. It's unusual in the fact I can pass it on, All Might finally let out. But how? Izuku asked, that went completely against what everyone understood about quirks. Not really important right now, all you need to know is I can. It's not unlike a certain legendary torch of old, something to be passed down to the next generation, and you are the person I chose, All Might declared again. On a fundamental level, Izuku wanted to deny the claim, it just wasn't possible. However, All Might's quirk was classified as one of the 7 mysteries of the world. Could it really be true? Kid, you're overthinking it. All Might's deadpan brought Izuku out of his mumble spiral. Look, I keep a lot of things close, but lying isn't something I do. It's the power to transfer power, and its name is one for all. Izuku was speechless. Cultivated by one person, then passed down to another who further fosters it to grant it to another. 8 times, 8 brave people have bore this power, brandished the might to save lives, All Might continued. But, why give something so awesome to me? Izuku asked in confusion. I've been searching for a successor for ages, and finally I found someone I wouldn't mind giving it to. You who had no power were the one that shined brighter than any hero. This is your decision to make, All Might spoke seriously. Tears appeared unbidden to Izuku's eyes. To tell me this, his deepest secret, could there be any other? His thoughts stopped, and he locked eyes with his idol. Before my answer, there's something I want to show you. This caused All Might's brow to rise. He had been certain the kid would snap it up straight away, but followed nonetheless. Suffice it to say, All Might was surprised to be led to Tetsu Industries. Looking around the atrium, he was about to question Izuku on why they were here when an elevator dinged. When I got your text to meet you in the atrium, I never expected Toshinori to be with you. Izuyoi walked out of the elevator with a raised eyebrow. Izuku was confused by the mention of an unfamiliar name. It's good to see you again, Professor. All Might acknowledged the elderly man. Wait, you two know each other? Izuku asked in confusion. Indeed, and it seems as if this meeting should be held in a secure environment. With that, Izuyoi motioned to the elevators, which the three took. Getting off at one of the topmost floors, the three made their way to a large room, littered with gadgets and devices. All manner of parts and circuits covered the various tables. At the center was a slightly raised ring with two flat objects sitting in the middle. Sorry, it's a mess. The last few days have been a bit hectic. The sheepish grin from Izuku caused All Might to raise his eyes. You mean to say that this room is yours? The skeletal symbol of peace asked in surprise. Yep, my own lab. Izuyoi Tetsu is my grandfather and I've been working under him as an apprentice of sorts for the last 10 years, Izuku explained proudly. Grandfather, huh? A small world indeed. Izuyoi was one of the ones that tried to help me after my injury, so he knows my identity. My real name is Toshinori Yagi, All Might explained. Helped. Of those few mobs you said you were on an important job for the government. Izuku remembered that 5 years previously Izuyoi had to leave Izuku's training in the hands of Dr. Science and Jusen. Indeed, it was just after Toshinori had been injured, I was asked to try using some of my technology to see if he could be healed. Unfortunately I didn't have anything powerful or exact enough to be of any use. Izuyoi had taken the entire situation as a personal failing. It also made his detractors in the government more scornful of his business. Don't worry about it, Doc. Some things can't be fixed easily, but still, Midoriya, why did you bring me here? All Might asked. Ah, about that, Grandpa, would you mind leaving the room for a bit? Izuku sheepishly asked Izuyoi, who raised an eyebrow before nodding. Alright, just call for me at the end of your talk. As the door closed from Izuyoi leaving, Izuku turned to All Might. You told me your secret, one that I can tell could mean a lot of trouble should it get out. Knowing that the symbol of peace is on a time limit, people would become worried, and villains would try to take advantage of it, Izuku intoned seriously. You've also given me an offer so amazing I just don't have the words to describe it. Normally I'd take it up. I've been a fan of yours since I can remember, and you were the reason I wanted to become a hero, so I want to show you something. I was going to continue being a hero, even after all of those things you said on the building. I had a secret to help me, and I want to show you that secret. All Might was surprised by the fire in Izuku's voice as he watched the boy stand onto the objects in the center of the ring. The object whirred and clicked as the pressure made them close around Izuku's feet, making metallic green and silver boots. SAI, activate suit protocol, Izuku called out. At once Izuku, a feminine, if robotic voice came from a nearby computer screen before 4 metal arms slid out of slots at the edge of the ring, each arm split into multiple other arms, each with a piece of green-colored objects on them. The first to fall forward was arms that placed armor on his lower legs and knees, then an arm extended to place armor on his thigh and hips. 2 more added gloves and plates over his forearms while another 2 finished his upper arm and shoulders. A chest and back plate were next, clicking into place before finally, a helmet was lowered over his head. This is my secret, All Might, Izuku spoke, voice modulated by the helmet. To be continued. 263 Chapter 2 Building Metal Frameworks. Here's Chapter 2 up. This is where things change massively from my original. Hope you guys like the new direction. I waited until I finished this before uploading the first chapter as well on account of the first chapter having no differences. Otherwise it would have just been reading the same story, if updated. Disclaimer. I don't own My Hero Academia, Ironman or anything else that may cross. AHA. Chapter 2. Building Metal Frameworks. This is surprising. All Might considered as he stared at the robotic suit of armor that was being worn by Izuku. Me and Grandpa spent the last 5 years building this. Izuku's pride shone through as the silver face plate of the helmet slid up, revealing his face. Amazing, a robotic suit, a counter to your quirklessness. It was strange to think it hadn't been done before, though when it came to the field of heroics, anything that had the quirkless trying to stand against villains tended to be avoided. I'm going to take this to the UA entrance exam, seeing as they recently removed the rule that only people with quirks were allowed to take the exam, Izuku explained. This was the answer I came up with, an answer to become a hero without a quirk. His voice was full of conviction as he bowed his head. And it's why I can't accept your offer. All Might was floored. He had thought he had Izuku figured out, but he didn't. This wasn't a boy who was left behind, holding the short string he was dealt. No, this was a boy who realized what it was he desired, grabbed that string, and pulled himself towards that goal, plus ultra style. Midoriya, my boy, I'm really impressed by resolve. Halfway through, All Might shifted to muscle mode. Disappointed though I am such a worthy successor to my power, said no. I understand that conviction, that drive. You want to be a hero, and being quirkless will not stop you. It would have been impressive and heartfelt if it didn't end with All Might coughing blood and reverting back to his true form, but Izuku didn't care. All Might understood why it was he turned his power down, and that was all that mattered. Thank you, All Might. Thank you for understanding me, and I'm sorry to let you down. Izuku bowed his head again. It's all right, kid. You have your reasons. All that I ask is you keep this a secret. All Might gave a skeletal grin. That being said, I still want to thank you for earlier today. He pondered for a moment before a thought struck him. Tell me, young Midoriya, have you done much in the way of physical training? Not much, Izuku admitted sheepishly. Most of my time was taken up focusing of building the suit and my studies into robotics. I see, then that is how I shall repay you. For the next 10 months, before the UA entrance exam I shall personally train your body so that it matches your mind, All Might declared imperiously. I want you to meet me at the Dagoba Municipal Beach Park 2 days from now 6 sharp in the morning. Needless to say, Izuku was surprised. AHA. 2 days, 48 hours, 2,880 minutes. No matter how you break it down, it is a small amount of time, but for Izuku it may have been 2 years for how slow it seemed to pass. It didn't matter that he wasn't going to be getting All Might's quirk, just being trained by the man was more than enough to excite him. Regardless, the 2 days had finally passed and Izuku was finally at the beach at 5:50. I see you're pumped for this, kid, All Might's amused voice sounded from his skeletal grin. How could I not be? Personal training from my hero, I could barely sleep last night. Izuku's excitement was palpable. Well then, let's get to it. As you are aware, there's still 10 months before the UA exam. In those 10 months, I'm going to charge you with a mission, clean this beach up. The anticlimactic delivery belied the job itself, as it stood. Dagoba Municipal Beach Park was for all intent and purposes a junk yard. Fridges, microwaves, furniture of all types were heaped in massive piles around the sandy shores. It's always amazed me how this could happen. Izuku deadpanned his gaze, finding an aqua-colored pickup truck, eyeing it with a sense of surprise and confusion. Indeed, from what I'm led to believe, the currents around here all flow back to this part of the beach, so anything that's dumped into the water will eventually drift through and wash up here. Izuku knew this. People would abuse this knowledge to get rid of things by illegally dumping their trash into the secluded parts of the shoreline up further. Still, it begged the question. What about the pickup truck? Izuku questioned, wanting so hard to believe it wasn't there. It hurt too much to think about how it even got there. Quote. Let's just leave that for now. Even All Might was at a loss to describe the pickup's existence. So I've got to clean up this mess then. Without my suit, I take it. Izuku's inquiry was met by a nod of affirmation by All Might. Indeed, right now you've got a sharp mind, but your body seems to be average at best, so for the next 10 months you will be doing strength conditioning training. I thought it best to do so here because we can train you and clean this place up. Every hero has got to start small after all, and what's more heroic than performing an environmental service? Izuku would have pointed out that they did sort of have an ulterior motive which made the situation less heroic, but decided not to burst All Might's bubble. That being said, doing this without the aid of his suit was a chore. He started with some of the microwaves and chairs for the first 3 hours before All Might had him attempt a fridge. Now Izuku had started doing a small bit of physical training a few years prior, as he would have needed stamina to pilot the suit, and he also didn't want to be completely worthless without it. But lifting a fridge was tough. Come on, put your backbone into it. Of course it was made worse with a certain 274 nah, I'm down to 255 now, like my figure. Superhero sitting on top of the fridge. Fridges are notoriously heavy to being with, you sitting on top feels more like a punishment. Izuku's grumble brought a laugh from the world's #1 hero. Not punishment, extra conditioning. You see, with only 10 months to go before the UA entrance exams, you need to go through a lot of training. I spent the entire day yesterday forming this. Here he held out a collection of notes. The aim to pass. American dream plan. Oh, there was so many things Izuku wanted to say, but he decided that it really was worth the added effort. After all, he had a fridge and a superhero to move. AHA. So he's doing physical training. Inko's question was met with nod from Izuyoi. He has spent 11 years training his mind, and the last 4 on his research project. We figured he could use the last 10 months before the exam to do some physical training. Inko narrowed her eyes at her father. And just who is training him? I mean, I know most of Izuku's trainers, and not to sound disparaging, but none of them look like they could be of much help. Izuyoi chuckled. Indeed, Dr. Science would be this first to heartily agree with you, and Jusen will probably complain that in his heyday he'd be able to, but no, the man that is overseeing his training is an old friend of mine, a former hero named Yagi. When Izuku and All Might had finished their conversation and came to see him, he was a little surprised that All Might had wanted to train Izuku until the UA exams. However, it was something of a great benefit, so Izuyoi asked what they'd tell Inko, seeing as they couldn't tell her All Might was training him, so they settled on using All Might's real last name and saying he was a former hero. Well, if Izuku is fine with it, I don't have much say, but I would like to meet this man if at all possible. Izuyoi had to hide a gulp. He knew All Might wouldn't like it, so he decided on a stall tactic. Well, you might be able to, but he does still do a lot of background work for the varying heroes. I'll see what I can do, but he's already taking a lot of time out to train Izuku. Inko sighed but nodded her head. Most heroes that retired tended to prefer to stay as close to the profession as they could, helping out in other ways. Alright, I guess I can understand that. I'll speak to Izuku about it later. Thank you for doing all this for him, Inko said sincerely, a smile crossing her lips. I've told you 1,000 times to stop thanking me. He is my grandson after all. Isn't it only natural to help family when they are in need? Izuyoi chided with a chuckle. I know, and shouldn't you be getting back to the office? I appreciate you coming out here to tell me yourself, but it could have been done over the phone. Inko's light admonishment was met with a light chuckle as Izuyoi walked out the door. AHA. -5 months pass. It had been 5 months since the beginning of Izuku's training, and All Might was impressed. He had a little under a half of the beach cleaned and was still going strong. As All Might pulled up at the entrance to the beach in his own pickup, he was surprised when he heard an engine roar. What on earth? As he got closer, he was surprised to see the damaged aqua-colored pickup on makeshift ramps, the bonnet up and the engine looking like a patchwork job, sliding out from under the pickup. On a board that was made essentially out of plywood and caster wheels, was Izuku, wrench in hand and a grease smudge on his cheek as well as on his training shirt. All Might, you're here. Izuku's call brought All Might out of his stupor. You fixed it? The number one hero asked in astonishment. Well, the best I could. After you left yesterday I had an idea that we could use this as an extra load carrier, so I checked the truck over for the things missing, managed to scrummage around for the parts, or parts that'll do as stand-ins, made some ramps and got to work, left here at about 8 last night, and got here at 5 this morning to finish it up. Izuku's pride rarely showed through given his reserved and humble demeanor, but when it came to his knowledge and skill at mechanics, he couldn't help himself. 8 hours of work and he actually got a scrapped pickup back on the road. All Might was amazed. Midoriya, you never cease to amaze me, my young friend. Transforming into muscle form, All Might gave Izuku a hearty slap on the back, causing the poor boy to pitch forward and getting a face full of dirt. Getting up, Izuku managed to return All Might's grin, another bout of pride welling up inside him, before he remembered something. Oh yeah, Grandpa called me earlier this morning, Izuku started, getting the world's number one hero's attention. Next week there's a research and technology showcase going on and he wants me to go to it, something about how I'm going to be a hero, that it was probably the right time for me to join in on these things. All Might rose an eyebrow. He had a suspicion why Izuyoi wanted Izuku to attend, but nodded nonetheless. So you are asking my permission to have that day of training off then? Izuku nodded in reply. Very well then, however, for this week and the remainder of next, we'll have to put in a little overtime to keep schedule. I already figured that. Izuku nodded in agreement. All right then, let's get back to it. With a second pickup truck, I can take a load to the metal recycling center while you fill up the other truck. Rotation is the key. And with that shout, training garbage cleanup duty began once again for Izuku. AHA. A week soon passed and Izuku found himself standing in a massive auditorium, filled with people and technological displays. On one hand, he was excited about being here. This was a place where all the technological companies brought their newest inventions for it to be showcased, but at the same time it was a little overbearing. He pulled lightly on the collar of his green and white accent jacket as he nervously navigated around the floor. His grandfather had given him leave to explore while he, Dr. Science and Justin set up Tetsu Industries exhibition. As he waded through the crowd he was knocked off balance by a shoulder bump. As he tried to regain his balance, he found himself bumping into someone else. Managing to right his footing, he reached out and grabbed the arm of the person he bumped into, pulling them back from falling. Sorry about. His words stopped dead as he gazed into a pair of the most peculiar eyes he had ever seen. They were yellow in color and looked like the scope of a sniper rifle. Hey, no biggie, thanks for the save. They belonged to a girl, about his age. She had pink hair that fell around her head in tendrils with a pair of rustic brown goggles, also with a scope pattern with 2 pipes going around above her ears, pushed up atop her head. She was wearing a black striped singlet with brown overalls, the straps pulled down and tied around her waist, thick, black rubber boots on her feet. Izuku was momentarily fascinated with the girl's eyes, before jumping back, realizing how close his face was to hers. Izuku's talent or lack thereof for talking caused the girl to giggle. Yeah, my eyes have that effect on people, it's to do with my quirk. The girl's comment caused Izuku's eyes to sparkle a bit. Quirk? He questioned before shaking his head. Sorry, I'm a bit of a hero nerd and have a lot of interest in quirks, my name's Izuku Midoriya. Common sense had finally managed to overcome the awkward shyness as Izuku held out his hand. The girl's left eyebrow rose as she grinned and clasped his hand. Don't meet many people who call themselves nerds. The name's Mei Hatsume. I like to think of myself as a steampunk enthusiast, but I guess I could be called a nerd as well. She laughed a little at her comment, which prompted Izuku to chuckle as well. Well, enthusiast is better than nerd, I guess. The two shared another laugh. So, what's a hero nerd doing at a tech convention like this? Mei asked in curiosity. He didn't seem the type to be interested in this sort of thing. Ah, well, Izuku began before a voice cut in. Izuku, there you are. Izuyoi appeared through the throng of people. He seemed to be using his umbrella like a cane. He noticed the girl with his grandson and sent Izuku a questioning glance. Before Izuku could say anything, however. You're Izuyoi Tetsu, CEO of Tetsu Industries. Mei's voice was laced with awe and reverence. Indeed I am, young miss. I must say I'm heartened to know that I'm known by the younger generation. Izuyoi smiled widely at being recognized. Known. You're at the top of the research and technology tree. Tetsu Industries is one of the top 3 businesses atop the field of technology, along with the Kin organization and the Namari Corporation. Mei's continued gushing was met with a chuckle from Izuyoi and a raised eyebrow from Izuku. You seem well informed. Might you be an aspiring inventor? Izuyoi asked. Yes, I am. I'm hoping to get into the support course at AU. This caused Izuku's eyes to widen as Izuyoi looked upon the girl with something akin to interest. UA's support course is it? How very interesting. My grandson here is trying to get into the hero course at UA. Izuyoi clapped Izuku on the shoulder. Mei's eyes trained on Izuku, surprise written in them. Ah, yes, Izuyoi is my maternal grandfather. I'm actually attending this thing with him. Izuku ignored Izuyoi's mumbles of, this thing, youth these days in favor of watching the girl's reaction. Her eyes had widened, bringing even more attention to their exotic quality, before her hand swung forward, grasping Izuku's right hand in a tight grip. That's it, we have got to be friends. It was a loud declaration, causing a lot of nearby people to turn to the noise. Izuku's face lit up with a blush as a single thought was prevalent inside his head. This is the first time I've held hands with a girl. Izuku wasn't sure what to think at the moment. Izuyoi chose to break the moment with a light cough. At any rate, young miss, what is your name? Izuyoi asked the pink-haired girl. May let go of Izuku, who took the time to realign his mental faculties. Ah, sorry sir, my name May Hatsume, May introduced, sheepishly rubbing the back of her head. Well then May, how would you like to join us over by our display? I'm sure Izuku would enjoy the company of someone his own age more so than myself and my cohorts. The glistening in her eyes was more than answer enough. Across the center a board with Tetsu Industries was placed in front of a stage. On each side of the stage were two podiums. One had what looked like a medical syringe on it and the other had a silver cylinder with a ring on the end. A red bullet-shaped object was through the ring. You're showcasing two new techs. May smiled excitedly. She had sparkles in her eyes and drool coming from her mouth. May, you drooling. Izuku's statement was met with a sheepish giggle as May wiped her mouth. But yes, we only just managed to finish one of them in time. The other's been complete for about a month. What are they? What are they? What are they? May was bouncing on the balls of her feet like an excited child on a sugar high. Izuku decided to tease her. Now, the showcase is starting soon. You'll find out in a few minutes. Izuku chuckled as his comment was met with a disappointed, boo, and an adorable pout. Wait, adorable. Where did that come from? Before Izuku could question his errant thought, Izuyoi and Jusen stepped onto the stage. Ladies, gentlemen, fellow technophiles and all that's in between, welcome to Tetsu Industries Showcase Product Demonstration. I'm your host Izuyoi Tetsu. Izuyoi's joke was met with a few chuckles. My failing comic styling aside, I am glad to see you all once again on this stage. As you have no doubt guessed, today we have two new developments. I shall start with this one. Here, he walked over to and picked up the silver cylinder. This was something that we created by accident, while putting together parts of one of our greater projects. The designer of this created it on accident. We have called it the sonic emitter. He put pressure on the top part of the device, causing it to slide down a bit. The bullet shape at the end lit up like a ruby while it emitted a high-pitched whirring noise. Doesn't look like much I know but. He handed the device to Dr. Science who had appeared out of nowhere. The gas mask-wearing scientist took the device over to a locked security door. After activating the device and pointing it toward the door control panel, he moved it randomly for a few moments before the door's console read green and the door opened. As you can see, by using oscillating sonic resonance, the waves can act as electronic key of sorts. Most mechanical devices and computer systems are susceptible to this, which is why there will be restrictions and addition added to any unit created as to ensure public safety. Along with that, there will be no mass production of this and all future purchases will be heavily monitored in case of wrongful uses. At the end of the demonstration, there was applause as well as murmurs about the ethical nature of the device. That was so cool, it opened that door easily. May exclaimed, not seeming the least perturbed by it. But still, sonic emitter is such a stuffy name, you should have called it the sonic screwdriver. I think we might be sued if we did that. Izuku's mumbled comment was met with a sheepish laugh from May. Still though, usually the creator gets mentioned in these things, I wonder who it is. May asked, her voice full of wonder. Who knows? Izuku's smirk and shrug was met with a light glare from the pink-haired girl. Now then, onto our next device. The crowd quietened and Izuyoi continued. This device has been in the making for about 2 decades. The original concept older still as it was my father's original idea. Here Jusen took the syringe from the podium and Izuyoi continued. Many of you here are experts in the field of robotics and technology. As such I am sure that you all have your own designs on this particular gem. It is after all the philosopher's stone of robotics. This comment caused the crowd to go deathly silent, all of them starting to realize what exactly might be in the syringe. Yes, I refer to nano machines. Izuku held in a smirk as May gasped, then hit him lightly on the shoulder with a glare. For years I have struggled to find a way to make them work past their constraint to metal, my research yielding some results 5 years ago, but it was within the last 4, thanks to my friends and staff, and a certain new blood of my company that I made the breakthrough I needed. Here Jusen took out a knife and sliced his palm, a camera getting a close view of the wound, ladies and gentlemen. Jusen then placed the syringe to his hand and pressed in the trigger. I give you nano machines that can now heal wounds. The crowd gasped as in a matter of 30 seconds the cut on Jusen's hand was healed. The crowd was amass with surprise. This was big, huge, momentous even. I can't believe it. May whispered. To actually get nano machines to work on flesh. There's more to it, Izuku said, tapping the girl on her shoulder. Before she could ask, Izuyoi continued. Now, as you have probably surmised, the major drawback with this is that it can only heal small and localized wounds, strains and breaks. As of this moment only a diameter roughly a hand size can be healed. Izuyoi said seriously. Also, taking more than one shot within an hour of each other is ill-advised. I'm sure you can all imagine the consequences. That went without saying. Everybody in attendance had a decent understanding of the underlying principle regarding nano machines. They could take over your network entirely. May murmured, causing Izuku to nod. Exactly, Grandpa showcased this today hoping he could go into selling it. With the profits he gets he hopes to continue researching until we can safely use nano machines to heal greater injuries. Izuku whispered to the pink-haired girl. Needless to say May was in awe. Now then, since the presentation is finished, I would like to take a moment to address some things I mentioned. As stated before I had some insight from a recently added addition to Tetsu Industries which allowed me my breakthrough for the nano machines. That person and the one who made the sonic emitter due to the results of his greater project are one and the same and I would like to introduce you. Izuyoi began, driving the crowd's interest. May was overly curious, whoever this was must be amazing. Izuku my boy, come on up to the stage. May's eyes widened and her head whipped towards the boy she had recently met, who in turn was staring shocked up at Izuyoi. Reaching over, the steampunk enthusiast shook Izuku, causing him to come out of his shock. Mumbling about annoying grandfathers, Izuku made his way up to the stage, his instincts telling him to bolt at all the attention he was garnering. My esteemed colleagues, I would like you to meet Izuku Midoriya, my grandson and the boy I am officially appointing as my successor. The audience looked shocked, none of them were even aware Izuyoi had a child let alone a grandchild, while Mei was having a hard time not squealing. Izuku wanted to punch his grandfather for putting him on the spot and Dr. Science and Justin were holding back mirthful gales of laughter at their young protege. Yes, surprising I know, but he is a very gifted inventor and has one of the sharpest minds I have come across. Having one invention already under his belt, plus a few more on the back burner, I feel that my legacy is in safe hands. Izuyoi finished with a wide grin at his grandson's obvious ire. As Izuku reached the floor, he was immediately glomped by Mei. The heir to one of the premier robotics and technology companies in the world, I didn't know my new friend held such a lofty title. Mei spoke, the ribbing she was giving her new friend was answered with an annoyed snort. Your new friend wasn't aware either. Izuyoi had walked up to the two. Seriously grandpa, what the hell? It was something that I had been intending to do for a few months now, I figured today in front of all our peers was the best time. Izuyoi explained with a grin. Or you were banking on the shock value old man, a voice stated. The three turned and saw a tall man with short, somewhat messy brown hair and was dressed in a three-piece dark blue suit with a long brown coat over the top. Ah, but that's for me to know Shingitsu, Izuyoi grinned before turning to Izuku. Izuku, this is Shingitsu Namari, one of our business rivals, and the youngest. We can't all have one foot in the grave Izuyoi, some of us need to be around after your old bones turn to dust. Though it sounded like an insult, there was humor and friendly jibbing mixed into the words. Shingitsu turned his attention to Izuku looking him up and down. Huh, the kid's around Mana's age then. Izuyoi answered the question. 2 years younger actually, is your daughter here? Izuyoi asked. Nah, said she'd get the highlights from me when I get back, I noticed the geezer isn't here either. Shingitsu trailed off. Yes, it worries me somewhat that Miss Okazuki isn't here. There was a lot of suspicion laced in Izuyoi's comment. Anywho, I gotta get back to HQ, who knows what man is trying to get my boys building this time. With a shake of Izuyoi's hand and a nod to Izuku, the coat-wearing man walked toward the building exit. The next few hours Izuyoi spent introducing Izuku to various other company heads throughout the auditorium. By the time they had finished, Dr. Science and Justin had their booth packed up. And that's another year wrapped up, Dr. Science's muffled voice commented. I wonder how much of a hit we'll take for the sonic emitter. Justin's bland comment caused the gas mask scientist to shudder. It doesn't matter, it was merely an excuse to name-drop Izuku and his mechanical prowess. In 5 years' time people will forget about the sonic emitter on the grounds of the other things Izuku will make, including the armor suit. Izuyoi shrugged at the thought of the less than scrupulous piece of technology. Still, had to laugh at Izuku's face when you named him your successor. The grin you could hear in Dr. Science's voice was seen easier on Justin's face. I thought he was going to punch you Izuyoi, the scarf-wearing man chuckled. As did I, today I put a lot on Izuku's shoulders, adding to that his own dreams of being a hero, I just hope he doesn't end up hating this day. Izuyoi's words had a hint of worry to them. Well, your big reveal aside, I doubt he's going to hate all this day. Dr. Science's offhand comment was supported by Justin. Right, he made a good friend today. The three old-timers glanced in the direction of Izuku, who was fending off an overexcited Mei, trying to glomp him again. I swear you're like a child on a sugar high. Izuku's groan was countered by a laugh from Mei. Ah, come on Mr. Big Shot successor to a conglomerate, cheer up, her smile seemed to be a little infectious as Izuku also grinned. I just wonder how this is gonna affect me and UA. There was a tone of worry in his voice. Mei then remembered the previous conversation. Ah, I remember you grandfather saying something about that. Interesting that an inventor like you would try for the hero course. Considering your position right now, you'd be a front runner in the support course, Mei thought for a second. By the way, what's your quirk? Mine's zoom. I can see up to 5 kilometers away if I put my mind to it. It also gives my these sniper scope eyes. Yeah, about that, I don't have a quirk. Izuku sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. Silence. What? Mei seemed utterly perplexed. Yeah, I'm quirkless, Izuku nodded. Quirkless. But how are you? I mean can you? Mei was beyond confused at this point. I'll admit, now that I'm so into developing my own tech I almost want to go the support route, but my dream for the longest time was to be a hero, so I'm going to stick to that path, Izuku explained. But how are you gonna do it? Wouldn't it be hard to be a hero without a quirk, and it's not like you can use your tech because it's banned for hero course students to use any for of support items. It was something that always left a bitter taste in Mei's mouth. Well, what I have is something more like a hero uniform rather than support equipment. If you're willing to keep a secret, then I don't mind showing you one day, Izuku shrugged. Really, you'll let me see something that's special to you? Mei raised an eyebrow. Yeah, I mean I only just met you today, but for some reason I feel at ease around you, like we've been friends for a long time, not to mention you're a fellow inventor, so it'll be fun to bounce ideas off of each other for new tech and devices. Izuku rubbed the back of his head in a sheepish manner. Mei's eyes widened and started sparkling, she thought she'd have to wait to get to you. Before she met anyone who shared her love for making things. Growing up, she had always been in classes with kids gung-ho about being heroes, so when she started middle school and said she wanted to be in the support course, her classmates just couldn't understand, seeing as they considered the support course failing like the general studies course. Now however, she met a person who shares and understands his passion for designing and building, so much so that he was going to take that into the hero course. She did the only thing she thought was right. Glomp. Like I said, a child on a sugar high, Izuku sighed, then began trying to pry the overexcitable pink-haired girl off him. -4 months pass. Not many things truly surprised All Might, being a hero for most his life and not mentioning, one for all, he generally took things as they came. He hadn't expected to show up to the beach one morning to find it spotless. He noticed the beat-up patchwork pickup sitting to the side, full of trash. Next to it was a large pile of trash, and sitting atop it, wheezing and trying to catch his breath, was Izuku. He did it, even going as far as clearing away all the excess scrap past the boundary I set for him. Not a single piece of scrap is left. All Might thought. With a month to spare, you've crossed the finishing line, oh my goodness. Slipping into muscle mode, All Might walked up to the trash pile as Izuku made his way down. I did it, All Might, Izuku managed to wheeze out. That you did, my boy, an astounding accomplishment, especially for a teenager. All Might was proud of what Izuku had accomplished, and it showed in his voice. You did really good, now we need to decide on what we can do for the remaining month you have left until the exams. All Might spoke in thought. Izuku smiled widely. I can't thank you enough, All Might, the green-haired boy began. You took time out of your life to train me for the past 9 months, I feel grateful as well as worried I might not live up to your standard. All Might shook his head. You do not have to worry about that, All Might stated, patting Izuku on the head. Everything that you have done in the last 9 months has proven to me that you are more than up to the task. I have the utmost faith that you will continue going above and beyond at UA. Izuku felt himself beginning to tear up. As much as the faith his idol placed on his shoulders was, it was also the encouragement to go on and be better. By the way, Izuku asked, after a moment, catching the attention on the enormous hero. What about your successor? There was silence before All Might deflated. Quote. Damn. To be continued. 263 Chapter 3, Steel Determination. This chapter is heavily different from the original, owing to the fact that it was the chapter Izuku began leaning, one for all. This is also the answer to who gets OFA, even though I kind of only had one choice. Disclaimer. I don't own My Hero Academia, Ironman or anything else that may cross. Chapter 3, Steel Determination. Time management was something that everybody needed at least a decent control of. Barring situations that crop out of the blue, one should, generally at least, be able to organize what needs to be done ahead of time so as not to fall behind. Something new Izuku learned about his hero was that he did not have good time management skills. Between his need to do his 3 hours a day of harrowing and his own procrastination, it took All Might a further 6 days before he finally decided to go meet with someone in regards to his successor. The question I want to ask is, why are you bringing me along? Izuku inquired, walking alongside Skell Might. I thought, as someone I consider a protege, you have a right to be here. The real reason was Toshinori wanted Izuku there so he could explain why he was over 9 months late for this meeting more easily. Plus, considering your hobby, I know you'll enjoy meeting the person we're going to see. Izuku raised an eyebrow at this. All Might had been pretty tight-lipped about the whole thing when they met yesterday, and he asked Izuku to tag along. Izuku had agreed because he felt partly responsible for All Might's late reply to the person they were going to see. Still, he couldn't help but be curious. After all, whoever they were meeting seemed to have a close connection to the number one hero, so much so that they even have a successor in mind. This had of course prompted Izuku to put a blank notebook in his backpack, ready for anything the world's number one was going to show him. Aha! We're finally here, Toshinori stated as they stood outside a tall building. Izuku's jaw had dropped open. He knew this building, and knew of the pro that had his office inside, and in hindsight, he should have realized who it was going to be that they were going to see. Because who would be so close to All Might other than the man's one and only sidekick? The office of Sir Night-Eye, Izuku whispered reverently. Toshinori let out a laugh at Izuku's reaction. He was sure the boy would enjoy being brought here. Indeed it is, I was hoping you'd like coming here. Toshinori opened the door and walked in, a still bewildered Izuku following. I mean, I should have realized that the person you were talking about was Sir. I mean, he'd have to know about your condition and it would make sense you tell him the particulars of your power. Out of all the people to know you the best, I doubt there's be anyone close to Sir, so it makes sense that he would be the one who'd have a candidate. Izuku trailed off before shaking his head. Damn, thought I kicked that habit. It's no worry, I've gotten used to it. The way Toshinori said that did little to alleviate Izuku's concern over his word vomit. They approached the reception counter where a woman sat. She had short, ruffled dark blue hair that curved upwards and downwards around her head, parted to her left. Her slim build was toned like an athlete and her skin was an eye-catching light blue. She had yellow eyes that, while not as exotic as May's, were still rather unique. She was wearing a skin-tight dark blue crop top with a white high-collared section, a zipper down the middle, over the higher part of her chest, which revealed her torso from the underside of her breasts down. She also had on black tights with loose white shorts, 2 yellow markings down the either side of them, and a thick white boots with lines running down their shafts, yellow rings in the center of them over her feet. Sitting on the desk, besides the computer monitor, was a transparent visor with an air filter on each side, and on her hands she wears plain dark blue gloves. Izuku had to bite his tongue to prevent himself from going fanboy over her, because sidekick or not, Bubble Girl was still rather well known. How may I? Oh, Mr. Yagi, Sir Night-Eye said you'd be coming by today. The blue-skinned girl gave a smile, stepping out from behind the reception desk and beckoning the blonde man forward. Indeed, I see Sir Night Eye still has you working reception. Toshinori smiled, following the girl, Izuku cautiously following after. It's pun. I mean I offered to man the reception counter for the day. Bubble Girl did not want to mention it was either this or a few hours in that damn chair. She was so gonna say punishment. Izuku and Toshinori's thoughts were in sync. They soon reached a door where she knocked. Boss, Mr. Yagi is here to see you, she called through the door. The door opened and into the frame stood a lean, muscular man with sharp and rather elongated features. His shiny hair was smoothed down and parted to the left, and was dark green color, with 3 yellow streaks towards the front, 2 on his right and 1 on his left. His eyebrows were also yellow, and matched the rims of the triangular glasses he wore as well as the strikingly bright irises of his stern-looking eyes. He gave off a sense of authority, and the expression on his face seemed to be a perpetual glare. He was dressed in a plain white suit with gold buttons, a white dress shirt and a red dotted tie, dress shoes adorning his feet. Intimidating glare aside, the man looked the picture of an ordinary businessman rather than a pro hero. Thank you, you may go back to your duties. The man paused for a moment, training his eyes on the girl as she gave a small eep, and scampered off. He turned his attention to Toshinori and eyed Izuku with an intense stare, causing the boy to gulp. I would ask why you have that boy with you, but we should do this inside. He let the two into his office and Izuku almost fainted. Although he had stopped collecting near as much stuff as he usually did, he still was proud of his collection of All Might memorabilia, but the sight of this room blew his collection out of the water. Especially all the limited edition and one-of-a-kind things that Izuku would die to have. It's kind of confronting, walking into a room and being faced with yourself, Toshinori muttered, sweat dropping lightly at the sheer amount of All Might memorabilia. I take great pride in my collection, Sir Night Eye intoned. He watched as Izuku went from merchandise to merchandise, Toshinori noticing a satisfied gleam in the glare of his former sidekick as he realized the glasses-wearing man was satisfied slightly by Izuku knowing his stuff. I'll start with the obvious question, who is the boy and does he know? He was my choice of successor, so yes he does know, Toshinori nodded without preamble. Was your choice? Night Eye rose an eyebrow towards the skeletal pro. Indeed, the kid turned me down, Toshinori chuckled. I met him a little over 9 months ago. Toshinori began recapping the past 9 months, starting from when he first met Izuku, to what he did to save Bakugo, to being turned down but still training Izuku as thanks. All the while, Sir Night Eye's expression didn't change. Then I have a question for you, Midoriya, Sir stated. He was aware that the boy was listening to the conversation while still observing all of his All Might things. Why is it that you turned down, one for all? Izuku, who had turned to face the man's glare when he called his attention, seemed to think for a moment about the question. It's hard to explain. Izuku began. I've been a fan of All Might since I knew what heroes were. To this day I still watch the video of his Japanese debut 20 years ago. There was a look of nostalgia on Izuku's face. It was the reason I wanted to be a hero, to be a pillar of strength that could save people, someone who always smiled and let people know it was going to be okay. Toshinori felt a little embarrassed by the praise heaped on him. But when I was 4, I discovered that I was quirkless. I see why that would have caught your attention, old friend. Sir gave Toshinori a small look, fast enough to go unnoticed by Izuku. I was devastated, but then I met my grandfather, Izuku smiled fondly. He took me under his wing and taught me robotics and other things, to try and help me find a new path. Izuku paused, gathering his thoughts under the intense gaze of Sir Night Eye. It wasn't until 4 years later that I found that path. And what path was that? Sir asked. He noticed there was a determination in those last words and it had him curious despite himself. I'd use the knowledge I leaned from my grandfather and build myself a robotic suit, Izuku declared with a grin. That was it. That was the path the boy had discovered. It wouldn't be enough and he was just about to say as much before Toshinori interjected. I know what you're thinking, the blonde man smirked. And I can understand why, but I've seen his suit and he has explained to me what it is, and can be capable of. Trust me when I say that this is a case of seeing is believing and that Izuku can make it as a hero. If you say so, Sir conceded, before turning back to Izuku. By the way Midoriya, who is your grandfather? Izuku was hesitant, but continued. His name is Izuyoi Tetsu, the CEO of Tetsu Industries. It was nigh imperceivable, but Sir's eyes widened at the name. It was an action so fast, only Toshinori caught it, barely. I see. Night Eye spoke finally. If that is so, then you know it is illegal to use anything related to Tetsu Industries in Japan. There was an unspoken threat there. Izuku was well aware. It was something he was prepared to face once it became known who he was. Izuku just wasn't expecting the first person to issue that threat would be a pro hero, All Might's former sidekick no less. I'm well aware, but the license and patent aren't going to be released. Izuku spoke as calmly as he could. Any and all files pertaining to the suit's construction is under my name, and I am not currently employed at Tetsu Industries. Yes, I have sold them some things I've built and used their supply chains to construct the suit, but as far as legality is concerned the suit is mine and mine alone. Sir Night Eye glared at the boy for a solid minute. It was an empty intimidation, just like the threat. He was impressed by the boy's resolve, even if he didn't care for the fact that he was just usurping a loophole in the rules for his own benefit. The boy had impressed his mentor, and that was more than enough proof of his character. There was also an inkling he had, a small voice saying that this boy was worth keeping an eye on, that he might just go far. It was something that he had only experienced when he first talked with his own protege. You are something else Midoriya, just remember that rules are in place for a reason. You may go back to admiring my collection. With that said, he turned to Toshinori. I find myself slightly annoyed that it took you 9 months to contact me after our last talk. Getting sidetracked training someone is hardly an excuse for 3 or 4 months, let alone 9. Sorry about that, Toshinori sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. I was too excited in seeing how much young Midoriya was capable of that I lost track of time. It does not surprise me, Night Eye sighed, this was classic All Might. At any rate, I wish to introduce you to my candidate. How is Sunday for you? It's no problem, Toshinori agreed. May I bring young Midoriya along as well? Quote. Why? Sir was expecting this. He also had some idea as to why his mentor had asked. From what you've told me, your candidate is in his 3rd year of UA. Toshinori began. I was thinking because young Midoriya will be attending next year, it might be good for them to be friends. It might make it easier for your candidate knowing someone in UA that knows about one for all. Sir Night Eye was silent for a few minutes, his eyes trailing over to Izuku as he got excited over the life-sized bust of All Might in the corner of the room, before turning back to his mentor. Very well, I cannot fault that thought process, the glasses-wearing man conceded with a nod. Great, we'll see you here on Sunday, 7 in the morning. Toshinori asked. Yes, that's fine, agreed Night Eye. Sunday arrived faster than Izuku had assumed it would. He admitted to All Might that he was interested in the person Sir Night Eye had in mind for All Might's successor and was surprised when Toshinori had said he was planning on bringing Izuku along. If he were being honest, Izuku felt like he shouldn't be there, if only because of how personal this was going to be. Toshinori had shrugged it off, saying that nothing about it was concrete, he was just going to meet with the boy that Sir Night Eye had put forth and see if he was deserving of one for all. I trust my former sidekick implicitly, but this situation is a little personable, All Might explained as the two waited in what seemed to be a training room inside Sir Night Eye's hero agency. I feel like I caused you a lot of trouble saying no, Izuku murmured, looking away from the pro-hero. While your answer did make things a little more complicated, the word, trouble, is a little too strong. All Might chuckled. Plus, it was well within your right to refuse, if anything it makes me think highly of you in a different way. Izuku ducked his head out of embarrassment. The door to the training room soon opened and Night Eye walked in. Following him was a tall young man with a very muscular build. A number of noticeable scars were visible around his lower arms. His face was fairly unique while also seeming to be simplistic. His eyes blue and oval-shaped, with no visible sclera while his nose was quite round. He had blonde hair, the top part of which is arranged in a cowlick, while the bottom section is worn swept backward. He was dressed in a simple black t-shirt with short sleeves and a pair of blue jeans with brown, hiking-like boots. Good morning, the glasses-wearing pro stated bluntly, coming to a stop in front of the two. Considering the topic at hand and the time limit available, it's probably better not to waste time. Here, he stepped to the side and gestured to the boy. This is Mirio Tagata, he has been my hero work studies intern for a year now and will start this year as my protege. It's a pleasure to meet you All Might, sir. The boy's face was lit with a megawatt grin, much like All Might's. The boy regarded Izuku with a curious glance, but kept a majority of his attention on All Might. The pleasure's all mine young Tagata, my former sidekick has told me a little about you. All Might grinned. Considering how hard it is to earn his praise, you really must be something. The number 1 hero ignored the annoyed gaze Night Eye sent him at his words. Anyway, you know who I am, the boy here with me is Izuku Midoriya, I suppose you could say he is my protege. All Might introduced Izuku. It's good to meet you, Izuku spoke up, extending a hand. All Might's protege huh? You must be good, wanna spar later? The blonde boy asked with a grin as he shook Izuku's hand, his simple eyes shining in interest. Before Izuku could respond, All Might spoke up. That might have to wait, the blonde hero began. Tell me young Tagata, has Sir Night Eye told you why it is he is introducing me to you? Here, Mirio's expression became serious. Because you're looking for a person to inherit your power, Tagata answered. I told him about the circumstances when we last met. Sir explained, though All Might noticed an almost invisible look of worry on his face. Indeed, it will save time, plus, I trust you to know who to trust with that information. It went without saying that Sir Night Eye was the only one who could actually fully trust someone with said information on account of his quirk. Now then young Tagata, Sir has told me of your abilities and how much you have trained. I believe you have both the body and tenacity it takes for, one for all. The only thing left is to test your spirit, All Might paused. The question I have to ask is what will you do if I were to pass on my power to you? Silence met the question as Mirio gained a thoughtful pose. Izuku however noticed the wrinkle in his brow and how his eyes seemed more focused than thoughtful. He's not thinking about the answer, he's thinking about how to word it. A normal person would have blurted out something along the lines of being a hero or something, however, there was more to this question and Tagata was showing he realized that. I would use it to become the next symbol of peace, Mirio said, a look of determination and resolution on his face. When Sir told me of your circumstances, it was a hard thing to believe, you who had been a paragon of strength, weakened to the point of your powers being limited. Mirio paused a moment, reliving the feeling of shock when Night Eye had told him. I honestly didn't know how to respond when he told me that he had been training me as a candidate for your power. He cast a glance toward Izuku, before continuing, but I realized that Sir has faith in me, faith that I could one day reach the height of his mentor so I felt honored, and a little embarrassed, Mirio scratched the back of his neck sheepishly. However, before I answer, can I ask a personal question? By all means young Tagata, All Might gestured for him to go on. If Midoriya is your protege, why not give, one for all, to him? Tagata asked the two, which they were expecting. In all honesty, I already offered young Midoriya, one for all, however he turned it down. This shocked Mirio, whose eyes widened. His reasons for doing so. All Might trailed and gestured for Izuku to tell Mirio. And so Izuku told Tagata why he turned, one for all, down and what he told Sir Night-Eye the other day. So you're saying you want to be a quirkless hero? The blonde boy spoke in awe. That's so awesome, he shouted, pumping a fist into the air. You're right Midoriya, you don't need a quirk to be a hero, only the tenacity, drive and the will to save and protect others. He clapped Izuku of the shoulder with an All Might-like wide grin. I look forward to seeing you at UA, underclassmen. There was no doubt in Mirio's mind he would see Izuku alongside the other first years when the year started, and he had to admit, he was curious about this armored suit Izuku mentioned. Izuku himself was surprised by how exuberant Tagata was in regards to what he said, even more so when the blonde boy seemed to have no reservations of him making it in. The mood calmed down as Mirio turned to All Might. All Might sir, I would be honored to be your successor, because now it's not just the weight of the symbol of peace that it represents, but also the resolve of my underclassmen who turned it down in order to be a hero without receiving it. Mirio bowed his head, the words surprising All Might. So even though he turned it down, young Midoriya inspired young Tagata with his reasons. Now more than ever, All Might was saddened by Izuku turning down, one for all, but this boy, Mirio Tagata, his words rang true with the number one hero and he could see the flames of a real hero burning his eyes. Bringing young Midoriya here was the right choice. I've made my decision. Young Tagata, your words have convinced me, I shall make you the successor to, one for all. And with those simple words, the door to an era was closed. Only for the door to the next to be opened, an era with the next symbol of peace alongside the first quirkless hero. AHA. Izuku was sitting in his lab, a week had passed since All Might decision and the number one hero had spent time getting to know his new successor. Since he had finished the 9 months of physical training, he kept to a small routine of exercise. Today however, he decided to spend it going over some of the recent ideas he had. He was staring at several blueprints that had pictures of suitcases and backpacks, messy scribbles next to them, denoting the way things worked. Hey Izuku, ya got any more of that wire from before? Looking over the far side of the lab, he had to remember that he wasn't alone. Mei Hatsume had all but taken possession of the far lab bench in the room, Izuku having had nothing on it previously. This happened on her first visit. You don't mind it if I set up shop, right? The blasé way she had invited herself in had caught him a little off guard. Well, I don't see why not, but why? He had asked after answering. Aside from the fact that this lab is awesome, it's larger than my family's garage, plus I'd like to work around someone with the same interests. Mei was a little more sheepish at the last point. Alright, I'll ask Grandpa, Izuku had responded with. Izuyoi's response was that it was fine, he actually encouraged Izuku to work with Mei, so for the last 3 months or so Izuku's lab was also Mei's. Presently, Mei was requesting about some durable wire she had ordered for one of her gadgets. Izuku got up and rifled through a nearby cabinet before sighing. Looks like you used up the last of it. Izuku shut the cabinet and turned to the pink-haired gear nut. Aw man, that sucks. Her preceding pout caused Izuku to chuckle. You want me to get Grandpa to order more? He asked, returning to his blueprints. If ya don't mind, I only need another 20 or so meters and one of my babies will be ready to go, she grinned widely, bouncing a little on her seat. Izuku shook his head. Mei had an attachment to her inventions not unlike a mother did her child. This got awkward when they had both collaborated on an invention and she insisted that he was the father. Don't think my blush faded for the rest of the day, Izuku smirked a little. Matters were made worse when she made the declaration in front of Izuyoi, Dr. Science and Jusin. The latter two almost suffocating with laughter while Izuyoi had asked whether or not he should inform Inko that she was to be a grandmother. The three still rib him with that to this day. With a quick text, and a few seconds for Izuyoi's confirmation on his request, Izuku ambled over to Mei's desk, looking over the assorted springs, lengths of flexible metal and what looked like an arrowhead. What about your other invention? Izuku's question was met with a small frown. I think I was too ambitious with her, Mei reluctantly admitted. I'll probably have to wait until I get into UA before I can really get started on her. Despite having set up shop in Izuku's lab, she had procured the funding of her own devices herself, using only the ordering contacts of Tetsu Industries. That was probably the main reason she couldn't get started on her other project. Well, we still have 1 more week. Those parts should get her by Wednesday and you should at least get this one finished, Izuku smiled comfortingly. Mei grinned widely and nodded. Through the last week, Izuku rarely showed up at the lab. He had given Mei free rein whenever she needed it. Of course, she also used those days to pester Dr. Science and Jusin, who had taken the girl on as a sort of ghost apprentice, not that the two had a problem with it. Oh, by the way Izuku, you still haven't told me about that hero uniform you promised to tell me about, Mei informed him with a curious stare. Did I promise? Izuku asked in an airily manner, grinning at the predictable pout that followed. Ah come on man, I've been dying to know, throw a girl a bone here. Her whine only served to make Izuku chuckle as he walked over to the armor suit's platform. Well, I guess I've got no choice but to reward you then. Izuku's tease was met with Mei poking her tongue out at him as he pressed a button on a raised console near the platform. 2 holes opened up in the middle of the platform and the unfolded boots were raised up. That's it. Mei's dubious voice made Izuku chuckle. Patience my young Padawan, all will be answered in due time, Izuku smirked as he waved his hand from left to right at her. Really, didn't you have an issue with me causing copyright problems? Mei questioned. Plus, Jedi don't use their mind tricks of their Padawans. Ignoring Mei's sass and admittedly truthful jibe, Izuku stepped into the boots and they clicked shut. SAI, activate suit protocol, he stated clearly. At once Izuku, the same feminine, modulated voice intoned and Mei could only watch on as the arms slid out from their homes and started to equip the armor. Once finished, Izuku took a few experimental steps before the faceplate slid up and he shot a grin to Mei. An armored suit. Her breathed caused Izuku to nod. Still needs minor adjustments, but it'll be ready in 2 weeks. This is my answer to my quirklessness, Izuku explained with a proud grin. It's amazing, you built this. Mei asked in reverence. Grandpa did most of the work in the initial stages, but over the last few years I was the one to put it together, Izuku explained. After she got over the shock, Mei became a blur, flitting around Izuku like a butterfly on steroids. She poked and prodded the suit multiple times, lifting the arms, twisting Izuku's neck. Out of her mouth came a stream of incomprehensible techno babble akin to Izuku when he goes into his own rant mumbles. Izuku noticed that she was running out of breath and grabbed her by the shoulders, anchoring her down. Mei, breathe, he said calmly. Mei, who was still jittering in his hold, stilled and took a breath. Oh man, almost suffocated, thanks for stopping me. She wouldn't really suffocate, but she had fainted once, scared the crap out of Izuku when she did it too. Still though, you're leagues ahead of me with your babies, this hurts Izuku, why won't you let me catch up, she pouted as Izuku released her from his grip. This was in development for almost 5 years, plus I had Grandpa, Dr. Science and Justin to help with a good portion of it. I'm sure once you're in the support course you'll start building at hyperspeed. That was truly his thoughts. The girl was scary, and that was before the caffeine. Giving Izuku her signature grin, she quickly bounded back to her table. Well then, gotta finish my baby, Izuku, watch your back, course I'm gonna catch up. With that declaration, she divided back into her invention. Izuku gave a light laugh before returning to the center of the platform. He too had some designs to finish, after all, he had another surprise ready. AHA. -1 week later. Uahai, the most premier school for heroes. It is the alma mater of all the top ranks heroes, All Might, Endeavor and Best Genist. Boasting about a large amount of heroes hailing from it to the top of the line learning environment and access to the latest tech. People sometimes forget that it isn't the only hero school around, the rest just don't get any coverage. Why, I didn't attend Uahai and I became a respectable sidekick. Izuku almost chuckled as he remembered Dr. Science's posturing a few days ago when they saw an ad for the entrance exams come on the TV. Still though, I'm finally here. To say he wasn't nervous was an understatement. This was it, the moment that the last 5 years was for. He had confidence in the last modification done to his suit and he had just about finished the other project he had going on. 2 weeks would be more than enough for it to be ready, but this was still nerve-wracking. Dressing in a black shirt with a green and white jacket, a pair of dark green cargo pants and already sporting his armored boots, Izuku noticed that he was the only one in sight not wearing a school uniform. He had gotten a message earlier that Mei had finished her test. The support course tests were divided up between a written test testing mechanical, technological and robotics knowledge followed by a practical putting said knowledge into practice. Catch ya on the other side. Ever the confident optimist, Mei had expressed no doubt that she had made it, nor any that he would make it too. Mirio, as he told Izuku to call him, had also sent him a text saying he's looking forward to having him as an underclassman. It seemed the people around Izuku had no doubt he'd make it in. I wish I had that confidence. Izuku thought. It wasn't as if he wasn't confident in his abilities, it was just the fact everyone around him had no doubt he'd make it, making him out to be the one who was unnecessarily worried. Taking a step forward, said worries took this moment to accumulate as a wave of nausea and lightheadedness hit him, causing him to stumble. Great, faceplant before I even take the test. He thought in panic, closing his eyes and preparing for impact. When it didn't come, he opened his eyes and was quite surprised to suddenly find himself floating. You all right? He couldn't see the speaker properly until he felt himself straighten up and his feet hit the ground. Hey, sorry for going crazy with my quirk there, I just thought it'd be a bad omen if you tripped before the exam. The girl standing in front of him was adorable, in a fuzzy little animal sort of way. She had short brown hair that went with 2 bangs that went to her shoulders framing her face. She was wearing a maroon button-up coat and a black skirt with black leggings and brown shoes. Thanks for saving my face, Izuku's mutter made the girl giggle. It's really nerve-wracking isn't it? I'm still feeling a little queasy, the girl gave a small smile. Yeah, almost nail-biting, I'm Izuku Midoriya. Izuku held out his hand which the girl shook. Ochako Uraraka. The girl hadn't stopped smiling since she got there. Well Uraraka, hope you get in, and thanks for helping me, Izuku bowed. Yeah, same to you and don't mention it, Uraraka smiled in response. With that the two then headed into the school. Welcome one and all to my live show, everybody say HEYYYY. Present Mike was a hero everybody couldn't help but know. He had his own radio channel, Hero Radio, and took any and all commentator gigs that involved heroes he could. A name that was synonymous to heroes, and loud, overbearing and occasionally ear-splitting, the man really loved his job. It was just too bad that everyone that was gathered before him was too nervous and or serious to respond. I've got shivers down my spine too listeners, I'm gonna give you the lowdown on how this is gonna go down, are you ready yeah? Ever the showman, and despite the dead silence his live, studio, audience was giving him, Present Mike pressed on. Now pay close attention listening, we're gonna be testing your mettle in a 10-minute mock battle simulation at our replica city district. Take all that you're gonna need and gather at the designated meeting area. I'm guessing that we're all divided up by some sort of system which prevents friends or classmates from working together. Not that it mattered to Izuku, seeing that his registration had him being homeschooled, he was sure that the ease of being in the exam without questioning why he was homeschooled came from All Might vouching for him. Maybe even Izuyoi, as he is a well-known technology genius, putting forth a word or two. You can say that again, man, this really blows. Izuku was almost startled by the complaint from his left. The boy had spiky red hair and sharp eyes, his grin was what drew Izuku's eye as his teeth were sharp, almost shark-like. Guess it's another way to challenge us. The next comment was from a boy sitting next to the redhead. He had black hair with a spiky fringe and back, the most standout feature of him were his canister-shaped elbow joints. Ya think the exam'll be hard enough by itself, suppose it makes sense they want us to try our hardest on our own. This voice was female, and belonged to the most striking figure amongst the three. Her hair was a fluffy pink, not unlike his own, but so was her skin. She had a pair of yellow horns atop her head and her eyes were made up of black scleras, yellow irises and black pupils. That's Ua for you, Izuku's mutter got a sage nod from the other three, before the four chuckled softly. We'll be placing villains all around the battlefield. There'll be 3 types, each having a different point allotment. Present Mike continued on with his explanation. It made sense, though Izuku was having trouble with the symbols used to represent the villains. Why are we fighting Goombas, Koopa Troopers and Piranha Plants? He asked, not understanding the parallel at all. I have no frickin' clue, but I can't get World 1's map screen theme out of my head now. The redhead's complaint almost caused the pink-skinned girl to laugh out loud. Using your varied quirks, you're gonna smash as many villains as you can. The point here, people, is to rack up a score. Prenicent Mike continued on. So we're wearing tanuki suits. The black-haired boy's comment almost caused the other 3 to laugh. And by the by, don't think about attacking any other competitor or any other criminal behavior, it's against the rules, capiche? This time the sound hero gave what he obviously thought was an Italian mobster face to go along with the threat. Excuse me one moment, may I ask a question? Before Present Mike could answer, a boy with short, well-maintained blue hair and a pair of rectangular framed glasses was standing. In his hands was the readout that was given to the students. On the handout there are clearly 4 types of villains listed. If there are in fact only 3, then the mistake upon the handout would be the height of embarrassment for a top-tier academy such as UA. The reason we are all seated here is because we seek guidance on the path to becoming model heroes. Here he paused, making everyone think he was done, before he sent a cutting glare towards Izuku and the 3 next to him. Moreover, you 4 in the back there talking, you should be seated and silent during this time. If you came to UA to socialize, then do us all a favor and leave. Saying his piece, he sat down with a HMPH. Geez, he's really wound up. The pink-skinned girl's comment got a nod from the black-haired teen. Sorry bout bringing you into it, bud. The redhead clapped Izuku on the shoulder. Hey, no problem, he's probably just as nervous as we are, Izuku reasoned. Okay, thanks for the segue. Examinee number 7111. The 4th type of villain you'll encounter is worth 0 points. Let's just call them arena traps. Have you ever played Super Mario Bros. Before? It's rather retro, I know, but it gets the point across. Again the 4 found themselves snickering as the 4th villain was likened to a thwomp of all things. You remember those things that go thwomp? Right, can't really think of the name, but anyway, the 4th villain's gimmick is that it rampages when crowded. There's one of these things in each zone. So a stage hazard then, the redhead nodded. Something we'll have to slip through and avoid, the black-haired boy stated. Man, this is really starting to sound like a video game. The pink-skinned girl grinned. Thank you very much, I apologize for my rudeness. The boy with glass almost slammed his head repetitively on the desk. That's all I got for you today. I'll sign off with a little present, a sample of our school motto. As a certain hero, by the name of Napoleon Bonaparte once said, a true hero never stops overcoming the misfortunes of life. And now onto the main event plus ultra. With a final yell, Present Mike intoned almost as an afterthought. And may you all suffer gladly in the trials to come. Not gonna lie, but I could've done without that last part. The pink-skinned girl scrunched up her face a little. But seriously, Mario Brothers. The black-haired teen muttered. Dude, just leave it, it'll give ya an ulcer otherwise, the redhead said, before turning to Izuku. Yo buddy, what field are you in? Looking down at his number slip, Izuku answered. I'm at center B, he answered. Ah, damn, I've got A, complained the redhead. F for me, shrugged the black-haired boy. D right here, smirked the pink-haired girl. Well, good luck to you all then. Izuku's grin was returned by the redhead. You too, my man, see ya at the academy. He spoke in a way like he thought they would all pass. That's if we make it, the black-haired boy cautioned with a grin. Come on, don't be such a downer, the pink-haired girl complained. As the group of 4 went their separate ways, the light-hearted conversation had done wonders to his nerves. Izuku took a deep breath. All right, time to go. Standing outside of Area B, Izuku tried to steel himself. He had the utmost confidence that he'd passed the written exam. Studying was his thing after all, but this was different. This would be a trial by fire for his armor. Testing it in the open, in real battle conditions would be completely different to the testing he had done in the lab. He was sure he had ironed out most of the bugs, but he was still weary. This would be the most stress the suit would be under. Out the corner of his eye he noticed Uraraka. Ah, she's in Group B as well. He was thinking about going over and saying hello before he was stopped. So, you still hung around. Feeling a grip on his shoulder, Izuku swiveled his head to see the glasses-wearing boy from before. Who exactly are you? You don't intend to interrupt the people taking this test like you and those others were doing before to you. The glasses-wearing boy asked in an intimidating manner. Izuku was surprised by the accusation. What do you mean? Of course I'm not. Izuku declared emphatically. Before anything else could be said, Present Mike's voice cut over the crowd. AAAANNNDDDD start. His voice bellowed over the crowd. The entire group let out a collective, EHH. What's the matter? There's no countdown timer in a real battle, you know. Run, Ryuunन्न. Present Mike continued. Consider the baton tossed. Within seconds, all the competitors bolted for the gate, all but Izuku. Taking a deep breath, he cleared his mind and focused his gaze. Let's do this. Pitching forward in a run, Izuku yelled. SAI, armor suit transfer protocol at my location. Hearing a confirmation from the modulated voice, the bottom of Izuku's boots flared, a pulse of force propelling him upwards, high enough to land atop the gates. Scanning the air for a few seconds, Izuku grinned as 11 blurs headed towards him. Alright, let's see if this goes off without a hitch, he whispered. The same pulse burst forth from his boots again, this time staying alight, holding Izuku in place, and the parts of his suit opened and began forming around their respected body parts. In short order, Izuku was suited up, firing similar pulse bursts from his gauntlets. He stabilized himself. Alright SAI, scan the area. The wave of echolocation that followed the command had multiple readings pop up on his HUD. Okay, there are a few robotic signatures that way. It wasn't long before he spotted them. Wait a second, they look like. Izuku didn't finish the thought, dropping down with a kick to the first one, ripping through it before holding out a hand and pulse blasting the second hard into a building. A wall was suddenly torn asunder as a bigger machine came out and crash-tackled Izuku. If I'm right, Izuku jammed his arm into the machine's upper chest before grasping a spherical object, using his free hand and boots thruster jettisoned of the robot, bring the object with him. Almost immediately, the machine stopped function, giving Izuku a chance to analyze the metal ball that glowed with a faint orange light and had several cables hanging off of it. Thought so, UA uses Namari technology, huh? Giving a look over the 3 destroyed robots, he noticed they were a 1, 2 and 3 pointer. That makes 6 points then. Setting off to the next place, he noticed 2 3-pointers veering along a side road. With a mechanical whir, a slot opened up on his right should and a rectangular device slid up. It suddenly let loose a torrent of firecracker-like missiles which stuck one of the robots, covering it in a small sea of explosions. The second robot swiveled its torso, only for its ocular unit to be grabbed, and Izuku jetted up in a straight line. Before flipping in mid-air and boosting down hard, he let go of the bot at the last second, breaking away and skimming the ground as the robot smashed into the ground, busting apart and then exploding. That's 12. Good to see the precision flight controls work exactly like I want them, and the micro-missile system and targeting processor hasn't got any bugs, Izuku mumbled while sending out another scan. The next 3 minutes were filled with Izuku moving from section to section, making sure to avoid areas with the other hero hopefuls. 43 so far, but I'm out of micro-missiles. At least my energy capacity is still in the green, 56%. Those extra regulator nodes did wonders for that power bleed problem. Scanning the area, he sighed. The only robots left are in the main plaza, where everyone else is. Jetting across to the aforementioned area, he was surprised by how much of a war zone it looked like. Explosion popping up everywhere, shouts and cheers of pain and victory. He noticed that the Glasses Boy and Uraraka were in the thick of it. So he has a speed-boosting quirk. Uraraka is actually quite handy with that gravity-reducing quirk of hers as well. Noticing a stray 3-pointer on the outer ring of the plaza, Izuku stowed his thoughts of others' quirks for later and rocketed downwards. Flipping around, he threw his arms above him and shot a pulse boost from them, his boot making contact with the armor of the 3-pointer before it splintered, collapsing onto the ground as Izuku's kick took its core out through the other side and stamping it into the ground. Looking up, he noticed a single pointer heading his way, guns blasting. Crouching down, Izuku boosted toward the bot, taking a few hit in the process, his armor chipping off and sparking. The scene ended with a massive shoulder check as Izuku drove the robot hard into a wall. Placing his hands on the robot's chest, he sent a pulse blast out, blowing himself back for the bot and forcing it even harder into the building before it exploded. Izuku took a few deep breaths. While the suit made things a lot easier, it still took physical toll, part of the reason why Izuku was thankful that All Might's training. In a darkened room, several shadows watched multiple monitors, showing various competitors. A strict time limit and a vast battleground, nothing quite like it to bring everyone's ardor into the open and uncover their skills. The words were spoken from the smallest of the shadows. Of the many things we look for, 4 come to the forefront. Insight, the ability to grasp the situation quickly and accurately. Here, it motioned to a screen where a multi-armed figure was standing atop a building, using a sonar-like effect to gather information. Agility, the ability to stick a dynamic entry without being late to the party. The next screen focused on the glasses-wearing boy. Judgment, the ability to face any obstacle with coolness and composure. Here it showed a blonde boy shooting a bluish-white beam out of his stomach. And of course, sheer fighting prowess. The final image was that of Bakugo, standing atop a demolished pile of robots, a psychopathic grin on his face. We can gauge their respective levels of these foundational skills by way of a point system. The voice finished. Oh my, we've racked in a bumper crop this year. The sultry voice's statement was met with murmurs of agreement. We can't be sure of that, the only thing to really test is their mettle. The first voice finished by pressing a button of the console in front of them. Within moments, an entire building was destroyed as a giant of a robot burst through the cloud of dust and debris. That's not a thwomp. Izuku felt that his yell was being mimicked by 3 other teens at this very moment. Thinking fast, he ran through his options. Right, option 1, run. They said it's worth 0 points, so there's no reason to fight it. Option 2, take it on. While there may not be a practical reason to fight it, I can always use more data for my suit. Before Izuku could postulate more, he heard a pained groan. Looking toward the feet of the robot, he saw Uraraka on the ground. I just thought it'd be a bad omen if you tripped before the exam. Her words echoed in the back of his mind, and before he realized it, he was in the air in front of the machine. Well, now, this is interesting. The small shadow said, its interest piqued. There's nothing to gain from taking out that monstrosity, but what there is opportunity. Toshinori's shadowed visage grinned as he watched the screen. Nothing I have with scratch this thing. Namari Corp really outdid itself with this monster. Arena trap my ass, this is frickin' Bowser, damn it. Searching his mind quickly, he let out a sigh. Guess there's only one thing for it. He boosted up into the air, higher than the metal behemoth, its large red eye following. Izuku grinned from behind his faceplate before he jettisoned down. Let's just hope the suit's got enough driving power, he thought. With the sound of shattering glass, Izuku flew into the red eye. Quiet and unusual tactic, the first voice spoke, interest keen in its voice. Don't rightly think I ever saw someone dive into the 0-pointer before, came a voice with a western drawl. That suit's got me interested. Who is this kid? Asked a new voice. That is the boy striving to be the first quirkless hero. All Might's words got the attention of all the other shadows, making them focus all the more. SMMAAASSSSHHHH. Uraraka was surprised when she heard the shout coming from out of the machine before the sound of splitting metal echoed and the chest area of the 0-pointer suddenly erupted outward, revealing the suit-wearing individual that had saved her. In his hands was an enormous orange sphere that was 3 times the area of a beach ball. The towering metallic monster began falling, small explosions causing chain reactions as the robot all but fell to pieces. Izuku Midoriya had beaten the final boss, without having need to, with what seemed like minimal effort of his part. 263 Chapter 4, Silver Linings. And here's Chapter 4. Again, there are some differences, but not a terrible lot. I changed around some sentence structures so now that make a little more sense, I hope. Disclaimer. I don't own My Hero Academia, Ironman or anything else that may cross. AHA. Chapter 4, Silver Linings. That was the feeling flowing through all the hero competitors on the ground as they watched the giant 0-pointer collapse backwards. That someone could defeat it wasn't the issue, it was how it was defeated. A lot of the hero aspirants had seen the suited individual all but rocket into the battlefield, but no one expected the action said figure took when the giant behemoth of a machine showed up. The sight of the green and silver figure diving into the eye socket of the giant machine wasn't a sight any of the hero hopefuls would soon be forgetting, especially seeing said figure literally burst from the chest of the robot, with a giant sphere in its arms. Uraraka stared at the robot-like individual that had saved her in awe. Now that the whole thing had ended, she realized that the machine probably wouldn't have killed her, but that still didn't make her think any less of the figure that had jumped in and saved her. Izuku, meanwhile, wasn't paying any attention to the crowd his actions had garnered, instead was lamenting that maybe it would have been better just to grab the girl and get the hell out of there. The outer casing of his armor had taken a fair amount of damage, but the amount of electrical surges and mini explosions he was subjected to inside that metal monstrosity had drained his power to the yellow. He tossed the 0-pointer's core aside and was just about to land when his HUD flashed red, then he felt like he was falling. Great, I get 47 points and drop Bowser into a lava pit and then my boots die on me. Noticing the ground getting closer, he felt like an idiot for not installing something to deal with sudden lack of flight capabilities. He knew his gauntlets wouldn't be of much help because they were too damaged. Just when he was resigning to the fact that this fall, if not killing him, was going to keep him in hospital for a month or two, he suddenly ceased falling. Looking forward, he saw Uraraka, her face a mask of pained concentration. She was hovering on a destroyed 3-pointer's torso plate. He felt his descent slow before coming to a light landing. Uraraka had also landed lightly, but then proceeded to hurl. That's a nasty drawback. Izuku's statement was met with a gurgled groan. Reaching up to his face, he popped his faceplate up before walking over to the girl. Looks like you saved me from face planting again, he grinned lightly as he helped her to stand. Well, you kinda tore that 0-pointer apart as it was about to crush me, so I think we're even. The girl managed a smile, despite still feeling like she was going to puke. Suddenly a loud klaxon sounded and Present Mike's voice bellowed through the air. The test is over. Letting out a sigh of relief, Izuku relaxed. All things considered, it was only the suit that was damaged, but he could tell his muscles were not going to like him tomorrow. What the hell was that? A murmur came from the crowd. He ripped through that gimmick thing like paper, another voice commented. Is that even a quirk? A third voice asked. Well, no matter how ya slice it, the guy's incredible. This voice was met with several affirmative grunts as the crowd nodded. The glasses boy was the only one not joining in. Are you all blind? He was weighing up his options before he noticed that girl in trouble. He cut his eyes at Izuku. He had no need to fight it. Staring at the remains of the 0-pointer, he clenched his teeth. He just jumped in there, damning the consequences. I too would have done the same, if I hadn't had been thinking of this in terms of an exam. Thinking on the situation, he then had a realization, maybe that was it, maybe there was something else. My oh my, children play rough nowadays. All attention was turned to a short-stature old woman as she made her way through the crowd. I have Haribo candy for anyone that wants some. She proceeded to hand the candy out to anyone that got within offering distance of her. Ah, there she is, the heart of UA, the magnifique Mademoiselle Recover Girl. A blonde boy with the stomach laser and an odd French accent gave a brief explanation of Recovery Girl to those who were abjectly confused by the woman's presence as she made her way over to Izuku and Uraraka. Is there any problems here, Sonny? Recovery Girl asked Izuku, looking over him and the still sickly girl. No, not at all. Izuku tried to keep from fanboying at meeting the youthful heroine. I'm fine, Uraraka is just nauseous from quirk overuse. Here he shot Uraraka a questioning glance, who was grateful she didn't have to talk and nodded her head, holding a hand to her mouth as another wave of nausea hit her. Ah, I'm sure it'll pass in time. Recovery Girl gave a smile to the girl, who gave another groan. The glasses boy watched from a distance. I see, so that's the true test after all, he saw through. Grinding his teeth together, he decided he had a lot to think about. AHA. Well now, to think he'd do so well, a light voice spoke from a chair, Toshinori standing in front of the desk the chair sat behind. Told ya the kid had fire, Toshinori smirked, proud of Izuku's accomplishment. Indeed, I wasn't all that sure when his transcript came by, saying he was quirkless, add to the fact he is Izuyoi Tetsu's grandson. You realize that the boy isn't going to have an easy path, using technology that the government all but banned, the voice intoned, wanting to know what All Might thought. It is true that he is using Tetsu Industries contacts, but the suit was effectively built by young Midoriya himself, Toshinori stated plainly. Tell that to the press and the government will be forced to back off. You may be right, but you know that there are parts of the government that won't believe that, add to that he has no quirk and as such only has the suit to rely on, the voice cautioned. But wasn't it the government's decision to allow quirkless to become hero school students? Toshinori asked. Here, the chair swiveled around, revealing the speaker, in the form of a bear, dog, rodent, thing. I suppose that's true. Still you must remember that not all villains have quirks and go on rampages, some are hidden, and others. Here it dropped off, leaving Toshinori to scowl at the grim prospect. Guess that's something to keep in mind, Principal Nezu, Toshinori conceded. The principal of UA Academy nodded, he hadn't meant to be so dark, but All Might had to know the risks to a boy who may not be his successor, but was someone the man had come to care about. Personally Nezu would prefer to have Tetsu Industries backing, but their dabbling in hero work had caused them to get on the bad side of the government. The Namari Corporation, which supplied UA Academy with all of its technology, hadn't branched out to there, no doubt to avoid the same treatment. Still though, I wonder what changed for the government to say it was okay to allow quirkless students to take the hero exams. Toshinori's pondering caused a frown to appear on Nezu's face. My guess, they were hoping that when quirkless students showed up, failed and were ridiculed by their peers and the press, they could say with finality that the quirkless should stay away from hero affairs, Nezu postulated, seriously. That seems a little severe, Toshinori muttered. You must realize that most of those in power are quirk holders themselves, while the discrimination of the quirkless isn't so large, you can see the various ways society has pushed them to the wayside. Explained Nezu. It wasn't an appealing thought, Toshinori himself having been quirkless and just like Izuku is. Not only that, some of the more stand-up people All Might had the pleasure of knowing were quirkless, so the thought of such discrimination, even as small and fledgling as it was abhorrent to him. In any case, from what little I've seen and from what you have said, I've little doubt that Midoriya would prove to be a fine addition to this institution. I for one can't wait to see what else the boy is capable of. The acceptance and interest the principal showed in his protege caused a skeleton-like smile to appear of Toshinori's haggard face. AHA. It had been a week since the exams and Izuku had all but thrown himself into his work, trying to stave off the nervousness for the results. He had confidence in himself, but it didn't do much to ease him. May had only been over once during the last week, and she too seemed nervous, though one wouldn't think she was with the way she was fluttering about the lab. On the 7th day, Izuku was eating some of his mother's cooking, the women herself on even sharper tenterhooks. Hearing his mother close the door to their living dining kitchen area, he let out a small sigh. All this tension is ridiculous. Almost immediately after his mumble, the door swung open again and Inko came scrambling in. It came Izuku, your letter. Jumping up, Izuku grabbed the letter with a quick thank you before running to his room. Taking a deep breath, he opened the letter and a gray disc-like object fell out. Immediately it activated, throwing out a holographic image. Testing, 1.2.3, a very familiar voice sounded as the static cleared up. Is this working? Wait, we're on. Right, I'm on screen. Izuku stared at the vision of All Might, finishing with his catchphrase. But isn't this from UA? His thoughts were broken as All Might continued. It took some time to jump through some hoops and get this done, so for not being able to contact you sooner. Here he coughed a little sheepishly. That's my bad. Izuku was still confused as to what was going on. I guess we'll be seeing more of each other, as it's decided I will be teaching at UA, starting from this year. Working as a teacher. Izuku was stunned. He noticed All Might turn to face off screen. What's that, citizen? Turn and face camera too. He sounded confused. I was in the middle of telling the boy something important, we'll fix it in post. Ah, very well, that works. There was some more shuffling. You of course did fine on the written exam, coming in third amongst all the examinees, a great achievement in and of itself. As for the practical, you were able to amass 47 points, ranking you in the top 20. All Might grinned widely. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. However, All Might stated firmly. And now the tension was back. I was an entertainer in a former life, behold the screen. Motioning to a screen which clicked on, it showed Uraraka. She had taken off her coat and was wearing a sailor top underneath. Excuse me. Hi, she sounded nervous. As soon as the exam ended, this little lady petitioned us directly. What about you? Ask, don't touch that dial. Foregoing shaking his head at his mentor, Izuku focused on Uraraka. Sorry to bother you, but during the exam, Midoriya, the boy in the flying suit of armor, I think he deserves more points, she managed to stammer out. He saved my life when that zero-pointer was about to crush me. He didn't have to needlessly put himself in danger like that. Even if you have to take them from me, could you at least give him some more? The ardent fervor of her statement caught Izuku a little off guard. He had not been expecting that. Much more than any quirk, it was your actions that have touched people, and the judges were looking for more than just smashing robots for points. Sorry Missy, but you can't share points. Izuku focused on the screen, seeing Present Mike talking to Uraraka. But he might not need it anyways. There is more, you see, the villain points weren't the only way we were scoring you stood up to something that had an overwhelming advantage over you, without having to, all for the sake of protecting someone, so take your hero points, the judges all agree. You showed a fifth important foundational skill of heroics, Izuku Midoriya 35 points, and while we're at it, Ochako Uraraka, 45 points for her willingness to sacrifice her own points because of her belief in you. Izuku was stunned, 35 points added to 47. With a finishing score of 82, you not only passed, but you placed first in the practical examination. Come on down Midoriya my boy, Ua is now your hero Acadamia. With a grand gesture and a wide grin, All Might beckoned on the screen. Feeling tears stinging his eyes, Izuku stood the straightest he could, tried to match his idol's grin and shouted. Yes sir. AHA. As soon as Izuku had told his mother of his acceptance, she gave him a hug, tears pouring from her eyes. She was absolutely happy for Izuku, he finally got his dream. I need to go tell Grandpa, I'll be back. Izuku had rushed out soon after, and after a 30-minute train ride and 10-minute run, he ran through the atrium of Tetsu Industries, yelling a quick greeting to the receptionist who shook her head. It wasn't anything new for Izuku to run in like this, she was used to him and his friend Mei flying past the desk in a hurry for one reason or another. After a few minutes in the elevator, Izuku made the last sprint to Izuyoi's office, bursting through with a large grin. Grandpa, I made it. Izuyoi, who had been discussing some of the latest ideas from R&D with Dr. Science and Jusin, grinned widely before walking over and giving Izuku a hug. Well done my boy, well done, the older man spoke proudly. Dr. Science and Jusin walked over, the former clapping Izuku on the shoulder. You did good lad, real good, the gas mask wearing scientist spoke next. We never doubted you'd make it. Jusin threw his own grin into the mix. After a few minutes of getting the rundown on his suit's repairs, which were almost complete, Izuku left Izuyoi's office. He got a text from Mei asking him where he was. He grinned and sent a quick message back saying he was at the lab. Tinkering around for 45 minutes, he heard the lab door hiss open. Turning, his greeting was cut short by a ballistic missile in the form of a hyper girl, her arms wrapping tightly around him. I made it Izuku, I made it, I made it, I made it. He had to chuckle at that while patting her on the back. She had been absolutely positive she'd get in, but the confirmation sent her into happy hysterics. Congratulations Mei, he said sincerely. Mei pushed herself from him and gave him a probing stare. What about you? The concern in her question caused him to raise an eyebrow before he grinned. Yep, got my letter an hour ago. And cue another round of happy hysterics. It seems like they'd be both moving forward toward their dreams. AHA. It had been a couple of days since Izuku got his letter. He had decided to take a few days rest after the adrenaline of getting into UA had worn off when Izuyoi had contacted him and asked him to come down to the conference room of Tetsu Industries. It was strange that Izuyoi had wanted him there. It was only used when they discussed business with clients, something that Izuku wasn't doing at this stage. Opening the door, he noticed Izuyoi at the head of the large table in the center of the room. Either side were 4 people. The first he knew, it was Shingitsu Namari, head of Namari Corporation. Standing next to Shingitsu was a girl. She looked a little older than he was and had blonde hair done up in twin tails that went down in a corkscrew fashion to just above her breast. She was wearing a burgundy-colored button-up tailed suit jacket with a short-cut black skirt that stopped just above the knees, maroon-colored knee socks and a pair of brown leather riding boots. She had sharp, glistening red eyes that were currently piercing through him, her soft pink lips quirked almost unnoticeable upwards. On Izuyoi's opposite side was an older gentleman, probably the same age as Izuyoi. He had fading black hair that was receding with a mustache and goatee. He was wearing a black button-up cotton shirt with a pair of black gloves where you could see the sleeves of a white undershirt, a pair of black dress pants, and on his feet were black dress shoes. Next to the man was a boy, also slightly older than Izuku. He had short well-kept brown hair and a pair of thin-framed glasses over his grayish eyes. He was wearing a grayish-blue button-up shirt with a gray-colored vest over it. His pants were similar dress pants to the older man, but on his feet were steel-cap work boots. He also wore a pair of black gloves on his hands. Ah Izuku, there you are. I've called you in to meet with some people. Izuku made his way to stand next to his grandfather as he beckoned him over. Now that I've made you my heir, it's time you formally meet Tetsu Industries' 2 rivals. You of course know Shingitsu Namari. I'm so sorry I didn't have time to formally introduce myself last time, Shingitsu said with a grin. Anyways, this is my daughter, Mana. Here he placed a hand on the girl's head, causing her to scowl lightly, before focusing her gaze on Izuku. Mana Namari, pleasure to meet you, future rival. Her voice was sharp, but had a lilt to it. The grin on her face was filled with confidence and a little cockiness, one of her canine teeth poking through her lips like a cat. This other man is Misokazuki Kin, head of the Kin organization. The man dressed in black nodded his head in Izuku's direction. It's about time Izuyoi decided upon an heir. I was quite worried that there wouldn't be a worthy rival for Sosuke here. He motioned for the boy to step forward. My name's Sosuke Kin, Misokazuki's my grandfather. I look forward to the day we can fight of the stage of business, he grinned in a disarming manner. Izuku wasn't sure what it was, but something wasn't right around these two. Anyway, Shingitsu, Misokazuki and I have some matters to discuss. I'll leave you to introduce yourself to Mana and Sosuke. Izuyoi gave Izuku a pat on the shoulder. After the three adults left, Izuku scratched the back of his head nervously. My name's Izuku Midoriya, Izuyoi's my grandfather. I look forward to getting to know you. He seemed to ask more than say. Not so good with the introduction thing, huh? Mana smirked with a tilt of her head. You shouldn't be so nervous, Midoriya. We are all friendly rivals here. Again Sosuke had a disarming grin. Anyway, is it true you got into UA? Mana's eyes sparkled as she focused on Izuku. Yes, I got my acceptance letter a few days ago, Izuku nodded in confirmation. Oh really, how did you manage such a feat? I heard that you were quirkless. Sosuke's question caused Izuku to raise an eyebrow, but he figured that with his status as heir to Tetsu Industries, Sosuke's grandfather did research on him before this meeting. Well, it is true, I've got no quirk. I built an armored suit that they accepted in order to take the test. Izuku felt he could at least reveal that much. These two probably had access to resources that would be able to find out quickly anyway. Really? Mana's eyes narrowed a bit, a frown marring her lips. Ah, I see. With the recent removal of the rule banning the quirkless from participating, you're the first quirkless person to make it into UA, you must be something. Though much of his voice seemed impressed, there was a slight inflection of something else in Sosuke's voice. Izuku didn't know what to make of the reactions. While neither seemed hostile, their reactions weren't positive either. He just chalked it up to a competitive streak that they might feel due to also being successors to a technology conglomerate. He talked with the two for a further 30 minutes. He was surprised that it was Mana who came up with the core idea for the 1, 2, 3 and 0-pointer robots for the exams. When she found out one of her 0-pointers had been ripped asunder, she said she wanted to wring the neck of the guy who was responsible. Do you know who did it? You were there after all, she asked with a smile that promised pain. Izuku wisely kept his mouth shut, answering that they were split up. He had a feeling that this girl's pride in her work was close to Mei's, just without likening them to her children. Sosuke had congratulated Izuku on his part in the breakthrough with nanotechnology, as the Kin organization had been trying for years to get nano machines working for medical purposes. Never have I worked with such a marvelously flexible yet stubborn construct. His voice had a hum in it, as if thinking fondly on his work. Soon, Izuyoi, Shingitsu and Misokazuki had returned. Getting along then Mana? Shingitsu asked with a grin as Mana stood from her chair. Of course daddy, Izuku is quiet and interesting person. Mana gave Izuku a grin causing the boy to sweat nervously. Interesting. There was polite dubiousness in Misokazuki's voice. Mana is right grandfather, Izuku is an interesting person, I look forward to seeing what the future holds for us three. Sosuke backed up Mana's comment, giving a smile and a nod to Izuku. It's good to see you making new friends Izuku, Izuyoi grinned, clapping Izuku on the shoulder. Anyways, we must be off, things to do, robots to build, Shingitsu smirked, leading Mana out, who shot back her cocky grin to Izuku before they left through the door. Indeed, it was good seeing you again Izuyoi, and good meeting you young Midoriya. Misokazuki inclined his head, before gesturing for Sosuke to leave, nodding. Sosuke waved to Izuku before the two left. Izuku turned to his grandfather, who had narrowed his eyes. Anything wrong grandpa? Izuku's question snapped Izuyoi out of his thoughts. Nothing my boy, it's nothing. So, what were your impressions of Mana and Sosuke? The older man asked. Well, they both seemed okay. I mean they both know their technological knowledge. The Namari robots that were used in the exams, Mana was the one who built them, Izuku explained. Really, Shingitsu was muttering about her taking control of his R&D developers all the time, but I suppose it's natural for a daughter to run rings around her father. Lord knows Inko had me wrapped around her finger at that age. Izuyoi smiled fondly. You mean to say she still doesn't? Izuku asked with a cheeky grin as Izuyoi shot him a glare. Need I remind you of a particular girl and the child you have with her? Izuyoi shot back. Izuku blushed a little. Okay you win, she still hasn't let up on that. Izuku's mutter brought out a hearty laugh from Izuyoi. Izuku my boy, all geniuses have quirky personalities, and believe me when I say that girl is a genius, Izuyoi clapped Izuku on the back. That, I know already, Izuku smiled, there was a hint of fondness in his voice that Izuyoi didn't miss. Aha. Deciding to check up on Dr. Science and Justin, Izuku followed Izuyoi into the lab that the two had set up for when they worked with each other. Dr. Science seemed to be fiddling with a set of Googles while Justin was poring over a series of blueprints. Still no luck? Izuku questioned as he walked over to the hat-wearing scientist. None. You would think that after all these years there'd be something to upgrade it, but apparently, sometimes the world of science doesn't move, even after 10 years away from it. Justin relied a slight bit bitter. A rather harsh view isn't it Justin? Dr. Science's question, as he pressed a button on the googles causing the lenses to light up green, brought a large exhaled sigh from Justin. Well, maybe if you looked at the blueprints and tell me. Justin asked, making a go ahead gesture to the blueprints. Did that yesterday, didn't help then, I really don't think it's going to help now. Dr. Science delivered the words in what he thought was a sage-like manner as he flicked a switch and turned the lenses orange. Ah, so that's what I did. Did you actually forget how your invention worked? Izuku was truly worried about the answer. Forget. Dear lad, I know more about these. He slid a switch down and the lenses turned electric blue. What was blue again? This brought a collective groan from the other three occupants. Dr. Science was smart, no denying that, even a genius, but there were times when he created something, he would actually forget how it worked. His personal lab's walls were covered with post-it notes ranging from a whole host of things, including and not limited to what he had for lunch the previous day, for no other reason than the man felt that one's lunches should be documented. How is it that when he's working with someone he has a mind like a steel trap, but when he's working alone? Izuku muttered in surprise, not knowing how to finish. He has the memory of a goldfish. I've spent the last 9 years on a separate project, trying to figure out that very question, Justin supplied. Quote. Needless to say that as of right now the results are inconclusive. Quote. You've been performing research on Dr. Science. Izuyoi didn't know whether to be impressed with Justin's dedication, or concerned. I'm a scientist, and a scientist must understand the mysteries of the universe. Justin's grandiose statement caused Izuku to raise an eyebrow. Dr. Science's memory problem is comparable to the cause of the Big Bang. Again, Izuku truly feared the answer. He was spared from whatever Justin was going to say by the topic of their conversation himself. Eureka, it's to detect electric-based lifeforms. Silence met the declaration. He's not trying to. Izuku began. Leave it be, Izuku. I fear that this won't be the last time we visit that particular copyright. Izuyoi cautioned with a sigh. It was at times like this he really felt his age. Justin shook his head and went back to poring over the blueprints. Advancement didn't make itself after all. Izuku eyed the blueprints. They were to the reactor powering his suit. Justin named it the Dynamo Reactor in a sort of weird homage to his villain alias. For the most part it did the job well. An iridium core surrounded by a ring of boron filament set inside a vanadium conductor. The main problem with it is that the boron filament can only take so much output before it wears, and with boron being a rare and expensive element they need to find an alternative. What they needed was something that could replace the boron filament, but it was the metal that held the most energy. What they needed was something which could give a greater output than the iridium, but was contained enough that the boron filament wasn't needed and it could pass straight into the vanadium conductor. Wait a minute, what about palladium? Izuku looked around and saw his question caused everything to freeze, almost like time had stopped. Palladium. Izuyoi mumbled out. That might actually work. Dr. Science was back in genius mode. Why didn't I think of that? Justin wanted to slap himself. It seemed that with age, wisdom doesn't always come. AHA. It was needless to say that Izuku's final days before he started at UA Academy were spent mainly in the lab. While the idea of palladium was a good one, it also came with some drawbacks. The entire inner workings of the dynamo reactor had to be reworked. For one, the iridium core had to be removed, replaced with the palladium core. As for the boron filament, as long as they could stabilize the palladium core's nucleus, then they wouldn't need a buffer. The expansive energy could then freely buffer the vanadium conductor, which would store and regulate the energy and flow it outwards to the suit's energy processors. Of course, this also meant modifying and reprogramming the energy processors, as well as upgrading the regulator nodes, seeing as more energy is being outputted. Not exactly an easy task, but while Izuyoi, Dr. Science and Justin worked on the theory with palladium, it was modifying the processors and upgrading the nodes that Izuku was tasked with, seeing as the original design of the regulator nodes was his creation anyway, and the modification was mainly to the processor's program function, something he'd be able to accomplish as well. In the end, it would be a while before they had a working prototype, let alone a basic model design. Man, you four are really barreling down on this. It was the 2 days before the start of the academy, and Mei was swinging her legs backwards and forth from her perch of her lab bench, watching as Izuku worked on a circuit board. Admittedly, Grandpa and the others have the hardest part. I'm just upgrading and modifying existing hardware. Izuku played it down. You say that as if it's nothing. Don't forget I have a basic understanding to how your babies work, and I know that I sure as hell would have trouble with it. Mei's light admonishment drew a chuckle from Izuku. You're right, but the nodes are my design anyway. I think I'd have more trouble with the processor really. Izuku frowned. Why's that? Mei asked, walking over to the bench Izuku was sitting at. Because the original program was based for Justin's hoverboard, reprogrammed to suit my armor. Grandpa was the one that rewrote the program to fit the suit's functions. It was one of the first things that was done. Back when I didn't have much to do with the design aspects of the suit, the program was into its fourth modified rewrite before I got to see it. Izuku shuddered at all the work that had gone into it. Learning programming and coding wasn't something he'd want to revisit. He was glad he did learn it though. Sounds rough. It's why I like to build my babies based of triggers. Makes it easier and quicker to give birth to. Izuku raised an eyebrow at the pink-haired girl's choice of words. He had gotten used to her eccentricities over the last few months, so he shouldn't have been surprised that she considers that she gives birth to her gadgets. In a way, I suppose she does. It's true of any inventor. Shaking away that errant thought, he turned his attention back to the circuit board. Science waits for no man. To be continued. 263 Chapter 5, A Hero's Bronze Age. I'm not quite happy with this chapter. A fair bit of it was rewritten, especially the last part, but I didn't feel like I did it too well. Disclaimer. I don't own My Hero Academia, Iron Man or anything else that may cross. AHA. Chapter 5. A Hero's Bronze Age. Check out the points from the exam. A voice noted from out of a darkened room as several figures looked several illuminated screens. One of which held a list of names, ranked 1 to 10. Second place didn't even have any hero points, a feminine voice said intoned, as they watched Bakugo race across one of the many playback screens. He took down those villains like an ace, a gravelly voice commented. When all the other students were running away from the big obstacle, he stayed focused, allowing the little ones to get in close then counter-attacking. That kid is tough, if a little rough around the edges. However, I think first place stole the show, the feminine voice opined, a picture of Izuku flying into the zero-pointer. 82 points, and quirkless to boot, it makes me more than interested, came the first voice, a grin could be heard just from the statement. He's not the first hopeful to take out that giant robot, but it's been a while since I last saw it get taken apart so exactly. A light voice stated, its voice was suitably impressed, watching Izuku burrow through the zero-pointer. True, but he seemed as though he was exhausted. Came the first voice, watching Izuku stand with Uraraka. I think the suit might take a toll on his body. You may be right, but I think it was great, made me want to shout, yeah. The Western voice entered the fray. Standing at the back of the room, a man with messy black hair and a scruffy 3-day growth, wearing all black, glanced almost detachedly at the screen, him. AHA. It was the night before Izuku was to start at UA, All Might had sent him a message asking him to meet at Dagoba Municipal Beach Park. You did well kid. The skeletal man grinned, clapping Izuku on the shoulder. Thank you, Izuku stuttered out, a grin stretching across his mouth. I'll tell you this, I was impressed by your suit's performance, getting 47 billion points was at least enough to get you up there, but you showed a level of ingenuity when you took it up a notch. Toshinori wore a wide grin. I don't know what happened, at first I was just going to escape the area, but when I saw Uraraka, I just couldn't, Izuku mumbled out. Toshinori let out a laugh. That's the ability to move without thinking I told you about, you saw someone in danger and you acted, simple as that. All Might exclaimed. Izuku looked down in embarrassment, he really hadn't given it much thought before he was already in front of the thing. Still though, I was surprised to hear you were made a teacher at UA, Izuku grinned after a moment of silence. I can understand why we had to meet here, despite the fact your office is in Roppongi, Minato Ward, Tokyo Ward 6 to 12. Izuku was cut off. Alright, you can stop, Toshinori muttered. How you were ever able to acquire all those notes and still make that suit was beyond me. Toshinori's words caused Izuku to scratch the back of his head in sheepish embarrassment. Anyway, the reason I was asked to start teaching is because when I told the principal of my predicament, he suggested my teaching as a way to find a suitable inheritor to, one for all, though that quickly changed when my former sidekick approached me. Toshinori chuckled while Izuku looked down in thought. He did say he was looking for a successor for a long time. Izuku thought. Still, with all that my suit's capable of it's nowhere near where it needs to be. The slight melancholy in Izuku's voice caused Toshinori to nod his head. It is an amazing piece of machinery, a true marvel, however like with any piece of equipment there is always room for improvement. Toshinori's explained. Your battle will be uphill, I said you can become a hero even without a quirk, but that is still a barrier you have that your peers will not, Toshinori continued seriously. You have a disadvantage without a quirk, so you will have to do even more to catch up. Toshinori walked over and picked up a can from the ground. Right now, you are more or less at your physical peak, he tossed the can into the air before catching it, but others are also going to be as well, and they will have quirks to make them even stronger. What you need is to take that strength, physical and mental, and that drive of yours and take it to new heights. Tossing the can up again, he suddenly entered muscle mode and caught and crushed the can. I have no doubts in my words to you that day 10 months ago. He exclaimed loudly, it didn't matter that you turned down one for all because I could see that with that fire and drive you could become great even without it. What All Might was unaware of was that there were people on the beach and they had heard his exclamation. Wait, isn't that, it's All Might, when did he get here? All Might's sweat dropped, inwardly cursing his overzealous nature and entering muscle mode. Uh-oh, time to run my young friend. Following the declaration, All Might and Izuku began running. Though you may have been my first choice for my power, young Tagata is a fine choice as well, I hope that the day will come when the two of you stand atop all the others, hopefully before my own flame withers out. Not aware of the rather somber thoughts of his mentor, Izuku could only think one thing. He's just so cool. AHA. It was the next morning as Izuku stood at the door to his apartment. Izuku, did you pack your tissues? Inko was a ball of unease as she fretted around her son. Yes mum, Izuku smiled a little, trying to reassure her. What about a hanky? You can't leave without a hanky dear, Inko continued to fret as Izuku opened the door up. Don't worry, it's in my pocket, Izuku spoke calmly. Izuku. Inko's voice trailed off, causing Izuku to stop. What is it? He asked turning back around. You look mega cool right now, Inko said with a pride-filled, tearing up face. Thanks mum, see you soon, Izuku grinned widely, he was dressed in the uniform of UA Academy, a gray button-up shirt over a white button-up undershirt, black pants and a red necktie, a brown bag held by the top grip in his hand, the only things that weren't part of the uniform were his armor boots, on his hands were his armor gauntlets and a backpack strapped to his back that was green and silver in color and looked to be made of metal. It took 5 minutes for Izuku to get to the station, a 45-minute train ride and a 10-minute walk before he reached the gates of Academy. Quickly walking through into the building, he began his search for his classroom, all the while thinking how little the chances of getting into the academy actually was. Only 1 in 300 make it in, 36 students passed, and if I heard right 4 students made it in through recommendations, that makes 22 a class, he thought, analyzing the situations to calm his nerves. Given Katsuki would have made it in, I'm also guessing that Serious Guy would have as well. Uraraka should probably have also made it. Then there were those 3 others I talked to during the practical exams explanation, that makes 6 that I sort of know. He had finally made it to class 1A. That's one big door, he couldn't help but state before bracing himself. I wonder how many of them are gonna be in this class. Opening the door, 2 loud voices, heard easily above the din of all the other students' chatter, all but confirmed 2 of them. Don't put your legs up on the desk, don't you think that's disrespectful to your classmates, you cretin, the first voice held a level of authority to it. No, as a matter of fact I don't think so, ya last school give you that stick up your ass or did it come pre-installed, what middle school did you from anyway ya background character. The second voice was harsh and derisive. Katsuki and the Serious Guy, Izuku gave a mental groan. Katsuki was sitting, swinging back on his chair while resting his legs upon his desk, while the glasses-wearing boy was staring down at him with an angered gaze. I am from Sume Junior High, my name is Tenya Iida, the glasses-wearing boy introduced, trying to compose himself. Well, at least I have a name for him now, referring to him as Serious Guy or Glasses Guy was getting irritating. Izuku filed the thought at the back of his mind. Sume, so you're a pampered silver spoon kid huh, probably think ya better than me, glad to see I've got a reason to blow ya fucking head off then, Bakugo smirked viciously. What, blow my head, and you want to be a hero? Iida looked aghast, before he noticed Izuku in the doorway and promptly marched over to him. I see you indeed made it, my name's Tenya Iida from Sume Academy, Iida spoke. My name's Izuku Midoriya. Izuku wasn't quite sure what was going to be said next. Midoriya, you realized there was more to the practical exam didn't you? Izuku was surprised by that. You must be very perceptive and I completely misjudged you, I admit as a student you're far superior to me and with that suit you wore, I wouldn't be surprised if you topped the rankings. Izuku was confused but before he could respond, Iida was unceremoniously pushed aside. You bet he did, he came first from what I hear. It was the pink-skinned girl that made this declaration as she, the redhead and the black-haired boy from before the practical filed up in front of Izuku. Yeah man, 82 points, and you blew away Bowser. The redhead was just as excited, his sharp teeth almost glistening. Shouldn't we introduce ourselves before singing his praises? Might seem weird if we don't, the black-haired boy suggested rubbing the back of his head at the excitability of his 2 friends. Oh yeah, we should, the name's Eijiro Kirishima. The redhead smirked. I'm Mina Ishido, please ta meet cha, the pink-skinned girl's grin seemed a little too much like a Cheshire cat's. And I'm Hantasiro, sorry if my friends are overwhelming, the black-haired boy smiled. Pleased to officially meet you 3, I'm Izuku Midoriya. Izuku was glad to finally know the 3's names, as he thought they'd gotten along a bit during the practical exam explanation. The entire class seemed to be watching by this point, the ones that heard Izuku's ranking watched the boy, sizing him up, the one slightly more interested was a boy with red and white hair and a girl with black hair that fanned out in a ponytail. Bakugo was gnashing his teeth together as he death-stared Izuku, he couldn't hear what they were saying, but it still pissed him off. Ah, Midoriya. Hearing his name from behind, he turned to see Uraraka standing there. Glad to see a friendly face, again she had that furry animal-like adorableness that seemed to always envelope her. Yeah, thanks for speaking on my behalf to present Mike, Izuku thanked her, bowing his head. Oh, how'd you know about that? Her cheeks darkened a bit. It was shown on my acceptance hologram, he explained. Ah, Ochako nodded in understanding. Meanwhile Bakugo's mind was confused and angered. How'd that useless little shitstain get in? He's fucking quirkless, and did he really score first? He was the fucking reason I had to settle for second. The explosive teen's angered thoughts continued to flare up. Back with the congregation by the door. I wonder what we're gonna be doing today. Uraraka's question was answered by Ishido. Probably guidance counseling and orientation, the pink-skinned girl stated. Man, that stuff's boring, I wanna get thrown into it, Kirishima grinned toothily. Please don't wish that for the rest of us, Siro stated, but still gave a smirk. I'm more concerned about who our teachers will be, Izuku's statement caused the other 4 to nod. That's probably the better question, a bored voice traveled through the group and into the room. Izuku and Uraraka turned around and shuffled out of the way of the door and looked down, on the ground was a yellow sleeping bag and the person in it only had his head visible. If you're gonna be looking for friends or social gatherings, pack up your stuff and leave. The man had messy black hair and a rough 3-day growth, his eyes seemed little more than black pinpricks and very bloodshot. Welcome to UA's hero course. While saying this the man unzipped the bag a little so he could take a drink from a food packet. What the hell? Was the prevailing thought over all those who could see the man. Propping himself up, the man unzipped the bag fully, revealing that he wore total black, with a gray scarf wrapped around his neck. It took 8 seconds before you all shut up, that's not gonna cut it here, the man's voice had very little in the way of inflection, one could almost call it apathetic. Time is precious, any rational student would have realized and understood that. Silence was met by the statement as Izuku analyzed the man before him. Who is this guy? If he's here then he must be a pro hero, but I've never seen him before, an underground hero. Izuku's though cycled through the underground heroes he knew of. My name, he announced in a bored manner, is Shota Aizawa, and I'm your homeroom teacher. Our teacher, was the prevailing surprise of the gathered students. Right, let's get to it. Here he pulled out 20 matching suits from his sleeping bag. Put these on and let's get outside. How did those all fit inside there? Though he thought the question, Izuku wasn't sure he wanted to know the answer. In the teacher's staff room, Toshinori was sitting behind his desk looking over the teacher's directory regarding Class 1A. Ua's hero course doesn't follow the normal academic path, he muttered out, turning a page. You get the wrong homeroom teacher and life is hell. A quirk assessment test. The entire class seemed to ask as they were led out onto a field. But what about the guidance counseling and orientation? Uraraka asked in a confused voice. If you want to be heroes you don't have time to waste standing on ceremony. Aizawa seemed bored he was even asked the question. Here at UA we're not tethered to traditions, the freedom on campus rules also goes for us teachers, so I can run my class the way I want. Here he almost grinned. You all have been taking standardized tests all your lives, but none of you could use your quirks in these exams. Here, Aizawa showed a mobile device. The country is under the illusion that we're all created equal, making sure to restrict those with the most power. He glanced over his class, making sure he had their attention. It's not rational and one day the Ministry of Education will learn. He focused his glance on Izuku, before seemingly ignoring his existence. Bakugo, you got a high score during the entrance exam. He ignored the scowl that crossed Bakugo's face. What was your longest distance throw with a softball when you were in middle school? 67 meters, the caustic blonde replied. Right, try doing it with your quirk. Aizawa said, tossing the softball he was holding to Bakugo. Bakugo stood in the center of a circle, holding the softball. Anything goes, just stay in the circle, instructed Aizawa. Sparing a glance toward his instructor, Bakugo stretched his arm. Alright then, you asked for it, Bakugo smirked. I'll add some explosive force to my pitch, really drop their jaws. With that thought Bakugo readied himself before pitching the ball. D. Following the yell and loud explosion, the ball was meteored into the sky with impressive force. Die. Kirishima whispered, confused, his thoughts shared by a few others at the rather violent declaration. All of you need to know you maximum capabilities, it's the most rational way of figuring out you potential as a pro hero. Here, Aizawa turned to the class, holding up the device which read 705.2 meters. Awe was the response of the class. Holy, 705 meters, you've gotta be kidding me. A boy with blonde hair with a lightning bolt strip of black said in astonishment. That looks like fun, I wanna go. Ishido bounced excitedly. This is what I'm talking about, using our quirks as much as we want, Kirishima cheered. So this looks fun huh? A note of unimpressed annoyance slipped into Aizawa's otherwise bland tone. You have 3 years to become a hero, you think it's going to be all fun and games. All the students became weary as the mood seemed to shift around the teacher. Idiots, today you'll compete in 8 physical tests to gauge your potential, whoever comes in last has none and will be expelled immediately. This shook the entire class. Aizawa, damn it. Back in the teacher's lounge, Toshinori slapped his forehead. Midoriya's gonna be singled out from the start, even with the top score. Back on the sports ground, Izuku immediately went into thought mode. I see, 8 tests and the threat of immediate expulsion, chances are by the look of him I'll probably not be able to use my suit, I may get away with my boots and gauntlets, Izuku's thoughts ran a mile a minute. Our freedom means we can dispense of anyone as we please. Here Aizawa pushed his fringe up, his bloodshot eyes making him look more like a villain than a hero. Welcome to the hero course. You can't do that, Uraraka stepped forward. I mean we just got here, and even if it wasn't the first day, it's still unfair. Oh, and you think natural disasters are. This got her to step back. What about power-hungry villains? What about catastrophic accidents that wipe out entire cities? The world is full of unfairness, it's a hero's job to try and combat that unfairness. He let his words sink in. If you want to be a pro, you gotta learn to push yourself to the brink. For the next 3 years UA will throw one terrible hardship after another at you, so go beyond, that is what it means to go plus ultra. Here he held up a hand and made a, come get me, gesture. So show me it's no mistake that you're here. Everyone gasped while Iida took out a drink bottle, his eyes focused on Aizawa. I don't approve of this kind of hazing, but UA is the top hero program, as such I have no choice, the glasses-wearing teen though grimly. Time to blow these nerds away, Bakugo grinned almost cruelly at the thought of more trash getting thrown out. Now then, we're just wasting time by talking, let the games begin. There was a touch of sadism in Aizawa's voice. AHA. The 50-meter dash was the first test up, Izuku's mind was still trying to figure out how to optimize his chances of getting a decent score. Runners on your mark. A strangely childish voice came from an automated camera device bringing Izuku's attention to the track as Iida and a girl with a blank looked upon her face, with larger than normal hands and her tongue sticking out the corner of her mouth got ready to run. Ready. Go. Iida all but blurred past the finish line while the girl hopped by a few seconds later. Tenya Iida 3.04, Suyu Asui 5.58, the robotic voice announced. With only 50 meters I could only get up to 3rd gear, Iida thought, slightly annoyed he couldn't reach top gear. Well, this is him in his element, I'll be more impressed with what he does outside his comfort zone. Aizawa briefly analyzed Iida's performance. The girl, having heard her score only said one thing. Ribbit. The next pair up were Uraraka and a blonde-haired boy with a tail. Alright, I'll just make my cloths weightless as well as my shoes, she cheerfully prepped herself before assuming a running stance. In the end she ended up knocking .11 off her middle school record, the tail boy however still beat her by a good 2 seconds, using his tail like a spring. The third pair had a Shido and a peculiar blonde boy. Haha, everyone here are being so artless, his voice was laced with a French accent that was hard to tell if it was fake or not as he shook his head. One should use their quirk, he timed his jump. Like this. As, start, was yelled, he was propelled halfway across the track. Whoa, Ashido, who had used her quirk, acid, to increase the slipperiness under her feet, yelped a little as the boy zipped past her, only to sweat drop as he made it as far as the middle of the track before she easily passed him. By the time he had set himself, jumped and fired again, Ashido crossed the finish line at least a second before him. You know, if I keep shooting my stomach laser, my tummy would collapse. He seemed to be talking to an imaginary audience, making Ashido all the more confused. What the hell was the only though she could muster? What a tool. Even Kirishima, Zero and the lightning bolt-haired boy couldn't help but think he was an idiot. Pushing the upper limits of their powers helps me assess their room for growth, Aizawa thought as he watched the matches. It becomes clear what they can and can't do, their true potential. The next two up were Izuku and Bakugo. Knowing Katsuki, he's gonna use his explosions to propel himself, I guess I'll have to use my boots, need to save my gauntlets cause they burn through too much standby power. Izuku thought to himself. As the machine yelled start, Bakugo did indeed fly forward using his explosive quirk, Izuku lunged forward, activating his boots and flew forward as well. 4.13 seconds 4.34 seconds, Izuku was glad me made it under the 5-second mark, he felt eyes upon him, looking over he saw Aizawa giving him a less than amused look. Thought as much, good call not to use my entire suit, Izuku thought, glad he decided to be cautious. My power has more uses than anyone else's at this school, Bakugo stated simply, before glaring at Izuku. And you have to rely on a toy. Mustering up a minor glare towards Bakugo, Izuku went back to thinking. There are another 7 tests after this one, my boots and gauntlets aren't gonna help me on all of them, I doubt the reserve power would last that long even with just using the boots. Izuku racked his brain, before sighing, there's no use worrying about it, Mr. Aizawa probably won't say anything about my boots and gauntlets, so I'll just use them when I can and hope that my fitness can at least give me a decent average. Aha. The second test was the grip strength, something Izuku wasn't too worried about. While his gauntlets could only last 10 seconds at half output, it was more than enough to give his grip strength 286 kilograms, putting him near the top. Holy crap, you managed to get 540 kilograms. Zero was standing with a diminutive male student with purple spheres on his head, and a tall student with white hair spiking forward and down over his face, the bottom of which was covered by a blue face mask, the most obvious feature about him though was his 6 webbed arms. You're such a beast. Zero grinned wider. Like some sort of muscly octopus, the short stature boy put in his own opinion. Izuku let out a whistle as he watched the three. Looks like I didn't have a chance in this one, he mumbled out. Aha. Izuku watched as the blonde with the stomach laser flew over the sand pitch as they started the standing long jump. With this one, it'll be pretty much the same as the 50-meter dash, Izuku thought as he watched Bakugo blow himself over the sand pitch with a series of crackling explosions. Izuku walked up to the start point after the blonde. Boost upward with my boots, though this time I'll have to use my gauntlets to propel myself forward. Going through with his plan, he jettisoned over the pitch and landed a good distance away. That used up almost all of what I had left in my gauntlets, I'll only get one more use out of them. With the fourth test being the repeated sidesteps, Izuku had no illusions he'd only do so well, especially watching the short kid actually top score on something. Aha. Watching with interest as Uraraka took to the circle, Izuku wasn't at all surprised when she floated the ball into the sky, getting the top score for the ball throw. Aizawa looked at his mobile device, then up to the sky, then back down to his device before shaking his head and showing the class. Infinity. The entire class shouted as Uraraka blushed. That's insane, how's that possible? The lightning hair boy was in shock. Considering her quirk lowers a target's gravity index, it's not really that surprising. Izuku's statement caused Kirishima to raise an eyebrow. So that's it huh? He asked, realizing that the girl's quirk was seemingly specially made for this. Anyway, I guess I'm up, Izuku stated as he began walking forward to the pitch. Good luck man. Kirishima grinned toothily with a thumbs up. Thanks, Izuku answered back with a wave. Standing in the middle of the pitch circle, Izuku exhaled. Right, even my gauntlets would only give an extra bit of power, maybe if I boost myself with my boots alone, and then, an idea formed in his mind. In an instant he rocketed upwards, feeling himself lose stability at around 20 meters. He then tossed the ball, firing a repulsor blast and jettisoning the ball a respectable distance. 348 meters was shown on Aizawa's phone, but he didn't look impressed. You know, I thought this before when I heard they removed that rule, but the judges for this exam were not rational enough. Someone like you should never be allowed to enroll at this school, he spoke in a dead tone. Quote. And why is that? Izuku held back a glare as he watched the cold black eyes of his teacher. Simply put, someone who has no quirk can't truly be of use as a hero. The dead tone that Aizawa delivered the line was quiet chilling. The rest of the class were shocked. They hadn't questioned about Izuku's gauntlets, assuming that his quirk needed them in a similar way to the French boy needing the belt he wore. They didn't think for a moment he was quirkless. I passed the practical test, Izuku stated, inwardly wincing at the looks of shock on his classmates' faces. You destroyed some mindless robots that were not programmed to be a real threat with a machine that ended up failing at a critical moment, Aizawa stated coldly. Support gear can only do so much for a hero, in the end they still need their quirk. What would happen in a real fight if that toy of yours fails? In an instant, the scarf around Aizawa's neck flew forward. Just before it reached Izuku, his boots flared and he launched himself backwards, landing 10 meters away. It's not a toy. This time, Izuku did glare at Aizawa. It's a culmination of my dream and my grandfather's help. And if you get into a situation where you haven't got your armor. Because it looked to me it took time for the pieces to reach you at the start of the practical exam. Aizawa continued exerting an imposing presence. Before he could do anything, Izuku fired into the air in a backflip. While mid-flip, Izuku gripped a handle that was on the bottom of his backpack, pulling it and a portion of metal out. He placed the chest-width plate over his chest and it along with what was left on his back molded to his skin, before expanding to cover his arms and legs. Landing in a crouched position, Izuku stood up as the helmet formed over his head and his eyes flashed a neon green. The suit seemed a little more seamless than his other one. It was a metallic green with silver on the joints, the stomach plate and the faceplate. It all took place within 3 seconds. As you can see, I've modified my suit quite a bit since the exams. Technically a lie, this was actually his second suit, one that was made within the last year. The finishing touches were actually the programming and installation of nano machines to compact the suit into a backpack. Most heroes aren't lucky to have suits that they can carry, I can. And that's just it, kid, that is nothing but a suit. Without it you're powerless. Even if you were in peak condition, someone without a quirk cannot fight someone with a quirk. Aizawa didn't let his surprise at the sudden reveal of the suit show. He hadn't been expecting that, especially given how the kid's last suit had appeared. If that were the case, then the ban for quirkless people entering hero schools would still be in effect. Izuku rose an eyebrow. A decision which lacks any real rationale, Aizawa scoffed. A hero that relies on his support items isn't a hero, and in your case, you'll be powerless when the toy fails and then you'll be the one needing rescuing. So you're saying I should just give up? Izuku asked incredulously. That even though I can make a difference, that I shouldn't even try. Izuku glared at the scruffy man, clenching his gauntlet. I won't. Aizawa didn't let it show, but he was surprised by the sudden fire in his eyes. Even if you expel me here, there are other hero schools. I don't care if I have to crawl my way up from the bottom. I will become a hero. I will save people. I will be the one who is there when I'm needed. He didn't even realize he paraphrased All Might with how wound up his was. So manly. Kirishima muttered in awe as the students watched on. After a speech like that, I don't care if he is quirkless, the guy deserves to be here, the lightning-haired boy smirked. Midoriya. Uraraka muttered, a hand over her mouth. The rest of the class were all in awe of Izuku's conviction, save for one. What the fuck happened? Bakugo's rage had subsided slightly, being replaced with shock. All those years ago he was nothing more than a hanger-on, but now this. His eyes widened. Wait, last year too, with that slime fucker. His thoughts trailed off. This brat. A grin spread across Aizawa's lips. He noticed what Midoriya's conviction did to the rest of the students and as much as he didn't want to admit it, he was impressed. That fire, it was something that he hadn't been expecting to see, a fire that he had seen a few times before. The one thing in common that people with that fire had was that they were all heroes. There's a chance you might just make it, kid. To be continued. 263 Chapter 6, Gold Proof Victory. That's Chapter 6 done, hopefully better than the last chapter and it will hopefully be a start on why Aizawa's reaction to Izuku was as harsh as it was. Disclaimer. I don't own My Hero Academia, Ironman or anything else that may cross. AHA. Chapter 6, Gold Proof Victory. Aizawa shook his head. He watched as the helmet of the newly armored student seemed to meld away into the chest of the suit. He had figured he'd end up with a problem student, but a quirkless one, that actually had the drive to be a hero. It certainly wasn't something he was expecting. You know, it would have been simpler for you to go into the support course, the teacher muttered in pure annoyance. I know, but I've wanted to be a hero since I was young. Izuku managed a grin, feeling a little relieved that most of the pressure Aizawa was exerting had disappeared. But tell me, do you have anything else that'll help you out in the field? Aizawa's question caused Izuku to raise an eyebrow. I'm in the middle of developing some tech for my suit. As of right now, there's only a few things, but I do carry this for any injuries. Aizawa watched as Izuku took off his gauntlets. You got something sharp. Aizawa was confused by the question before tossing Izuku one of his caltrops. Catching it, Izuku ran the caltrop over his left palm. The class winched and gasped at the sudden action before a compartment on Izuku's armor's right hip slid open and he pulled out a syringe. He stuck the needle in near the wound and the class watched in amazement as the wound healed almost instantly. The scruffy teacher's left brow rose as he recognized it. I watched that press release when I was studying my would-be students. Those nanomachines are only good for 1 dose per hour and can only heal a portion of the body the size of a hand, right? Aizawa's question seemed more like a statement. For the time being, my grandfather and a lot of other scientists at Tetsu Industries are working to make it so they can heal even fatal wounds, Izuku explained. Including yourself. Izuku was surprised by the question. When I had free time, Izuku answered honestly. Giving a resigned nod, Aizawa turned to the class. We've wasted too much time already. Whoever's next, step up. Aizawa called the class back to attention. For now he'll sit back and wait. That drive may take Izuku as far as he needed, but drive was only part of what it took. Izuku made his way back to the group of students. Wow, that was amazing, Uraraka clapped excitedly. Yeah man, and what the hell was with that syringe? Kirishima questioned with a raised eyebrow. It was full of nano-machines programmed to heal. Izuku's statement was met with confused stares. Nano-machines are individual robots the size of a nanometer, right? A female voice cut in, causing Izuku to turn around. The girl was a few inches taller than him with black hair fanning out in a ponytail, her black eyes focused on Izuku in curiosity. Yeah, that's right. He hadn't expected anyone to use the correct term. Hey, sorry about butting in, but I like to learn new things and you just don't get a chance to learn about nano-machines from people who actually work on them. Ah, by the way my name's Momo Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu gave a confidant smirk to which Izuku grinned back. Izuku Midoriya, I'd be happy to go over the basics with you if we survive this, Izuku offered. You do realize that he may be bluffing about the expulsion? Yaoyorozu questioned. True, but why take our chances when you can at least place decently, Izuku answered back. Oh, you're a confident one, aren't you? But then again, you did place first in the exam, your suit is especially interesting. Yaoyorozu gave a grin as she traced her hand over the armor plate of Izuku's right arm. Thanks, it's because of this suit I'm even here in the first place, Izuku stated honestly. Enough chatting, we're moving on to the next test. Aizawa's yell cut into their conversation. Hey, speak to you later Midoriya, Yaoyorozu said as she walked toward the site of the next test. Damn man, you got the attention of the hottest chick in the class. The lightning-haired boy muttered out. Anyway, the name's Denki Kaminari, that suit is frickin' awesome, I don't care if you're quirkless because after that speech you don't belong anywhere else but here. Izuku Midoriya, and thanks, Izuku grinned, rubbing the back of his head. Let's go dudes, before Mr. Aizawa rips into us, Kirishima smirked, pushing the two forward, Shiro, Ishido and Uraraka in tow. Aha. The next two tests, sit-ups and seated toe touch weren't anything Izuku's boots could help out with, so he had to hope that his physical fitness would at least prevent him from getting a failing score. The long-distance run on the other hand Izuku treated it just like the short-distance run, he could clear 50 meters before having to handstand and flip himself back on his feet and do another boost so he at least did a little better in that one. Soon the class was gathered around Aizawa who let out a bored sigh. Right, time to present the results, he stated. The end total is an aggregate sum of your scores, seeing as it's illogical to say your scores out individually, I'll just show you all at once. Holding his device out flat, a large hologram with a scoreboard appeared. 16th that's, actually not as bad as I though. Izuku mumbled out. No I'm gonna get expelled, I never even got to touch a girl's butt. The distraught wail came from the short kid, he was on his hands and knees sobbing. Quote. Nobody wanted to touch on what he had yelled out, though the girls looked ready to kick him. Oh, and by the way the expulsion thing, that was a lie, Aizawa's comment was met with silence. It was a rational deception. The grin on his face made many want to punch him, put all just settled for shouting, Guess you were right about the expulsion thing Yaoyorozu, Izuku turned to the girl with a nod. I kind of feel bad I never said anything to anyone, Yaoyorozu looked down in sorrow. Yeah, you should have. The rest of the class barring Izuku thought. There is a god, my dream is still alive. The short guy was revived and was dancing happily. Geez that was pretty nerve-wracking Shiro muttered, sweating lightly. Nah I'm always up for a challenge. Kirishima grinned, pumping his fist into the air. Okay, that's us done for today, pick up a syllabus in the classroom and read it over before tomorrow morning. As Aizawa walked away there were several sighs of relief. Oh man, I came in 19th, I was so worried, the cute feminine voice came from what appeared to be floating clothes. I know what you mean, coming in 18th wasn't really any better. This was from a girl with short blue hair with two bangs either side of her face and headphone jacks dangling from her earlobes. Man, being in the bottom quarter of the class sucks, I wanted to be impressive, Kaminari muttered in annoyance. Well, on the bright side, we can only go up from here. Izuku said with optimism. Guess you got a point Tin Man, the earjack girl grinned. Tin Man. Izuku wasn't sure how to take that. Well, you have that awesome armor, I think it fits, the girl continued grinning. Well, nicknames aside, my actual name is Izuku Midoriya, Izuku introduced himself. Kinda plain, Tin Man sounds better, my name's Kyoka Jiro, Kiro introduced herself back. Oh, are we nicknaming Midoriya? Ishido came bounding over. I think so. Kaminari muttered in confusion. How about Midori? I mean, it kinda fits, with his hair and all. It does resemble a messy green bush, Yaoyorozu joined in. Come on guys, he needs a manly name, like the Iron Fist. Kirishima made his opinion known as he, Shiro and Uraraka joined the group. Sounds more like a superhero name than a nickname, this came from the invisible girl. There's a difference. Kirishima was confused. Of course, nicknames are supposed to be cute. Uraraka tried to sound imperious, placing her hands on her hips and facing upwards in what she thought was a haughty manner, the whole thing only served to make her look more adorable. In what way is, Tin Man, cute? Now Shiro was confused by Uraraka's statement. At this point Izuku was blushing, he wasn't used to being the center of attention, hell he wasn't really used to large crowds, part of the reason he wasn't thrilled with what happened during the showcase. But, he thought, I suppose given the position I'm in no I need to get used to it, I mean, I'm training to be a hero and I'm gonna be Grandpa's successor. Off to the side, Bakugo gave a derisive snort, seeing Izuku surrounded by all the others. Deku. He growled, getting the green-haired boy's attention. I don't know what the fuck you're playing at. The teacher was right, your quirkless ass doesn't belong here. The students gathered were a little shocked by the venom in the blonde's tone. Don't misunderstand, you're still less than nothing compared to everyone here and I'll put you in your place. He turned heel and stormed off. Still, he thought bitterly, gnashing his teeth. The little fuck munch managed to get here with that fucking scrap toy of his, this whole thing is fucking bullshit. Aha. After Bakugo's harsh put down, Ishido had tried to lighten the mood by bringing back trying to pick a nickname out for Izuku. Aizawa walked around the corner of the school building only to be confronted by a golden wall. Aizawa, that was a rotten move. All Might glanced down at the black-haired instructor. All Might, so you were watching, Aizawa commented blandly as he turned to continue walking away. No talk shows today. Irrational deception, that's cute but you're not exactly known for being light-hearted, All Might declared. I read your file, last year you expelled an entire class of freshman students, you have no problem kicking students out and anyone you deem unworthy. You were planning to send last place home, All Might suddenly pointed to Aizawa. I don't know what made you change your mind, but I can hazard a guess. Still what you said to young Midoriya was uncalled for. It was necessary, he needed to know the stakes, he may have the drive to be a hero, but that only gets you so far. The boy is in over his head. All Might flinched a little. Besides, sounds to me like you were backing the kid, isn't it a little early for you to be playing favorites? Turning away, Aizawa continued walking. He doesn't have zero potential I admit, if that were the case, I would have sent him straight home after class without hesitation. He paused a little before continuing walking. He will have a hard time here, are you sure you are prepared for the chance of that weight he has taken on ends up crushing him? Watching as Aizawa walked away, All Might sighed. I suppose that's your way of being kind Aizawa. All Might looked back to where the group of students were still chatting excitedly. But you were wrong, he will not be crushed under this, you'll see. AHA. Exiting through the front of the school, Izuku found himself in a situation he wasn't quite expecting the first day. Man, I'm so pumped for tomorrow. To his left, Kirishima was smirking widely while Shiro nodded with his own grin. Yeah, it's gonna be awesome, Ishido opined from next to Shiro. I do hope there's a little more form to tomorrow's classes. Iida's comment, to the right of Izuku, was rather straight-lace. I thought today was kind of fun, if a little nerve-wracking, Uraraka threw in her own thoughts from next to Iida. According to the syllabus, tomorrow afternoon is when we have our first hero lesson, Izuku said, reading over the information. Exactly, I wonder what they're gonna have us do, battle skirmishes, rescue ops, Kirishima rubbed his hands together. Eijiro, you're drooling. Shiro's deadpan caused Kirishima to chuckle. Hey, Midori, does it say who's our teacher? Ishido managed to worm her way between Izuku and Kirishima, looking over the former's shoulder. No, in fact it doesn't give any information except, be prepared. Izuku brought the syllabus up a bit so Ishido could read it. Possibly, they wish for it to be a surprise then. Iida suggested, raising an eyebrow at his own syllabus. The group mulled over the lack of details a little more before Uraraka spoke up. By the way Midori, that name that Bakugo used when spoke to you, was that your childhood nickname? The bubbly girl asked with a tilt of her head. Not really, it's kinda complicated. Izuku began, you see, me and Katsuki were close friends when we were young, but when he got his quirk, he began pulling away from me, then I got diagnosed as having no quirk. The next day when he found out he pointed out part of my name could be read a Deku, in a way it's a childhood nickname even if it was an insult, but the day after I was taken out of school to be homeschooled by my grandpa and his coworkers. Until that slime villain event last year, I hadn't seen Katsuki in 10 years. I recall that event, it was around 12 months ago, you were there during that event. Iida had read up on it after it had happened, he had recognized Bakugo almost instantly earlier today because of the praise he was given during the time. Yeah, I was, part of the crowd. Izuku was told by the heroes not to say anything about the minor role he played in the events of that day, despite All Might saying that it was his courage that allowed the man to go beyond his limit briefly. Must have been awesome seeing All Might in action. Kirishima could also remember the event, it was after all what marked All Might's return. It was, he blew the sludge villain away with a single punch, and he changed the weather, Izuku recalled the end of the fight. The group took time to absorb Izuku's statement before Iida let out a sigh. To tell the truth, I was a bit concerned about Mr. Aizawa's approach to class, but I trust the school's judgment, who is the top program, even so, lying is downright immoral, Iida spoke in a disappointed tone. I agree, shaved a couple of lives off of me that's for sure, Shiro muttered despondently. Yeah true, I mean rational deception, seriously, Kirishima commented with a winch. And he seemed especially harsh on Midori, Ishido also brought up. The conversation within the group continued for a bit as Izuku's thoughts trailed off. I've survived my first day at UA, even though we didn't do as much I thought we'd have to. I did better than what I was expecting to do and I think I'm making friends, I hope this is a good omen. Izuku thought deeply as he continued conversing with the students around him. Aha. Toshinori sat back in his chair in the teacher's lounge, in his hands he held a predominantly red shirt with white trims. It's a shame that none of you will have a chance to relax, his skeletal visage looked over the clothing in his hands, the real test begins tomorrow, let's see what you all got. AHA. Reaching his lab after telling his grandfather about his first day, Izuku took his backpack off and stored it in a cylindrical case where it expanded out. Never really got a chance to use the suit today, he muttered, before going over to a nearby console and began typing. The nano machine's fold-down function worked well. It seems seamless activating and deactivating it, so at least I won't have to worry about that. The nano machines that had been installed inside his suit were only there for one purpose, and that was to change the suit's structure into the backpack. There were about 40 subroutines in place that prevented them from replicating, including and not limited to electrical memory dampeners. As he checked over a few things, he suddenly found his sight impaired. Guis Wu. A sing-song voice rang out, causing Izuku to grin. Considering only 2 women frequent my lab and these aren't the freezing hands of Mistress Chemical, I'm gonna go and assume it's Mei, Izuku stated easily. And you would be correct. Such a smart boy are. Mei pulled her hands back from covering Izuku's eyes, then rested her chin on his shoulder so she could look at the computer screen. Thank you for the ringing endorsement, Izuku commented flatly, but still with a smile. So, how was your first day as a hero? Mei asked. In training, we didn't do much aside from a quirk aptitude test. To be honest, Izuku would have liked to have done something in the afternoon as well, but figured there was a reason they were sent home early. Really, here I was thinking you'd be thrown in an inescapable metal cage with All Might and told to survive, Mei commented airily. Where did you get that? On second thought, I don't want to know. Sometimes the things Mei said still pained the logic side of his brain, plus he knew she didn't know All Might was even teaching there. What about your classmates? Did you make new friends? Do I have to fear being replaced? Mei asked in a fake worried voice. Seriously, I doubt there'd be anyone on the world that could replace you, Izuku replied. Ah, thank you, she proceeded to rub her cheek against his. You're much too individualistic to be replaced, Izuku valiantly staved off the blush that was threatening to overcome his cheeks at Mei's action. Why do I feel like that's an insult? The gearhead asked with a pout. To answer your question, I made a few friends today. Izuku chose not to answer her recent question and instead answer her first question. Really, any girls? Mei asked curiously. Air 2, why? Asked Izuku, unsure where this was going. To prepare for my enemies. The steampunk girl replied. Why would they be your enemies? Izuku questioned in confusion. Because, I'm the only girl allowed to have your brain, she declared. Silence met this declaration as Izuku slowly turned to Mei, who wore a serious look. Sue, any girl that I meet are zombies. Izuku really didn't know how to respond to that. He stared at the pink-haired girl for a few seconds, before she burst out laughing. Sorry, just trying to rile you up, she giggled a little bit more. She moved away from him and sat on a nearby swivel chair. Izuku shook his head. Anyway, how about you? How was the first lesson in the support course? He decided to leave that go for now. In a word, boring. Here Mei did a twirl while making a disgruntled noise. We spent the day going over crappy introductory stuff I've already read, mind you, 3 times, well now 4. Then we had to sit through a whole host of legality issues that could crop up. There were several more things, but I won't remember until they're mentioned by a third party. Ah, the patented, file away till someone brings it back up memory save, typical Mei. Who's your teacher? Izuku questioned as Mei decided to roll herself across the room. It's Power Loader, apparently he's not only a pro hero but a gearhead as well. Mei came to a stop near Izuku, her chin resting on the chair's back. Well, I can kind of understand where they're coming from. There are a lot of issues to contend with regarding support gear rights and patents and all of that stuff. The tests your class did showcased your level, so I can see why they don't consider it necessary to throw you into another fire pit, Izuku tried to explain. But it's in that fire pit I can come out with the best babies. Nothing gets the creative juices flowing more than pressure. The faster the time restraint, the better I can pull out a peak performance. There were so many things wrong with how she said what she did, too many to be exact. He could easily consider her his best friend, definitely, but he truly felt sorry those who meet her the first time, and second, possibly third. Speaking of which, when can we get started on baby number 2? Mei asked, her eyes sparkling. Please, for the sake of my sanity, just stop. He knew she did that on purpose. UA's hero course curriculum was, for the most part, similar to a normal school's. Subjects such as maths and English were taught during the mornings. English is interesting due to present Mike's excitable nature, Izuku thought, watching the man try, but ultimately fail at pulling the class's attention. Lunch was doled out in the cafeteria where one can get pretty tasty stuff on the cheap, mainly thanks to the cooking hero lunch rush. Don't you think white rice is the most perfect comfort food? The hero himself seemed to be on a mission to visit all the first-year tables in order to get their opinions on his food. Uraraka's cheeks were bulging a little, making her look even more like a fuzzy tree critter. This stuff is super good. I have to agree, definitely one of the better meals I've had. Iida nodded after a few seconds of selecting what to say. Izuku's reply was just to nod along with the other two. Keep your mouth shut, Izuku, or otherwise you'll geek out. Of course, the air of the class was changed in the afternoon, because it was in the afternoon that the hero course students had their hero basic training. I'm coming through the door like a hero. The number 1 hero's voice bellowed. That seemed a little forced. All Might. Izuku chuckled as All Might in all his blue, white and red glory, hung from the doorway's sides and standing on his tiptoes. The entire class was in a state of awe. I can't believe it's really All Might, Kaminari grinned excitedly. So he really is a teacher. This year is gonna be totally awesome. Kirishima pumped his fist into the air. Next to Kirishima, the frog-like girl, Tsuyu Asui poked a finger to her chin. Hey look, is he wearing his Silver Age costume? She called everyone's attention to the blonde hero's costume. I'm getting goosebumps, it's so retro, the boy with short blonde hair and a tail commented. Welcome to the most important class at UA High, think of it as Hero 101. All Might declared from his place at the front of the room. Here you will learn the basics of being a pro and what it means to fight in the name of good. Here he made a pose before continuing. Let's get into it, today's lesson the pull no punches. Here he held up a white card with the word battle written in blue. Fight training. Bakugo's grin was manic. Real combat on the first day, this really is the hero course, Izuku muttered in surprise. But one of the keys to being a hero is looking good. All Might threw his hands to a wall and pointed as 4 metal racks slid out of the wall. These were designed for you based on your quirk registration forms and the requests you sent in before school started. All the students were stoked, their costumes were here. Get yourselves suited up and meet me at training ground beta, All Might ordered. Yes sir. The entire class shouted. AHA. All Might stood tall in front of the gates leading out of training ground beta, hands on his hips, cutting a definitive form of a hero. He didn't have long to wait as all his students came out, all dressed in their new hero costumes. Izuku heaved a sigh as he brought up the rear, pulling the handle of his backpack and placing it on his chest. He felt the metal meld into his body before extending over, covering his arms and legs before the helmet slid over his face and his HUD screen activated. They say that clothes make the pros, ladies and gentlemen, and behold, you are the proof. All Might announced, and the class came to a halt in front of him. Take these words to heart, from now on you are all heroes in training. He gave the group a once-over. Now that you're all revved up, you look so cool, shall we get started, you bunch of newbies? He noticed Izuku to the side of the group. He seems to have changed his suit quite a bit, I'll have to ask him about it when I have the chance. No matter how many times I see it, it's amazing Midori. Uraraka's comment was met with nods from Kirishima and Ishido. Hey, thanks, you guys look pretty awesome as well, Izuku returned the compliment. You think so? I think I should have been a little specific with my request, Uraraka scratched the back of his helmet sheepishly. This came out way more puffy and curvy than I wanted, it's sorta embarrassing. Izuku held back on saying exactly what was appealing about the space-like suit that now adorned her. It looks fine the way it is, was what he settled on. Man, being in the hero course rocks. The short kid could barely keep his eyes off the girls, causing Izuku to sweat drop. Now that you're ready, it's time for combat training, All Might announced. Sir. Izuku looked to the person questioning, recognizing Iida's voice. Hey, that actually a pretty damn cool design, wonder if. Izuku shook his head a little before falling into an idea spiral, coined by May. This is the fake city from our entrance exam, so does that mean we'll be conducting urban battles again? The glasses-wearing boy questioned. Not quite, I'm going to move you 2 steps ahead. Most of the villain fights you see on the news take place outside, however, statistically speaking, run-ins with the most dastardly of the evildoers takes place indoors. Izuku thought about it before slightly nodding. Think about it, backroom deals, home invasions, secret underground lairs, truly intelligent criminals stay hidden in the shadows. He paused to let the class absorb what he said. For this training exercise you'll be split into teams of good guys and bad guys and fight 2-on-2 indoor battles, All Might explained. Isn't this a little advance? Asui questioned with her head tilted to the side. This training is what you get on the battlefield, but remember you can't just punch a robot this time, you're dealing with actual people now, All Might cautioned. Sir, will you be the one deciding who wins? Yaoyorozu asked, raising her hand. How much can we hurt the other team? Bakugo questioned quite seriously. Do we need to worry about the losers getting expelled like earlier? Uraraka asked as a worried tone. Will you be splitting us up by chance or comparative skill? Iida questioned. Is my cape très chic? The French boy with the stomach laser asked a question with no relevance to the situation. One at a time, my quirk isn't super hearing, you know. All Might pulled out a punch of notes. Cheat sheet. Izuku shook his head at his mentor. Listen up, the situation is this, the villains have hidden a nuclear missile somewhere in their hideout, the heroes must try to foil their plans, in order to do that the heroes can either catch the villains, or secure the weapon. Likewise the bad guys succeed if they protect their payload or capture the heroes. All Might explained the test. Sounds like a classic action movie setup, Izuku thought, picturing an old console game that he sometimes played. Time's limited and we'll choose teams by drawing lots. Here, All Might produced a yellow box. Isn't there a better way? Iida's question was answered by Izuku. Think about it, pros often have to team up with heroes from other agencies on the spot, maybe that's why they've set the team placements up like this, Izuku offered. Ah, I see, life is a random series of events, excuse my rudeness, Iida formally bowed to All Might in apology. No sweat, now let's draw. All Might punched the air in enthusiasm. It didn't take long for the teams to be sorted. Wow, what are the chances, we're a team. Uraraka bounced happily next to Izuku, who smiled at the enthusiastic girl. Let's do our best, Uraraka, he said with a nod. I declare that the first 2 teams to fight will be. All Might drew out before pulling 2 balls out of boxes reading hero and villain. These guys. Yay, we're heroes. Uraraka cheered. Yeah, but we're against Bakugo and Iida. Izuku hadn't wanted to end up in this position, especially not the second day. Team A will be the heroes, Team D the villains, everyone else can head to the monitoring room to watch. The group nodded and quickly left for the monitoring room. The villains are going to go into the building and get quickly set up. In 5 minutes the heroes will be let loose and the battle will start. Standing by the building's door, All Might gave the villain duo some last words of advice. Young Iida, young Bakugo, the key to being successful in this challenge is to embody villainy, think from a perspective of an evildoer, he advised as best he could. Got it, sir, Iida nodded in understanding. If things go too far, I'll step in, All Might cautioned. Understood. Iida nodded again. Both didn't notice Bakugo send Izuku a glare and gnash his teeth. Inside the building, Iida walked into a room on the top floor. Even though this is training, it pains me to be involved with criminal behavior. He looked at the 9-foot-tall missile in the room's center. So this is the weapon we have to protect. He rapped on it with his knuckles, causing it to let out a hollow clang. Fake, of course. This is fucking bullshit, Bakugo cursed. What seems to be the problem? Iida asked. That useless fucking shitstain shouldn't be here is what? Bakugo growled caustically. His useless, quirkless ass is only here because of that useless tin can of his. It hardly seems useless, Iida commented. It wouldn't do to underestimate Midoriya's suit because we do not know of its full capabilities. You actually think he stands a chance against my quirk? Bakugo scoffed. Outside the building, Izuku and Uraraka were standing with the building's floor plan in their hands. You think they want us to memorize this building's floor plan? It's so big. Uraraka was attempting just that. SAI, scan the floor plan and send a copy to the portable data tablet. Uraraka turned to see a light ray sweep over Izuku's floor plan. After a few seconds, a compartment on Izuku's left thigh armor slid open, revealing a 4-inch smartphone-like screen which he handed to the confused girl. It works like a mobile phone. It's a data pad that's hooked up to my suit and can relay data, Izuku explained. When we start, I can do a more thorough scan of the building and update it wirelessly. This should give us an advantage. This is a support gadget, right? Won't we get into trouble? Uraraka wasn't too sure about using the data pad. It's actually part of my suit, so unless they want to say that your helmet is unfair, we should be fine. Don't worry, Uraraka. Izuku slid his faceplate up and grinned at the girl. Quote. We're partners and friends, so call me Ochako. I call you Midori after all, she said, matching his grin. Alright then, Ochako, are you ready for this? Izuku asked, sliding his faceplate down, his neon green eyes flashing. Let's win this. Ochako stowed the data pad in a hidden pouch on her suit and pushed the pink visor of her helmet down. Alright, let's begin the indoor competition. Team A and Team D, your time starts now. All Might was standing in front of a large screen with several camera feeds on it. Pay close attention, kids, think about what you would do, All Might instructed. Young Midoriya, in this class you're just another student. I'll grade you as I would anyone else, without playing favorites. Alright, Ochako, grab onto me, I'll fly us up to the 4th floor window. Izuku began his plan as Ochako hesitantly wrapped her arms around his torso. Activating his boosters and repulsors, he steadily hovered his way up to the 4th floor window, which Ochako jumped through. SAI, run a building scan and cross-references with the floor plan data, forward the information to the PDT. With another flash, the data was soon relayed and he too landed inside the building. Well, getting in was easy, Ochako whispered. Careful, according to the scans, there'll be a lot of blind spots. The two walked through a few corridors and past a few rooms. If Izuku didn't have a basic map of the place displayed on his HUD, he'd be hard-pressed to tell the difference from one corridor to the next. My suit has ways in dealing with people, but this is going to be the first real test. Izuku thought about the situation. Thanks to Dr. Science and Justin's help, I was able to run a whole lot of battle simulations, even in regards to indoor battles. Before he got any further, Bakugo lunged from behind a corner, bringing his exploding fist down. Thinking quick, Izuku boosted himself back as the blast detonated right by him. He had enough time to swivel and grab Ochako to shield her from the blast radius, though his shoulder armor took some damage. Ochako, you alright? Izuku winced a little. While the explosion never got through his armor, the force still felt like it dislocated his shoulder. Yeah, I am, thanks. Ochako was surprised by how sudden the attack was. She then noticed the sparking damage to Izuku's armor. Midori, are you? I'm fine. My shoulder armor took some damage and my shoulder might bruise, but I'm okay. Glaring in the direction of the smoke cloud, he saw Bakugo walk into sight. What's the matter, Deku? Afraid to stand and fight me? Bakugo held himself in an imperious manner. Hey, figured you'd target me first, try to catch me by surprise, Izuku grinned as he stood up. In the monitoring room, everyone had been surprised by Bakugo's sudden appearance. He almost got the jump on them, the short kid muttered. Sneak attack, Bakugo, what kind of man pulls cheap stuff like that? Kirishima slammed his fist into his palm. It's a viable strategy, his playing the part acting like a true villain would. All Might said in defense of Bakugo's tactic. It didn't work though, Ishido grinned widely. Midori dodged it. Whoa, there he goes, Kaminari commented watching Bakugo sprint toward Izuku and Uraraka. I'm gonna wreck you and that toy of yours so bad they'll have to stop the fight, Bakugo grinned maniacally, raising his right arm. Seriously, a right hook. Preparing himself, Izuku let Bakugo get within striking distance and as he threw the punch, he twisted his body slightly avoiding it, before delivering his own attack. Feeling a force hit his stomach, Bakugo wondered why it didn't hurt like a punch should have when he realized that the flat of Izuku's armored palm was resting on his sternum. Before he could respond, Izuku activated his right glove's repulsor, the point-blank blast sending Bakugo clear across the corridor and into a wall, winding him. A compartment slid open from Izuku's left hip and he pulled out what looked like 3 metal handles before tossing them towards Bakugo. As Bakugo staggered to his feet, he saw the 3 handles suddenly expand apart and he was wrapped up in blue and white electric-like ropes. What the hell? The moment he struggled, he felt a numbing shock go through his body. Just to let you know, Izuku stated. That's called an energy bola, the more you struggle, the more it electrocutes you with paralysis. Deku, you fucking worm. Impressively enough, the paralysis only did so much against Bakugo's anger. You're dead, you hear me? Choosing to ignore the incensed teen, Izuku turned to Ochako. That's Bakugo dealt with, according to my scans, Ida's up on the 5th floor, let's finish this. Ochako only nodded, a look of awe on her face as she followed Izuku toward their objective. Back in the monitoring room. Whoa, that was fast, Kirishima grinned. He dealt with Bakugo like it was nothing, Kaminari muttered. Guess Tin Man really deserves that number 1 ranking from the entrance exam, Kyoko whistled in appreciation. Sir, that electrical binding Midoriya used, does that still count if he didn't use the capture tape? Yaoyorozu questioned, hoping that it wouldn't detract from Izuku's score. Of course, young Midoriya may have not used the capture rope that was provided, but he still captured young Bakugo. To be honest, All Might was a little surprised by how effective the rope was. Back in the building, Iida was going over what he had to do. Bakugo definitely had a villainous side, and that's exactly what we need to succeed in this mission. I need to temporarily devote myself to criminal intent. Clenching his fist, he continued his monologue. Yes, I won't fail this test and risk bringing shame to the Iida family name, that means. I must now embrace evil to become a hero. He gave his most menacing glare to the empty room, even though his helmet wrecked the effect. Behold, I am the personification of villainy. Well, he's into it, Izuku muttered from outside the room. Ochako was almost in stitches, the only reason she couldn't be heard was because Izuku had covered his mouth with his gauntlet. Alright, considering he's our only enemy left, I got a great idea to deal with him. Quickly whispering his plan to Ochako, who was quite dismayed at the simplicity of it, the two began. Iida, who had just finished psyching himself up, was startled by a metal clang. Looking toward the source, he saw a metal canister bounce its way toward him before exploding, filling the room with smoke. A smoke grenade. Iida was surprised by his sudden lack of visibility only to feel something hard ram him in the stomach. Before he realized it, he was out of the smoke screen and being held in midair. What happened? The glasses-wearing boy was beyond confused. That's our checkmate. With his vision returning, Iida found he was being held in the air outside of the building by Izuku, who didn't have his helmet on. Looking back in the building, he saw Uraraka wearing Izuku's armor helmet and standing next to the missile prop with her hand on it. The hero team wins SS. All Might's booming voice came over the PA as Izuku took Iida back into the building. As he placed him down, Ochako tackled him in a hug. We did it, Midori, we won. She excitably yelled in happiness. And so Izuku's first training session ended with him and Ochako as victors. It also gave Izuku a chance to test out more of his tech as well, which is always a plus. The real problem was Bakugo. Given the state I left him in, he's gonna be furious. Izuku really didn't want to deal with Bakugo's rage, especially now he knew not to underestimate his suit. Just a glancing blow from his explosion caused damage to my shoulder armor, and I'm pretty sure he was close to dislocating my actual shoulder. Either way, he'd just have to wait and see, and Ochako and Iida all filed out of the building, retrieving a still seething Bakugo on the way, before making their way to the monitoring room. To be continued. 263 Chapter 7, New Chrome Standings. Here's Chapter 7 up. There are a few changes here, not as much as expected, but still. Hope you all enjoy. Disclaimer. I don't own My Hero Academia, Ironman or anything else that may cross. AHA. Chapter 7, New Chrome Standings. It wasn't long before Team A and D were in the monitoring room, standing off to the side as All Might stood in front of them. Whether you win or lose, you can always learn something from your trials, which is why after every battle we'll have a review session. Calling the attention of the whole class, All Might continued. Considering how everything happened, the VIP of this match is Izuku Midoriya. Izuku, who now had his helmet back, but folded into his suit, paid attention. You did an excellent job in your battle against Bakugo, and your strategy for dealing with Iida was also on point. Though you did well in a command position, you hardly utilized your ally during the bout. Uraraka was your partner, not your subordinate. All Might turned his attention to the other three. As for you three, Uraraka, you actually did fine during the match, but you took a subordinate role in the mission rather than that of a partner. Iida, you embraced your role rather well, but you weren't guarded enough for that ambush, and Bakugo, like Iida, you performed the part of the villain well, but your arrogance and anger made you underestimate your opponent. Letting his words sink in, he turned to the rest of the class. Alright, time to move on to the next teams. Aha. Izuku analyzed the next few matches, mainly to get a feel for his classmates' quirks. Mezo Shoji was a boy with multiple arms who could duplicate any body part with them, while Shoto Todoroki, a boy with dual-colored red and white hair, had the ability to create ice while also being able to generate heat. They won handily over Masharao Ojiro, the boy with short blonde hair and a tail, and Toru Hagakuri, the girl that was invisible. Siro's quirk was he could shoot tape out of his elbow canisters, while Kirishima could harden and sharpen his skin. Their defensive battle against Fumikage Tokiyami, a boy with a head shaped like a crow's whose quirk seemed like a living shadow, and Asui, whose quirk seemed to have to do with a frog, was a better fight to watch. He found Yaoyorozu's quirk to be one of the most versatile ones he had ever seen, the girl seemingly able to create objects out of her body, though he never got a chance to see her partner Minoru Minetta's quirk, though he supposed it was to do with those purple growths of the short kid's head. They were against Jiro and Kaminari, Jiro having the ability to use sound-based attacks with her ear jacks and Kaminari having the ability to channel and discharge electricity. The finale match was between the villains Rikido Sato, a boy with brown hair and large lips, who from what Izuku could gather had some sort of super strength quirk, and Koji Koda, a boy with a gravelly shaped head, someone else Izuku never saw use his quirk. They were against Ishido, whose quirk seemed to be along the lines of acid creation, and Yuga Aoyama, the French boy with the naval laser. Aha! After all the battle were complete, the students were gathered by the exit gate. And that's a wrap. All Might declared. Super work, you really stepped up to the plate and we didn't have any major injuries, you should be proud, excellent first day of training all round. It's nice to hear some encouraging words after out homeroom class, Asui commented as the rest of the class shivered, remembering Aizawa's rational deception. Mr. Aizawa was kinda a buzzkill. I'm happy to bring such positivity to my alma mater, that's all for now folks, now watch how a pro exits, like he's got somewhere to be. Dashing off at a speed hard to follow, he left the students by the gate. Quote. Now that's a hero, Kaminari declared. Damn, I'll never be able to run that fast, Ojiro muttered in a dejected manner. He's so cool, Mineta spoke in awe. As he was running away, All Might's thoughts turned to the most pressing matter in the class. Young Bakugo, he's full of pride and anger, while his ego may be earned, UA is the type of school that could shatter it and is his teacher, it is my sworn duty to counsel him WHER, his thoughts stopped as steam started to rise from his body, a bit that will have to wait. He barely made it through the staff-only door before his form exploded, revealing his true self. I barely have time to teach a class, shit, All Might heaved in exhaustion. AHA. The students eventually got back to their classroom, they were still buzzed by their first actual training session. Man, you were the boss, Midoriya. Kirishima grinned, slapping Izuku hard on the back. They were situated at the back corner of the classroom, behind Yaoyarozu's desk. I don't know about that, I mean Katsuki just underestimated me, Izuku replied, rubbing his head meekly. Don't be so modest, Tin Man, you had a great showing, I was impressed, Jiro smirked at the embarrassed teen. We all were, Bakugo's arrogance notwithstanding, you dealt with him with a level of professionalism one would expect from a pro hero, Yaoyarozu said from her seat. Yeah Midori, you were so awesome, you dodged that punch like a champ, Ishido grinned in her normal, over-the-top manner. You guys had the second fastest win out of the 5 groups, Siro threw in his own opinion. It sure was impressive, how you dealt with Bakugo and Iida, even Asui had made her way into the corner group. By the way, my name's Suyu Asui, just call me Suyu. Over in the middle of the room, Tokiyami sat on a desk watching the crowd in the corner with a raised eyebrow. So noisy, his mutter caused Ojiro to grin a bit while Hagakuri's sleeves bent at the elbow as she stifled a giggle. Tokiyami, stop using that desk as a chair, get off of it this instant. Iida marched his way over and began waving his hands erratically. Iida, you need to calm down, Hagakuri commented. Yeah man, you seem to be carrying a lot of tension, Ojiro said, scratching his cheek. No one understands, though the wind had been knocked out of his sails, Iida pressed on undaunted. I cannot condone actions that disrespect these desks, not when great men and women, our upperclassmen use them. Also noisy, Tokiyami closed his eyes, Iida just staunchly stood his ground. Back with the corner group, Izuku let his eyes trail around the class, noticing Bakugo had left a little earlier. Heaving a sigh, he decided to follow after. Excuse me guys, I'll be back. Aha. Taking off in a run, he managed to catch up to Bakugo before he exited the gates. Katsuki, he yelled out to the volatile boy as he continued running until Bakugo turned around. What? The glare he gave was as murderous as his tone was venomous. I can't begin to understand your anger, nor am I gonna say it's not justified, but we haven't met each other in over 10 years, Izuku began. We're different people than we were back then. That doesn't mean anything, you're still a quirkless foo. The volatile team was cut off. Just listen. Uncharacteristically, Izuku yelled, cutting Bakugo off and causing him to pause. Yes, I'm quirkless, but I still made it into UA. Pausing for a breath, he held Bakugo's eyes with his own. The suit that I built is my way of continuing the dream I had back then, he could see a snarling comment coming, so he continued quickly. I know you believe the same thing as Aizawa, that quirkless people shouldn't be heroes, but I won't let that stop me. So, what you're saying is that you can be better than me without a quirk. Bakugo's eyes were burning with anger. Not at all, your attacks damaged the shoulder of my suit, that means you are probably stronger than where my suit is at now, Izuku spoke, clenching his gloved hands. But I won't always be at this level, I was accepted into UA thanks to the restriction on quirkless people entering hero schools being lifted. Doesn't change the fact your quirkless ass humiliated me. Izuku flinched at Bakugo's yell, then said something that could have earned him an explosive punch to the face. What defeated you was the fact you underestimated me. Seeing Bakugo reel back, before growling, Izuku continued. You though I was that useless 4-year-old you knew all those years ago, one that was playing hero with a toy. Had you not underestimated me, I doubt I'd get through our fight with just a damaged shoulder. The fuck do you mean? Bakugo was actually confused now. What I mean is I may still be quirkless, but I'm not that useless Deku any longer, I've got my suit and I'm going to be in your way of the #1 hero spot. So unless you come at me with all you got, I will take you down. Izuku steeled his glare as Bakugo wrapped his head around what was said, then he did something Izuku wasn't expecting. Ha 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 ha, he burst out in laughter. Oh that's rich, you take me down, fuck that Deku. You're right, you're not the same. I can't treat you as a worthless side character, a bug that I can easily squash. You're gonna be my stepping stone, like that fire ice prick. I'm gonna fucking trample you both into the ground until you blood paste. Deku, I will be the #1 hero. I won't underestimate you again, so the next time we fight, I'll blast that fucking scrape heap you wear to pieces before immolating you face on my path to #1. As he turned and left, there was a renewed fire in his eyes, not overwhelming hatred anymore. Izuku didn't know whether to be glad or worried about his new standing in Bakugo's hit list. That was quiet and impressive speech, young Midoriya. Izuku turned to see All Might standing behind him. I just ran my mouth. I started talking and just couldn't stop, Izuku admitted in embarrassment. Yet everything you said was the right thing. The simplicity behind young Bakugo's defeat could have driven him down a disastrous road. Instead you changed yourself in his eyes, from someone beneath him to someone on his level, All Might commended, placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder. You really think he believes that? Izuku asked, unsure. Young Bakugo seems to be the type that is full of pride, so verbally admitting that anyone is on his level is something he wouldn't do, but he now acknowledges you, which hopefully means that any victory or defeat he suffers will spur him onwards, All Might spoke. Izuku mulled over the words before nodding his head. I hope you're right, All Might. Nodding his head in farewell, Izuku walked back into the school, leaving All Might to stare in the direction of the gate. Being a teacher is harder than I thought, the #1 muttered, before turning to go to the teacher's lounge. AHA. The next day started with a new experience for Izuku. The front of the school had a veritable army of reporters in front of it, an army that all but pounced when Izuku approached. Hey you, can you tell us what it's like to work so closely with All Might? Being put on the spot was something Izuyoi had warned Izuku of after revealing him as Tetsu Industries' heir. Problem was he wasn't expecting a situation to arise so soon, nor the 40 microphones all but shoved down his throat. Awesome. Let it be said he still needed practice. Ochako had a similar reaction, though calling him muscly. It was Iida that had the best response, though it wasn't anything that the reporters seemed interested in. One brave soul even asked Aizawa of all people to retrieve All Might for them. Izuku truly though the man was gonna strangle them all, but instead just replied that All Might wasn't on campus and that they should leave because they bothered his students enough. That same brave, perhaps ignorant or stupid reporter even tried stepping through the gate, only for the automated defense system to activate, nearly cutting the women in half. Seriously, is it that surprising All Might decided to teach? Kirishima asked, leaning back on his desk. I know, took me 5 minutes just to wade through all those reporters. Siro was swinging back lightly on his chair, hands folded behind his head. I suppose they thought All Might would remain an around-the-clock hero. Izuku knew the real reason All Might was here. It's not like the guy's gonna stop being a hero though, I mean, it's frickin' All Might after all. Ishido had, for reasons Izuku really didn't want to ask, parked herself on his desk, kicking her legs occasionally. All I know is that they were a pain in the ass to get past. Jiro pitched in from her set in front of Siro. It's a storm that should pass quickly, Tokiyami spoke from behind Siro, his eyes were shut and arms were crossed. Until then we shall weather it. Izuku nodded his head in agreement with the crow-headed teen. Once the media realizes that no one is going to give them what they want, then they'll give up. The real question is how long that will take. Was what he went with. All the others nodded before the doors opened, admitting Aizawa, casting a bored look to the students as they shuffled into their seats. I don't think I need to mention this, but that media circus is something you might have to put up with after becoming a pro. It's up to you to eventually decide how to hold yourself during those times, but for now, if you ever find yourself in that situation, just ignore them. You're students right now and have no need to answer their inane prattle. Apparently the earlier situation had annoyed him, which meant they had to suffer for it. Anyway, decent work on yesterday's combat training you guys. I saw the video feeds and went over each of your results. He shot a stare towards Bakugo. Bakugo, you're talented, so don't sulk like a child about your loss, okay? Bakugo gave off a tch. Yeah, whatever, he growled out. Midoriya, he paused, making Izuku sweat a little. Your performance was satisfactory, especially considering all you have is that suit. I am glad to see you have support tools that can aid in nonviolent suppression like that smoke grenade, but you never used your teammate until that final part. It was a team exercise as much as it was combat training. Use your allies whenever you can. It'll up the chances of both succeeding and surviving. That goes double for you due to your lack of quirk. This time there wasn't any of the cold dismissal in Aizawa's tone that was present their first day. Yes sir, Izuku nodded with a look of determination. Now that that's out of the way, let's get down to business. Your next task will decide your futures. This caused the tension in the room to increase. Is it another quirk test? Everyone shared the same thought. You all need to pick a class representative. And just like that the tension faded. Oh good, just normal school stuff. Despite that, everyone was out of their seats. Everyone pick me, Kirishima yelled, throwing a fist in the air. I'll take it. Kaminari was next, giving the thumbs up. Yeah, you guys are gonna need me. Even Jiro raised her hand. Even though this was normal school stuff, it was also different. In a normal school, the role of class representative just meant extra work, so almost no one wanted to be stuck with the role. At any hero academy however, being the class representative is a sure way to get notices by agencies and prove you could lead a team like a real pro despite the extra work you had to do for the role. The question is, am I suited? I'd like to think I am, but it'll be a bit of a trial by fire. Izuku's thoughts were abruptly halted. Silence, everyone please. Iida had stood up to yell for the class stop. The class representative's duty is to lead others. That's not something just anyone can do. You must first have the trust of every student in the classroom. Therefore, the most logical way to fill this position is democratically. Here he stood as straight as he could. We should hold an election to choose our leader. Even though he said it so seriously, he was shaking in anticipation, everyone quickly realizing that he wanted them to vote for him. Is this really the best idea? Kaminari questioned. We've only known each other for 3 days, how would we know who we can trust? Asui voiced her own question with a finger to her cheek. That's right, we do it that way, everyone would just vote for themselves, Kirishima shrugged his shoulders. Most people will, but that means whoever does receive multiple votes must truly be the most suitable person for the job. Here Iida turned to ask Aizawa, who was already in his sleeping bag, a question. It's the best way, right, sir? Do what you want, just decide before my nap's over. With that, Aizawa crashed to the floor. Thank you for your trust. Iida needlessly bowed. After being handed a piece of paper, Izuku thought about what to do. Voting for myself will give me an advantage if someone else votes for me, but the point of this election is to choose someone I think is capable for the class representative position. I think I could do well, but, he trailed off and discreetly looked around the room. I can think of at least 2 others I'd think could do the job better. Tapping his pen on his desk, he suddenly remembered Iida's exact proclamation before suggesting the election. The ability to lead others, seems like you'd fit the role rather well, Iida. With that thought, Izuku scribbled Iida's name down. It took another 5 minutes before the results were tallied up. A tie. No one was expecting that, least of all Izuku, who was now standing alongside Momo Yaoyorozu, tied for first place, each with a score of 2. Who the fuck voted for Deku? Bakugo was out of his seat, pissed again. Did you honestly think anyone was gonna vote for you? Shiro grinned a little at Bakugo's outrage, everyone missing Ochako as she whistled innocently to herself in the back row. I got 1 vote. Iida was shocked, he had given Izuku his vote, and while he had hoped, he wasn't expecting anyone to give him a vote, it actually took a little bit of the sting off. So we have a tie, what are you gonna do now? Aizawa was standing in his sleeping bag. I guess, maybe another election, the rest of the class voting for either me or Yaoyorozu, that'll be the quickest. Aizawa nodded in boredom to Izuku's suggestion. Alright, the rest of you 18 are to vote for either Midoriya of Yaoyorozu, make it fast. Another few minutes passed as the second lot of votes were tallied, a little faster than the last given the restricted criteria. With 10 votes to 8, your class representative is Izuku Midoriya, and your vice rep is Momo Yaoyorozu. Wow, I wasn't expecting this, Izuku's mutter got a raised eyebrow from Yaoyorozu. Really? Izuku nodded to her question. I didn't vote for myself, he admitted. I thought there were 2 others in the class that could do the job better than me. I ended up choosing Iida because he was the one that got the class to listen. I see, who was your other choice out of curiosity? Izuku chuckled lightly before responding. It was actually you, Yaoyorozu seemed surprised by this. Back with the class. You know, this might not be so bad. Asui's statement got a nod from Kirishima next to her. I can definitely get behind Midoriya, the redhead grinned toothily. Yeah, and Yaoyorozu was totally on top of it when it came to our quirk assessment results, Kaminari also opined. AHA. The rest of the morning passed by and soon it was lunchtime. Man, it's always so crowded in here. Ochako let out a small complaint as they managed to snag an open table, which was needed as not only was it her, Izuku and Iida, but Yaoyorozu, Jiro, Kirishima, Shiro and Ishido had also decided to sit with them. That's because the students from all the courses and years eat here, Iida answered the not quiet question as the group sat down with their orders. Still, you can barely get your lunch without crashing into someone, Jiro commented blandly. While unfortunate, it is true. Yaoyorozu nodded to Jiro in agreement. Suppose it's just lucky that most of the tables here can fit 10 people, Ishido grinned from next to Yaoyorozu, somehow the 4 girls ended up taking one side while the guys were on the other. Izuku, who was next to Iida, across from Jiro was still in deep thought about the new situation he was in. Smatter Tin Man, you're looking serious there. Jiro noticed and asked. Is it about your new responsibilities as class representative? Yaoyorozu asked, a little concern in her voice. Well, kinda, I mean I haven't really been in a leadership role before. Izuku decided to get his friend's opinions. Dude, you'll tackle it like you would a villain, Kirishima grinned toothily. I don't think you can beat a position down, Shiro delivered a straight man line with his own smirk. They're right Midori, you'll be a great class rep, Ishido grinned in her usual manner. They are correct, Iida said in a serious voice. You have demonstrated courage and quick thinking under duress. While it is true that you didn't properly utilize your teammate in our combat training yesterday, most of the fault landed on the situation not calling for it. I feel that you have the makings of a great leader Midoriya, that was the reason I voted for you. So you were one of the 2 who voted for me. Izuku was surprised by the irony. But didn't you want to be the rep really bad? I mean you kinda suited with the glasses. Ochako turned questioningly to Iida. I don't think we should choose our rep based on that, Shiro said the words Izuku was thinking. Wanting a job and being suited to it are quite different things. Serving the Iida Family Hero Agency has taught me that much. Iida said taking a drink from his orange juice. Agency. Ochako and Ishido parroted in confusion. Wait a minute, you're saying you're from that Iida family? Izuku was a little surprised. Oh, so you know of us. Yes I am from that Iida family. We have been heroes for generations, it runs in our blood. He had to pause as Izuku, Ochako, Kirishima, Shiro and Ishido all shouted, "That's awesome." Are any of you familiar with the turbo hero Ingenium? I know about him, he's a massively popular pro with over 65 sidekicks working alongside him at his Tokyo agency. Wait, that means he's. Izuku trailed off as Iida stood proudly. He's my elder brother, he declared loudly. Your family's famous. Ochako was the first to respond. Dude, Ingenium's your bro, how awesome. Kirishima was next. Well, can't say I was expecting that. Jiro let out a low whistle. Ingenium is an unmatched commander who follows the hero's code. As the second oldest Iida's son, I strive to be just like him. The pride and admiration in Iida's voice was noticeable. However, I think it might be a little too soon for me to be in a real leadership role. He turned his attention to Izuku. You, for example, you figured out what the judges were looking for during the entrance exams. Practical, a rep needs that sort of insight. He noticed everyone was looking at him in surprise. What? That's the first time I've seen you smile, Iida. It looks good on you. Ochako was the first to voice her thoughts on the group's observation. Yeah, at least now we know you're not a robot, Kirishima added. You should do it more often, it's fun, that's why I do it all the time, Ishido threw in her own comment. Yeah, except it looks like you're doped up on laughing gas, Shiro mumbled out. Huh, why so serious? Ishido asked, tilting her head at the tape user. Quote. Don't go stealing villains' catchphrases. Shiro shivered. This caused the whole table to chuckle while Iida managed to control his blush. What are you all talking about? I smile all the time. He finally managed a response. Izuku watched as the rest of the table began picking at Iida in good fun. He wants to be like Ingenium, he shouldn't be so hard on himself. I didn't even realize they were giving out rescue points until after the exam. He was about to say as much before a voice interrupted him. Izuku. A sing-song voice coupled with hands over his eyes made Izuku instantly recognize her. How are you, Mei? He couldn't see his friends' reactions, but he could imagine they would be surprised. No fair, at least pretend you don't know. The hands lifted off his eyes and he twisted himself around in his seat, catching sight of the gearhead girl pouting. Shouldn't you be glad I can tell it's you? Izuku's question caused the girl to tilt her head in thought, before nodding vigorously. Midori. Who's this? Ochako was the one to ask the question all the others were thinking. Before Izuku could respond, Mei had made her way to the side of their bench. Oh, that's a cute nickname for him, you didn't tell me you had a cutie like this calling you by a nickname Izuku. Mei shot a fake accusatory glare at Izuku. It kinda slipped my mind actually, Izuku scratched the back of his head. It's not like I'm the only one who calls him that. Ochako didn't seem to register the compliment as she put her finger to her cheek in thought. I call him that too, I was the one who came up with it, pretty awesome right? Ishido grinned proudly, throwing out a thumbs up. Oh, I like you already. Mei planted herself next to Ishido making Izuku groan, he had wanted to keep these two apart from one another. Greetings friends of Izuku, the name's Mei Hatsume, steampunk enthusiast and soon to be renowned support prodigy. Typical Mei, typical over-the-top greeting. Everyone took the point here to introduce themselves to Mei. So then Hatsume, how do you know Midoriya? The question was asked by Kirishima. I met him at a robotics expo, seeing as he's a fellow gearhead like me, we just hit it off, Mei explained. Robotics expo. Ochako echoed. A function to display new technology, I was attending with my grandpa, Izuku supplied. Don't be modest Izuku, you also contributed, Mei smirked widely. You build something as well? Shiro asked. It was a byproduct from working on my suit, Izuku admitted. So you did build that suit on your own, Tin Man, Jiro commented with an impressed stare. Grandpa did most of the work, I just fine-tuned it. Izuku was getting a little embarrassed. Anyway, did you need something, Mei? Oh, nothing much, I just came to ask about how our baby is doing. In Mei's head, there was absolutely nothing wrong with what she had said. Izuku knew that, he also wouldn't have had a problem with it had it not been said in front of his classmates who have yet to be exposed to the curious insanity of Mei Hatsume. Silence had washed over the table as all 7 of Izuku's friends' jaws were hanging open. Bye. Ochako was in a state of mild shock. Dude, first year of high school and you're already that far ahead, you really are a boss, Kirishima whistled with both jealousy and respect. Anyone else glad Mineta and Kaminari aren't around? Shiro deadpanned. Man Midori, you sure work fast. Ishido commented with a shake of her head. Indecent, high school students shouldn't be engaging in such Iida seemed to stall. Adult manner. Jiro supplied as she watched Iida slowly break down. She's talking about a device we built. Izuku was now desperately trying to stave off the blush that had his head lit up like a Christmas decoration. Is that true? Yaoyarozu's voice was rather calm as she rose an eyebrow towards Mei. Yeah it is, what did you think I meant? Mei tilted her head to the side in a questioning manner. They thought you meant a real baby, flesh and blood. Izuku facepalmed, he knew this was gonna happen, every time Mei meets new people this was gonna be in store for him. Mei looked around at everyone, before a devious smirk came across her lips. That sounds interesting Izuku, making a baby in that manner, might be worth experimenting, any of you girls wanna join? Think of the combinations. Izuku knew she was messing around with them, but it still didn't stop the almighty blush from taking over his face at the rather tantalizing thought he had been supplied, all 5 girls were really attractive after all. The girls weren't faring much better. Ochako's entire face was red like his was, while Yaoyorozu and Jiro's cheeks were noticeable pink. Ishido's reaction was to laugh while holding her lilac-colored cheeks. Whoa dude, you got one hell of a friend there. Kirishima was in awe. Sometimes, she gives me a heart attack, Izuku mumbled, rubbing his face with his hand. Back to the matter at hand, how is she, Izuku? Mei's question brought everyone back from the state of shock she had put them in. She worked fine, I used her yesterday in my combat training, Izuku answered with a sigh. Still sounds like you're talking about a kid here, Jiro's sweat dropped. In yesterday's fight, when I used the electric rope to bind Katsuki, that's what I'm talking about, we developed the rope together, yesterday was the first time I implemented it outside of testing, he sighed with relief at catching everybody up on Mei's idiosyncrasy. Good to know, Mama's so happy when her babies shine. Mei had a large grin across her face. Before anything else could be said, a shrill ringing filled the air, causing the group to jump. What's that? Izuku asked as an automated voice echoed over the PA system. Level 3 security breach, all students evacuate the building in an orderly fashion, the mechanical voice intoned. Iida looked over to the table across from theirs and questioned a third-year student. What's a level 3 security breach? The blue-haired boy asked. It means that someone's managed to get past the school's barriers, this hasn't happened in my 3 years here, we should get going. With that, the student was out of his seat and running to the exit. What followed next was absolute chaos. Every student that was in the cafeteria tried to get out of the doors at once. Izuku lost track of Kirishima, Shiro, Ishido and Jiro. He was currently squeezed between Iida and Yaoyorozu, with Mei squashed up against Ochako on Iida's other side. It's a total mob. Ochako let out a strangled voice. Everyone was quick to react, as expected of UA students, though Iida was impressed, his voice was labored. Seriously guys, this Sue sucks, Mei whined out, her back against the hallway wall as she propped Ochako up from being pushed too far forward. The problem is, that they're also causing a huge panic. Izuku managed to get out, keeping his hands at his side. We have to get out of this mob. Yaoyorozu had her side pressed up to Izuku, trying to maintain balance. Who in the world could have managed to trespass on the campus grounds? Managing to struggle to the window, Iida looked across the courtyard and saw a group of people, holding cameras and microphones. It's the press that was outside. Iida was surprised. I was afraid it was some kind of attack on the school, there's no need to worry Iida couldn't get out more before his face was pressed up against the window. Where are the teachers, why aren't they in control? While Iida thought that, Kirishima, Shiro, Ishido and Jiro had been pushed more forward, somehow or another meeting up with Kaminari. Well this is a fine mess, Jiro's mumble caused Ishido to giggle. Think of it as crowd surfing. Even in a situation like this, the girl never lost her levity. For that, we'd have to be on top of the crowd. Shiro muttered out. Everyone, stop freaking out. Kirishima yelled out, trying to get the crowd's attention. Seriously, this isn't good, Kaminari groaned, almost slipping. Kirishima, Kaminari. Iida called out to the two as the group was swept further forward. Damn, am I the only one here who realizes everything's fine, there's no reason for us to be panicking. Catching sight of Ochako and Mei, who seemed to have been separated from Izuku and Yaoyorozu, he made his way over. There's Iida, Ochako managed out. Great, now we only need to find Izuku and Yaoyorozu and we can get back to the situation we were in earlier. Mei let out a quip as the two tried to angle themselves toward Iida. Damn it, what would Midoriya or my brother do? Wait a minute, a sudden thought struck Iida. Uraraka, I have an idea. Thrusting his hand forward, he yelled. Touch my hand, make me float above everyone else. Not fully understanding why, Ochako did as asked, just barely managing to tap Iida, who immediately floated to the ceiling of the hallway. Huh, so you can lower someone's gravity index then, Mei was impressed. I need a place where I'd get everyone's attention. Iida quickly surveyed the area from his new vantage point, before noticing the exit sign. Lifting up the bottom of his pants so that he could use his engine boost, Iida sailed over everyone. Huh, that was a great idea, Izuku thought as he watched Iida sail over in the panicked crowd, however he felt a shove against his back, sending him face first into something soft. Okay, not good not good. His face had ended up in Yaoyorozu's bust and he instantly began panicking. Midoriya, calm down, though she was blushing, Yaoyorozu still managed to sound reasonably calm as she gripped Izuku's shoulders and pushed him off her. Sore. Izuku was cut off. It wasn't your fault so you don't need to apologize, Izuku still bowed his head, his face bright red. Iida's stunt had him slam into the wall above the exit sign. This is it, be concise, clear and confident, make an impact. Grabbing a hold of the electrical wire pipe near the roof of the hallway, Iida yelled. Listen up, everything is okay. The entire crowd turned to see Iida in a rather peculiar pose. It's just the media outside, there's absolutely nothing to worry about, everything is fine. We are UA students, we need to remain calm and prove that we're the best of the best. His declaration was met with surprised looks all round. Kirishima and Kaminari looked at each other and sighed with relief. Go Iida, Ishido yelled out enthusiastically. Izuku smiled up at his friend. Thought you'd make for a good leader, Izuku thought with a nod. It was then another student looked out the window. Look, the police are here. Aha. Soon order was restored and the day could continue. As they were approaching their classroom, Izuku pulled Iida aside. That was awesome what you did out there, Izuku grinned widely. I'll admit, it was touch and go for a bit, I don't know how the thought even occurred to me, Iida rubbed the back of his head. I was told that what makes a hero is your body just moving, maybe that's what happened with you. Izuku remembered those fateful words from last year. Perhaps, Iida spoke, placing a hand on his chin. Listen, I was thinking about handing the class representative position over to you, Izuku said seriously. Why's that? Iida rose an eyebrow in surprise. Because of what you did out there, you got the attention of all of those people, got them to calm down, it was amazing, you definitely show the qualities of a leader, Izuku said with a bit of awe in his voice. Iida was silent for a few seconds. While I appreciate the offer, and thank you for the praise, I'm afraid I must decline your offer. Izuku was surprised. It is true that I would like to hold the position, and had the votes been done once I may have taken up your offer. But Midoriya, there are 10 people in our class that put their faith in you, myself included. You cannot turn down that faith, you are the class representative and I for one would gladly follow you. Iida's words struck Izuku, he was surprised by the amount of faith the glasses-wearing boy seemed to have in him. It felt overwhelming, but also like it was something he couldn't betray. Alright then, thank you for your words, I'll try my best to live up to your expectations, Izuku nodded with determination. I'm sure you will do fine Midor. Izuku, with a smile and a clap to the shoulder, Iida left Izuku in the hall. Steadying himself with a breathe, Izuku nodded in determination before walking through the classroom door, ready to face his new position. To be continued 263 Chapter 8, of Representatives in Office. This chapter took longer than expected because of things I wanted to change. But it's finally out, hope you guys enjoy. Disclaimer. I don't own My Hero Academia, Ironman or anything else that may cross. AHA. Chapter 8, of Representatives and Officers. Class staff organization was something of an issue. When the class representative and vice rep were picked, they then had to deliberate who to pick as the other class officers. A job easier said than done, unlike normal schools where all the class officer duties are important in one way or another, for hero schools they weren't so much. For example, normal schools may have a class treasurer to manage funds, a doesn't. Any and all things done or said about by the teachers and leave no need for the students to need to handle money. Likewise the class sports committee member's only role is to be the class's face at the a sports festival, because the festival itself is already set by the teachers, though the class secretary role doesn't change much. A different type of role does exist within the hero school. What would normally be the role of disciplinary officer is changed to sparring conduct officer. Each class must designate a person who can act as an authority to allow students to spar. First years generally report to third years in regards to course of action if the students involved aren't fellow first years. And we're supposed to settle on this. Izuku stood at the front of the classroom, frowning over the copious amount of paper in front of him. Before tomorrow, yes, we're to compile a list of candidates, then ask whether they'd be willing to fill the positions. Yaoyorozu read over the class rep and vice rep duty guidelines for what seemed to be the 5th time since class ended. So, class secretary, class sports captain and class sparring conduct officer, I never thought that there'd be a position like that last one, Izuku mumbled reading through the 3 positions they needed to fill. For the first years it's mainly training, they'll have little authorization outside their own year due to only just arriving. In the same way, second years generally deal with other second years and the same with third years, unless it's an older student and a younger student. Yaoyorozu herself was surprised by the position when she first read about it, but decided it sort of made sense in the long run. I feel that keeping Katsuki away from that position would be for the best. Izuku shivered at the reaction the explosive quirk user would have if he intervened in any disputes. You're right, he'd sooner join the spar than referee it. Yaoyorozu nodded her head in agreement. Looking around, he noticed that an hour had passed since the end of class. The classroom was empty besides the 2 newly elected leaders. Too bad we can't stay any longer, Izuku grumbled. They generally shut up for the night an hour and a half after class let out. It was during that hour and a half that the student council would convene once a month to discuss any issues. From what Izuku could gather, only the sparring conduct officers that actually had reason to constantly report, as most of the other duties were negligible outside actual classes. As such, it only required the attendance of the class rep, vice rep and sparring conduct rep, making for a grand total of 18 students plus the student council president, vice president and secretary, 21 students in all. When it comes down to it, there are more roles in regular schools and they have far more of an impact than roles here. Izuku frowned at the thought. True, even the sports committee representative really only has a few roles. Outside the sparring conduct rep, Yaoyorozu commented. So what are we gonna do, get here early tomorrow and sort through this? Izuku asked, turning to face Yaoyorozu as he rapped his knuckles against the 100 or so pieces of paper they had to read through. Looking pensive for a moment, Yaoyorozu looked up from the paper she was reading over. The gates open at 7 and classes begin at 8:30, I don't think there'll be enough time. Yaoyorozu asked with a thoughtful face. Izuku thought for a moment, before coming up with an idea. Hey, are you free after this? His question brought a faint tinge of pink to Yaoyorozu's cheeks. Yes, why do you ask? She questioned. Well, why don't we head to my lab? We can get as much of the work done there and finish up when we get here tomorrow, Izuku suggested. Yaoyorozu was surprised by his suggestion, but realized that it was probably the best course of action. I can see the merit of doing that, I'll just have to call home letting them know I'll be late. Nodding her acknowledgement, she dug her phone out of her uniform and walked over to the side of the room. It was only then, did Izuku realize exactly what he had done. Oh damn, I'm not gonna hear the end of this, Dr. Science and Justin won't be able to leave this alone. I just hope May doesn't show up because I don't think I could live through the storm of embarrassing comments she could make. Izuku bemoaned his lack of forethought. Walking to the lab was a different experience than normal. He had walked around the streets with May looking for elusive parts for her gadgets more than once. Mostly it was her dragging him left and right like a hyper-energizer bunny. With Yaoyorozu, he was a little more conscious. It wasn't enough to make it awkward and they engaged in light conversation for the trip, but he still felt far more aware of Yaoyorozu's presence. Probably because of only known her for 3 days. That, and she wasn't pulling on his arm heading in random directions toward Lord knows what. It wasn't long before they reached Tetsu Industries. Walking through the door, Izuku was greeted by the receptionist. Welcome back Mr. Izuku. Netsu was a short girl for her age, being shorter than Izuku yet still being 19 years old. She was a graduate of Dr. Science's former academy. She had short black hair and a rather cute face with big brown eyes. She was dressed in a long blue skirt that reached her shins and a white button-up shirt. The reception desk was littered with flowers, bottles and cups. All of which she used to train her quirk, thermal calculation, the ability to change the thermal value of objects. Right now she could barely get her power to boil water and make flowers bloom. Please don't call me that Netsu. Izuku blushed at being called Mr. Not until you call me Sei, the girl smiled back before noticing Yaoyorozu. Oh, bringing another girl in, your wife isn't gonna be too happy. Like pretty much all the other people at Tetsu Industries, Sei knew about Mei's idiosyncrasies and how she acted with Izuku, and like most of the others chose to tease him mercilessly about it. Wife. I take it she means Hatsume. Yaoyorozu wasn't sure why the word made her uneasy. Yeah, you saw how Mei was at lunch. Well, ever since she declared me the father of the gadget we worked on, everybody else took it upon themselves to make it into a running gag. Izuku seemed a little annoyed by it before turning to Sei. This is Momo Yaoyorozu. She's a classmate of mine. We've both been elected as class rep and vice rep. I thought I'd bring her here so we can finish some work we need to get done before tomorrow. After the explanation, Sei gave a nod. Alright, just be sure you tell Mr. Izuyoi about it. With that the two made their way up to the CEO room. Grandpa, I'm here, Izuku called opening up the room. Ah, Izuku you're running a bit late. Izuyoi stopped when Yaoyorozu followed Izuku into the room. I can see why. Yet again, Dr. Science's voice let Izuku know the gas-masked scientist and Justin were in the room. Seriously, do you guys spend like a quarter of the day up here? Izuku mumbled at the two's presence. No, only 25% of the day, Dr. Science corrected. Quote. That's the same amount of time, Justin muttered to his colleague. By God you're right, how'd I miss that? Dr. Science questioned himself in surprise. A question I am sure will plague you until the end of time, Justin stated. Yaoyorozu was incredibly confused by now. Anyway, before you three get carried away with whatever thoughts you have right now, this is Momo Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu, that's my grandfather, Izuyoi Tetsu sitting behind the desk. Dr. Science is the one wearing the gas mask and Justin Hagane is the one with the scarf. Izuku introduced Yaoyorozu to the three older men. Yaoyorozu, of Yaoyorozu support. Izuyoi questioned raising an eyebrow. Yes, I shouldn't be surprised that someone of your stature would have realized that, Yaoyorozu nodded. Well, in a way we do sort of run in the same circles, Izuyoi shrugged. It has been a while since I last met with your parents though, how are they doing? Busy, Yaoyorozu smiled. They try and make time for me but there's only so much they can do. Considering you father is the CEO of a company and your mother is the lead developer of your R&D department, I can imagine, Izuyoi gave a nod. Still though, I never expected that their daughter would choose to be part of the hero course. It surprised them as well, Yaoyorozu smiled. Father wasn't fully agreeable with my decision, but mother and I convinced him. If you get a chance to see them tell them I said hello, Izuyoi grinned. Now then, I do believe I've held the two of you up enough. Still though, why did you bring her up here? Dr. Science asked from the side. Izuku chose this time to fill the three on what had transpired through the day. Ah, so you made class representative. I'm so proud of you Izuku, this will go a long way to prepare you for the future. Izuyoi's comment made Yaoyorozu raise an eyebrow before turning to Izuku. I'll tell you later, thanks grandpa, but we really need to get down to this paperwork. Izuku motioned to the box he was carrying. Of course my boy of course. After the dismissal, the two academy students left the room. Well now, class representative, the boy's truly moving up, Dr. Science commented. A good first test to be sure, Justin nodded, throwing in his own thoughts. I have little doubt he will succeed, Izuyoi adamantly declared with a smile. Aha. After making it down to the lab, Yaoyorozu looked around the place in slight awe. So this is where you work on your inventions. She took notice of all the clutter on the various tables. Yeah, though I don't get as much time anymore on account of my time at the academy. Izuku placed his suit into its staging area and Yaoyorozu was surprised by it suddenly unfolding out. Pressing a few keys of the attached computer, a glass cover lowered down over it before Izuku turned and started to clear off one of the tables. It took a few minutes but both of them had all the stuff they needed spread out over the table. I think for now we'll go over each of the students' profile. You know, get a feel for our classmates. Yaoyorozu nodded at Izuku's suggestion as they began the long, arduous task on picking their three class officers. AHA. Progress was an easy word to say, but not so easy when put into practice. Sometimes it could be something that only takes days, other times it may be decades. No matter what the time frame is, it's always something that one must work their hardest towards, but even then they may fall short. Shit, wrong again. In the midst of a cold room, surrounded by computer drives and coolant tubes sat a man. He had scruffy black hair and uneven stubble across his chin, his wiry frame was clothed in a gray singlet and black pants, the most obvious thing was he was missing an arm, his left arm. In his right hand, he held a syringe. So the problem is that there's too few. Taking a drag of the half-smoked cigarette in his mouth, he exhaled a cloud before leaning back. Kohei Sukurita didn't seem energetic, he was always told he had the look of a world-weary old man when he was young. Even now with the perpetual sunken eyes and general unkempt appearance people hardly associated him with hard work. But that was on the surface, he was one of Tetsu Industries' sharpest minds, having made the field of robotics his forte and excelled in it, there was nothing like a good robotics puzzle for him. It was when it came to nano machines where he hit a brick wall, having been working on the little blighters since he started working for Tetsu Industries, some 9 years ago it was only 3 years ago that a breakthrough was made. Really, I can't thank Izuku enough, he muttered to the empty room, truly he was glad Izuyoi's grandson had a head for robotics, it was thanks to that Sukurita was finally able to create an actual nano prototype. The question is, where to go from here? He asked himself, leaning back on his chair. Maybe getting a heater for this room. Sukurita jumped slightly at the sudden voice and turned his attention away from the screen. By the doorway to his lab stood a woman, she was fairly tall with frizzy purple-colored hair that fell past her shoulders, she had her hands jammed into the pockets of her lab coat and a black, knee-length skirt with purple stockings and black dress shoes, the two most standout features of her was her skin was a bleached white, and her eyes, both had white irises with pin-prick black pupils, but her left eye's sclera was green, while her right eye's sclera was purple. Damn it Kagaku, Sukurita glowered at the woman who snickered at Sukurita's response. Kagaku Awai was one of the few Tetsu Industries staff members still active as a sidekick, her handle was Mistress Chemical on account of her quirk, Chemical Heart, which allows her to create and secrete numerous chemical compounds from her body. Her bleached skin and eyes were physical effects from her quirk. Due to her quirk she also gained an innate understanding for chemical biology, so she became part of Tetsu Industries' biological and pharmaceutical divisions. You get too absorbed in your work sometimes, that hasn't changed since high school. The two had been members of Dr. Science's former school. There's nothing wrong with that, besides I was listening to this new batch. Sukurita's quirk was unusual, it was called, Machine Head, and it allowed him to quite literally converse with machinery. Any type of robotics or computer equipment, he was able to read their binary code as if it were written in Japanese and his words, while spoken in Japanese, were understood by the machinery. Any luck? Kagaku asked, tilting her head. No, they just say that there's too few, at least that what I can understand, Sukurita spoke. What you can get? Kagaku questioned what he meant. Nano machines aren't like normal machines. Most machines' intelligence is programmed to be the same as a human's, nano machines aren't, at least not in the beginning. They need more nano machines in order to have more advanced intelligence, the more machines, the clearer I can understand them, Sukurita explained. Ah, and that's the catch-22, any more is dangerous, Kagaku nodded in understanding. Which is why the nano machines have always been a problem. Sukurita let out a sigh as he placed the syringe on the table. So what did you come down here for anyways? Well, though I'd had to bother one of the two most hardest working members of Team Tetsu, but Izuku seems to be getting pretty cozy upstairs with a girl, Kagaku had a smirk across his pale pink lips that made Sukurita know she was clearly up to something. So I'm choice number 2. Wait a minute, you do mean me right? Sukurita questioned despite himself, there was something in the way Kagaku phrased it. No actually, it's a girl wearing the UA uniform, they were surrounded by papers and files so I figured it was a serious thing so I didn't interrupt, but I intend to tease Izuku about it later. Something that Kagaku personally enjoyed was teasing Izuku, the entire staff of Tetsu Industries seemed to relate to it as well. Just don't go too far on the kid, you almost gave him a heart attack when you suggested showing him some techniques to keep Mei happy, Sukurita advised dryly. That had gone over quite well, Izuku had almost exploded from his blush. Hey, I only stoked the fire, Mei was the one to cause him to faint when she asked could she learn from me as well. The two shared a laugh remembering their young friend's plight that day. By the way, Shin contacted me earlier today, Kagaku informed with a grin. Oh really? And what did our illustrious teacher colleague have to say? Sukurita asked with a raised eyebrow. He's got the first years tomorrow, 1A to be precise, Kagaku spoke excitedly. Really, a little earlier than normal isn't it? I thought Shin got them a week into their tenure. Sukurita thought back to previous conversations. I asked him about it, but he said that it was the principal's decision, Kagaku informed. Well, we'll have to ask Izuku about it tomorrow. Turning back to his desk, Sukurita grabbed a file and opened it while Kagaku left the room. AHA. It was approaching 6 by the time Izuku and Yaoyorozu had managed to hammer out a few decent picks for the other class officers. So we're settled on these. Izuku's question brought a nod of agreement from Yaoyorozu. Given the fact we don't know too much about our classmates, we've done what we could do. Tomorrow we'll approach our candidates and ask whether or not they are willing to help out, Yaoyorozu spoke, placing a stack of papers in front of her. Right, I just hope they agree so that we can submit out roster. Mr. Aizawa seemed a little annoyed that we didn't pick before classes were out. Izuku grimaced, not wanting to irk the man any more than he had to. By the way, Yaoyorozu turned her attention to Izuku. What was it your grandfather was referring to about preparing for the future? Ah that, Izuku rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. You see, he kinda wants me to take over as CEO of Tetsu Industries eventually. This caused Yaoyorozu's eyes to widen. She didn't really know what to say, until letting out a slightly mirthful chuckle. It would seem we have something in common then. What do you mean? Izuku questioned curiously. My father wishes for me to take over the Yaoyorozu Corporation when he retires, the Ravenet explained. Of course, with me being a hero, I'm not sure if I'm going to accept that role. I can understand, though in my case Grandpa said I can continue being a hero and have my colleagues run the day-to-day. It wasn't set in stone, of course. Izuyoi had suggested that Izuku not worry about his impending position as Tetsu Industries CEO and focus on his task of becoming a hero. The two lapsed into a companionable silence as Yaoyorozu stretched her arms into the air, before bringing one hand down and stifling a yawn. She lazily scanned the room with her eyes before she noticed a clutter of books on the table next to the one they were working on. Standing up, she made her way over to the desk and picked up a book, before leafing through it. They seem to be details about heroes and the quirks they use, she realized, putting the book down before she noticed a more recent numbered one. Picking it up, she rose an eyebrow. You seem to have an exceptional eye for detail, Midoriya. Izuku looked up from the file he had picked up to see Yaoyorozu with his most recent volume of his Hero Analysis for the Future, the volume that had listed all of his classmates. He seemed a little embarrassed. It was a hobby of mine from a long time ago. When I joined the academy, I decided to make use of it. Oh really? In what way? Yaoyorozu was curious. Well, considering I'm a certified inventor, I thought that maybe I could make devices to help my classmates. Izuku scratched the back of his head sheepishly. I thought you required a support license, which you can only get through the support course. Yaoyorozu questioned. Most of the time that's true, but if you work in another technological field, and you get a high enough license, then you are allowed to make support gear for heroes. I just can't make costumes without them being certified by a no-support contractor. The explanation surprised Yaoyorozu. She hadn't been aware of that. But why go far for people you've only just met? She asked with a tilt of her head. You'll probably laugh if I tell you. Yaoyorozu sent him a look he was familiar with. A similar look crossed Mei's face when he held back something and she wanted to know what it was, so he just sighed. It's because we're all training to be heroes, and I want to help everyone I can achieve their goal. Yaoyorozu was stunned. She hadn't been expecting something so altruistic. Midoriya. Izuku, you are an amazing person. Izuku blushed at her words, ducking his head. It's not all that great, he mumbled out, avoiding looking up. Yaoyorozu couldn't help but giggle at the blushing boy before thinking of something. So, is Hatsume helping you with this? She asked, remembering how intense the girl seemed to be. No, I mean if I tell her about it she'll be all over it, and the class, she'll salivate at the idea of creating support gear for heroes in training, considering it'll showcase her skills. The problem is that she tends to go a little too far. Izuku struggled to find the right words to describe Mei's possible reaction. Yes, that was the impression I got from her, so no one knows about this then? Yaoyorozu questioned. Other than well, I have discussed it with my grandpa, but I never said I was gonna go through with it. Yaoyorozu didn't know why, but she felt happy at hearing that. Then do you mind if I help you? She asked bluntly. Help me? Izuku was confused. I can help you with ideas of devices you can build for our classmates. I am your vice rep after all. It's my duty to assist the class rep in any and all duties. Yaoyorozu seemed rather proud regarding her position. You don't have to, Yaoyorozu. This doesn't have anything to do with class. Izuku waved his hands. It may not, but it doesn't change my mind, and Yaoyorozu hesitated. Since we're going to be working together more often, I think we should call each other by our first names. I guess. Momo. Izuku never noticed the light darkening of Momo's cheeks. Anyway, it's getting late. You gonna be alright getting home? Yes, I'll be fine. Thank you for your consideration. After she packed up her things, Izuku walked with her down to the atrium and bid her a goodbye. A man should always offer to walk a lady home. That's when the kiss happens. Izuku jumped and spun around, his eyes finding the smirking form of Kagaku. Why must you always do that? His question caused the woman to giggle. Because your reactions are so much like Ko's, it's almost like your brother's. She was tapped lightly on the head by said friend. That's not a reason and you know it. Sukurita's bland response caused Kagaku to poke her tongue out at him. So, who's your new friend Squirt? Her name's Momo Yaoyorozu. She was made the class's vice representative while I'm the class rep, Izuku explained. Class representative, nice going kid. Sukurita ruffled Izuku's hair. So that means you're gonna have to spend a lot of time together then, right? Izuku didn't like the way Kagaku phrased that. Yeah, why? He asked cautiously. Well, how's Mei gonna take it that you have a mistress now? And there it was, one of the main reasons it was a pain speaking to Kagaku. It's nothing like that. Izuku blushed darkly and flailed his arms at Kagaku, who laughed at Izuku's embarrassment. Even Sukurita had a hard time suppressing a grin. It paid to be early regarding most things. Getting to UA early was no exception as Izuku walked through the door to Class 1A. He felt that this would be different than the previous days considering he was now the class's representative, a red armband around his upper right arm proving his station. It was a little past 7, so Izuku had an hour and a half wait before classes began. To his surprise though, Momo was already waiting. I thought I left early enough to be the first one here. His idle statement brought a smirk from Momo, who had her yellow armband strapped around her left arm. Perhaps my commute is closer. Momo postulated. That could be the case, so you ready for today? Izuku asked, sitting in his seat. Indeed, I only hope things go smoothly. Just as she finished saying this, the door opened admitting Todoroki, who rose an eyebrow at the two. Rep work. The fact he actually said anything at all surprised Izuku, who had pegged Todoroki as someone who rarely engaged in conversation. Yeah, we had to get the class officers sorted by this morning, Izuku answered the dual-haired boy as he took his seat next to Momo. Have any luck? Todoroki asked, eyeing the stack of papers Izuku had laid out on his desk. A little, we pretty much had to go off the student register files in order to at least get a small idea of who to pick. Izuku grimaced a little at how rushed they were. By now the two reps had their files in order, seeing as they would have to give the information about the positions to their candidates. The door opened letting Iida in, who, upon seeing Izuku, headed over. So, how did it go? He asked immediately. As well as could be, we've got the candidates and that's a good thing, Izuku explained. So all you need is to wait for their answer. I see, Iida nodded in understanding. The next two students to walk in were Tokiyami and Koji, both nodded in greeting, albeit timidly in Koji's case, before sitting down at their desks. It was at 7:45 when their first candidate walked in. Yo guys, what's up? Kirishima grinned as he led Shiro and Ishido over to Izuku. Hey Kirishima, we've got something to ask you, Izuku began, causing the sharp-toothed teen to raise an eyebrow. After considering what we had on hand, we're choosing you for the role of sparring conduct officer. As Momo announced their intentions, Izuku handed Kirishima the page with information about the position. Kirishima was surprised as he took the paper and read it over, before letting out a whistle. So like a disciplinary officer only with the ability to sanction fights, not a bad position, alright, I'm in. Kirishima grinned and nodded as Izuku passed a black armband to Kirishima. Strapping it to his right arm, he turned to Shiro and Ishido. What you think guys, do I look more manly? He flexed his right arm causing Ishido to giggle and Shiro to shake his head. Uraraka and Jiro were the next to arrive, the former was toying with her phone's music application while the latter bounded over to the group like an excited puppy. Midori, have you selected anyone yet? She asked in a buoyant manner. We just got Kirishima on board as the sparring conduct officer. Izuku motioned to Kirishima, who in turn began flexing again, bringing attention to his new armband. A sparring conduct officer. Even Ochako's confused face was adorable. Being handed the piece of paper detailing the station, Ochako's eyes widened. Man, you do not want the wrong person in that position, Jiro grimaced, having read the paper over Ochako's shoulder. Yes, that was something we had to consider. Momo sent a glance to the still empty desk in front of Izuku. When the door opened next, it admitted the second candidate that Izuku and Momo considered. Oh, what's with the powwow? The excited voice of Hagakure materialized as she broke away from Ojiro, who she had been walking with, to join the group. It's about the class officers we have to pick. Actually, it's good you got here. We wanted to ask if you'll be willing to be the class secretary. Izuku's question caused a light gasp from Hagakure as she was handed the paper with information about the position. It doesn't sound very fun, Ishido pouted as she read over Hagakure's shoulder. Looks pretty easy to me. Okay, I'll join, if you'll have me, though it was hard to tell. Izuku assumed the invisible girl was smiling as he handed her a green-colored band. We seem to be going good, Izuku, Momo stated with a satisfied sign. I know, one more and we can escape Mr. Aizawa's wrath, Momo. Izuku grinned back at his vice rep, the byplay was something Ishido couldn't let go. Oh, we're getting awfully chummy there. Something happened when you guys were alone after class yesterday? The pink-skinned girl asked, eyeing the two in a teasing manner. Izuku and Momo both blushed at the insinuation. Nothing happened. Oh good, stuttering Izuku was back, he hated how easy it was to get him flustered. Indeed, we just worked on our new job. Momo should have expected Ishido to go off in that direction given the chance. You guys managed to get this done in just an hour and a half, that's awesome. Hagakure congratulated the two for their expediency. The two wisely kept their mouths shut about going to the lab to finish the work, Momo because she was sure that their friends wouldn't let them live it down, and Izuku because he would be getting enough flack for it at the lab and from Mei when she found out. He didn't need his classmates joining in. You guys are lively this morning. Kaminari and Mineta walked over to the group, the smallest of the two making his way to the seat behind Izuku. Have you guys discussed class policies yet? Because I have a suggestion, we should shorten girls' skirt length. Mineta didn't even get a chance to finish before Momo smacked him with a hammer she created. Don't be vulgar. Momo's growl got a whimpered, yes ma'am, from the grape-haired boy. It was quiet a while before their finale candidate stepped through the door, 10 minutes before the start of homeroom. Bakugo noticed the group behind his desk and growled a little, he was sure that whatever the reason it was Izuku's fault. Morning sunshine. Mina seemed to have no fear as she greeted the explosive quirk user in her normal exuberant manner. The hell you call me raccoon eyes? Bakugo narrowed his glare towards her. Oh, raccoon eyes, that's a new one, I like it. How Ishido could be excited about being given an insultive nickname was anyone's guess. Katsuki, can we talk? It was hard for Izuku not to flinch when Bakugo refocused his glare on him. The fuck you want, Deku? The blonde asked. Well, because part of our duties as class representatives is to assign class officers, we were wondering if you'd like the role of the sports committee representative. Izuku handed out the paper with the sports committee representative information. Bakugo gazed at Izuku for a few seconds, before snorting and snatching the paper. Reading over it, he glanced back up at Izuku. The hell should I help you out? That was not the question Izuku wanted to answer. The position of the sports committee representative for first years usually goes to the person who scored top place in the entrance exam. Momo saved Izuku for saying words that'd probably cause his head to vanish in an explosion. Bakugo's glare intensified. Ah, I see, Midoriya can't have the place because he's the class rep, Kirishima commented from the side. But do we really want Bakugo representing us? Shiro's question caused a loud pop from Bakugo's hand as he turned back to Izuku. Alright fine, I'll be your fucking sports committee rep, just remember I'm not doing for you, I'm doing it to make me stand out more. Izuku let out a sigh as all his conditions were met and he handed a blue-colored band to Bakugo who snatched it and wrapped it haphazardly around his right arm. Dude, that sounded like a Tsunere line, something you're not telling us Bakugo. Kirishima laughed as he dodged a sparking swipe from Bakugo's palm. Well, it seems we have reached what we set out to achieve, Momo smiled as she stretched her arms forward. All those positions seem boring, I bet I could create a better one, Mineta spoke up again, causing the girls to groan. Really, what position would you make? Kaminari was the only one in the class that would actually ask for Mineta's opinions. Why the glorious and honored class lingerie inspector, Mineta declared in a serious manner. Silence met the short boy's declaration. How would that position even work? You know what, never mind, Izuku rubbed his hand over his face while the girls stared murder at the grape-headed boy, the others chose to keep quiet. It wasn't long before Aizawa entered the room and Izuku and Momo gave him the paperwork regarding the new class officers. Glad you got it done before homeroom, he boredly glanced over the 3 names. Guess you picked all right, now we can actually focus on the more important things. The 2 reps returned to their seat as Aizawa began going through what they were doing for the day. To be continued 263 Chapter 9, Wide World of Quirks. Alright, finally at the halfway mark in this rewrite. And like the original, thanks to Neonazo356 for allowing me to continue to use his OC. Also this was the chapter I changed my writing style so the structure won't be very different. Disclaimer. I don't own My Hero Academia, Ironman or anything else that may cross. AHA. Chapter 9, Wide World of Quirks. The hero classes that took place after lunch until 3. After their combat training for the last 2 days, Class 1A were told that today's class was going to be different, weirdly enough even All Might was excited for them. Trust me students, this class will be in for a surprise. The pro-hero stated with a larger grin than normal. Right now though, surprise was synonyms with being thrown into the fire. So obviously we aren't gonna have All Might as our instructor, Kirishima brought up. There was still about 10 minutes before class was due back, but everyone was already in the room. I wonder who'll it'll be. Shiro questioned aloud. Whoever it is, it's going to be interesting, Izuku had his gloved hand cupping his chin in thought. Soon enough, the start of class came and for a few seconds, nothing happened, before a thick, cyan-colored mist started pooling from the back of the room, as it steadily grew until it was higher than the seated students, all of who were confused by the sudden appearance. Doing a quick mental analysis, Izuku realized that the mist wasn't toxic, but the question remained. Why was it here, could it be the teacher? He questioned in thought. If so, then why? It was then the clacking sound of a pencil hitting the floor echoed in the silent room, drawing everyone's attention to the wooden writing apparatus as it rolled its way to the front of the class. And then that they noticed it, in the thick billowing mist near the teacher's desk was a shadow. The realization caused all the student to gasp, Izuku unconsciously charging his gauntlets, ready for anything. He noticed that his reaction was shared by a few other classmates. The billowing mist raised to a crescendo, before 8 vents opened up in the classroom roof and the sound of an air vacuum roared to life, making a few students jump. In a matter of seconds the room was emptied of the mist, and the shadow at the room's front was revealed to be a man, roughly 5 feet 6 inches in height. His head was completely covered by a brown-colored mask, the area in front of his eyes perforated with 3 rows of openings that completely hid his eyes from view, a black rebreather strapped over his nose and mouth. A set of black headphones with a small antenna receiver on the right side over the top of the mask. His body was completely covered in a dark gray rubber-like suit that molded to the contours of his muscular body, a black flak jacket with a raised padded collar covering his chest and shoulders. The black combat gloves on his hands had metallized knuckles and he had gray metal pads on his elbows and knees secured with black straps. On his feet were a pair of black shin-length combat boots. There was a black combat harness around his waist holding multiple rectangular pouches, a sidearm on his right hip, and a combat knife sheathed over his left shoulder. He reached up, seemingly for the sheathed knife strapped to his left shoulder causing everyone in the room to tense. However, the man's hand continued to move past the knife to undo latches on the mask he wore. Taking it off, the man revealed himself to be in his late 20s, clean-shaven with short reddish-brown hair, a black cloth tied around his head to keep his bangs out of his face, and bright cyan-colored eyes that glowed ever so slightly. Good afternoon, class. My name is Shin Kuritsugu, and I'll be your teacher for the day, he said in a friendly voice, his light tone completely destroying the tension that had been built up moments before. Wait a minute, Shin Kuritsugu. Where have I heard that name before? Izuku wondered, racking his brain while the rest of his class sighed in relief. Originally I was going to enter the door like a normal person, but then I asked myself, where's the fun in that? He asked aloud with a shrug. I'm glad to see some of you tensed up when you finally caught sight of me. Tensing up like that could save your life. Now, my class, Quirk and Battlefield Dynamics, he said holding up a brightly colored laminated card similar to All Might's battle card. Won't be all that different from the class All Might taught the other day. While your practical work will still consist of fighting, field lessons won't be as straightforward as that, he said, circling around to step behind the podium. My classes won't be so much about the fighting itself, but more along the lines of where and how you will fight, especially in an ever-changing environment with an emphasis on adapting to the battlefield around you. The class looked on at rapt attention. All right, I see I have your attention, this'll make it easier for you to learn. He let loose a satisfied grin. Now, field lessons won't only be about battlefield awareness, you'll also learn to change how you fight and use your quirks in varying weather conditions, something much different from sparring in a static environment, though there will still be plenty of quirk throwing to go around, so I'm sure you'll come up with new and exciting ways to use them, he continued, a grin brought to Bakugo's face. Of course, this is only going to be one side of the lesson plan. I'll also be teaching theoretical subjects like battle tactics, strategy, career management, finance management, how to strengthen your quirks, as well as quirk reinforcement, he elaborated, the groaning of the students earning a chuckle from the man. Mind you, there will be other topics discussed, but this about covers the basics. Now, before we get settled into the actual schoolwork, I'd like to take the opportunity to get to know you all better, as well as familiarize myself with your quirks so I can tailor you into my lesson plans, he said, holding up a lesson planner and a pen. I'll go first. I'm Shin Kuritsugu, teacher going on for 2 years. Would anyone care to take a stab at what my quirk is? There was silence before Ishido called out exuberantly. It's mist, she shouted out excitedly, waving a hand in the air. It's a type of mist, but there's more to it than that, Kuritsugu intoned. So what, fog? Kaminari asked a little unsure. Nope, fog's a type of cloud. Ms. Ishido's guess was warmer, he answered, looking around before his eyes landed on Izuku. Izuku Midoriya, so that's the kid Kagaku and Kohei always talked about. Looks like he might have the right answer. Yes, Mr. Midoriya. Noticing the teacher's eyes on him, Izuku became a little self-conscious, before taking a deep breath and steeling himself. It's called cyan mist, a mist which possesses a greater opaqueness than ordinary mist would have in nature, he answered in confidence. Just like they said, he's an insightful young man, Shin thought with a grin as he nodded. That's exactly right. Anything else you want to add, Mr. Midoriya? Your alias is the hidden hero, Mistwalker, ex-sidekick to the looming hero, Skullface, formerly ranked number 1 in the looks most like a villain ranking. He then paused, knowing that his next words would set off a certain member of the class. Afterwards you became the sidekick of the 18+ only hero, Midnight. Until last year where you earned your pro license. He was the sidekick to such a goddess. Once Izuku had said the final line, the entire class knew Mineta would jump upon it. Kuritsugu however was a little surprised. What? The mist teacher questioned, confused by the sudden reaction. Please, you must take me under your wing. The diminutive student was now on his knees, hands clasped as he inched his way forward. A master such as yourself must have all kinds of knowledge beyond my years. He continued, causing the teacher to raise an eyebrow. It's probably best you ignore him, Mr. Kuritsugu, Kirishima said, scratching the back of his head. Mineta's got a one-track mind when it comes to women, Zero added, hoping to clear up their teacher's confusion. Ah, a pervert, got it, he let out a sigh. There just had to be one in every class. Alright kid, back to your seat, I've got nothing I can teach you in regards to women. Mineta let out a sob before dejectedly getting back in his seat. At least not right now, anyway, the man amended offhandedly. Thank you, sir. Mineta cried, completely revitalized. Now that that's over, Midoriya is correct, I am in fact Mistwalker, former sidekick to Midnight, now a full-time partner at her agency, any other questions? He asked, students turning to one another before looking forward and shaking their heads. Very well then, now, let's all introduce ourselves, as well as what you all know about your quirks. It took about 15 minutes to go around the class. When it was Izuku's turn, he scratched the back of his head. It probably goes without saying, but I'm quirkless, he stated. The only thing I have is my suit. Kuritsugu looked thoughtful, if he were being honest, he had already read Izuku's file and was impressed by the drive and tenacity it must have taken for him to be here. I'll admit I wasn't quite expecting to be training someone without a quirk, the mist user admitted. But in the end it doesn't change much, I'll just have you focus on other things in place of a quirk. Izuku was momentarily surprised, sure he knew that sentiments like Aizawa wouldn't be the only ones he'd come across, but it was the norm. Hearing a teacher effectively shrug off his quirkless status and say they'd just focus on other areas was refreshing. Finishing off with Mineta and Momo, Kuritsugu gave a nod. Alright, now that I have an idea as to what all of your abilities are, I can begin to lay down the groundwork for the rest of your time in my class, as well as the rest of your careers as a whole, he stated, causing everyone's attention to become firmly rooted on him. Now, as I'm sure most of you are aware, the term, quirk factor, refers to the collective traits that compose a quirk. This included the primary quirk power itself, as well as all the biological mechanisms that allow said primary power to function properly. Take Ms. Ishido's quirk, acid, for example, he stated, causing the pink-skinned girl to perk up. Ms. Ishido can project corrosive liquid which she generates within her body, and an example of the biological mechanism that allows acid to work properly is the fact that for all intents and purposes, her body is completely acid-proof, preventing her from melting herself from the inside out every time she decided to generate acid inside her body. That statement caused a few students to shudder at the thought of it. This means she could potentially generate an acid capable of melting through solid steel, but not have to worry about hurting herself because her body is designed in such a way that she can use this adaptation without endangering her own life. The nodding of the students in their seats showed they were following where this line of dialogue was going, Izuku taking detailed notes as he worked all the recent information into his quirk dossiers. Now, as I'm sure you're all aware, quirks can be divided into 3 categories: emitter, transformation, and mutant. While the quirk factors that allow these varying types of abilities to work are all largely different, what is not different is that, to an extent, they are all firmly rooted to the biology of their wielder. Similar to how muscle groups can become stronger after working them out until they tear and allowing them to recover, quirks in turn are able to be strengthened in the same way. Take my quirk for example, he said holding out his hands, allowing a veil of cyan mist to waft out into the air. When I first got it, I was only able to cover the area around my immediate person, the opaqueness of it wasn't all that great, and I couldn't keep it up for very long, he said waving the cyan mist in front of his face, his features still able to be seen. However, the more I used my quirk, the longer I was able to use it for, the area I could cover grew greater, and the opaqueness of it grew as well, he said waving his hands in front of himself, completely obscuring himself from view behind a thick veil of cyan-colored mist, the man completely imperceptible despite the fact he was right in front of them. Of course, because I was 8 when my quirk first manifested, that meant I was far behind my peers who had gotten theirs at the more traditional age of 4, so I had to work extra hard in order to catch up to everyone else. The class looked surprised by that, some less than others. Izuku was curious about it so he raised his hand. Yes, Mr. Midoriya. Is there a term for that? My own studies into quirks have stated about outliers from the generally accepted rule of quirks appearing at age 4 but they never stated a classification. Izuku's comment brought a nod from Kuritsugu. It's not a thing that's all that common so the general populace doesn't realize it much, but the condition is known as latent quirk syndrome. Like I said, nowadays people generally get quirks at the age of 4. However, back when quirks were relatively new, there were documented cases of people as old as 60 gaining quirks. Scientists don't know exactly why quirks manifest commonly at a young age, or at least nothing definitive. What they do know, however, is that there are still people in this day and age who develop their quirks later in life than their peers. Kuritsugu explained. Everyone absorbed the new, albeit a little shocking information regarding quirk manifestation. Now, in order to strengthen your quirks, you need to have a complete and total understanding of how exactly your quirk works in relation to your individual anatomies, he continued. Take my quirk for example. At first, I assumed I could only generate a very finite amount of it, however, I noticed that after certain meals, I was able to generate more or less than the baseline amount I came to expect from myself. After consulting a quirk doctor who was able to monitor my biometrics as I used my cyan mist, we were able to dictate that the mist was generated by my body catalyzing its salt and water content, my electrolytes serving as the reacting agent for that chemical reaction. In layman's terms, the more water and salty food I took in, the more mist I was able to generate, he explained as he generated mist into visually interesting shapes above his head. On any given day of active duty, I'll eat my way through multiple bowls of ramen, an abundance of fried food, and other processed snacks with a high salt and fat content. Now, let me tell you, the amount of junk food I'd eat on any given day was pretty damn unhealthy by normal standards. However, because my body used its salt and water content to generate the mist. The act of doing so itself requiring a great deal of caloric energy depending on how much cyan mist I'm putting out, the simple act of using my quirk allows me to burn away the salt and body fat I'd accumulate through the day, allowing me to remain fit despite the unhealthy nature of my inherent diet, he said pulling up his flak jacket and flexing his arms, showing off a chiseled six-pack and muscular arms free of body fat. Now, it's true that any type of fried food in the right quantities allows me to use my quirk for extended periods to fill a large amount of three-dimensional space, but my fare of choice is large servings of ramen, or even something like a bunch of triple bacon cheeseburgers with extra fries, he explained, the thought of all that food making a few students hungry despite the fact they'd just eaten. However, because my quirk relies on water, salt, and body fat, it is possible to fuel up by drinking salt water right out of the ocean, he stated, causing a few students to retch at their own memories of drinking salt water. But of course, like the looks on your faces would imply, drinking salty water from the ocean isn't exactly pleasant, and doing so in large quantities will actually make me rather nauseous, despite the fact that I'm able to quickly expel that salt water from my body. Now, has anyone here ever noticed that the strength of their quirks increases or decreases in response to certain foods or beverages you've taken in? He asked, the man getting a raised hand almost immediately. Mr. Iida. Yes sir, I've become well aware that when I drink orange juice, my quirk, engine, runs smoother and I'm able to reach greater speeds. However, when I drink cola or other types of soda, it gums up my engines and stifles my ability to raise my speed, Tenya explained. So it's safe to assume that orange juice is your own brand of premium, while cola would be like putting diesel into a car that's made for unleaded, correct? Kuritsugu asked. Yes sir, that would be an apt conclusion. Tenya nodded in agreement. Alright, anyone else? He asked, surveying the class. Does it count that when I have a great poop, the balls from my pop off quirk stick for longer? Mineta asked next, much to the discomfort of his peers. Based on your rather apt description, I'd say that simply sticking to a high-fiber diet that keeps you regular would be the best dietary action to take in regards to your career, Kuritsugu explained after a second of thought, another hand going up. Anyone else? My quirk relies on sugar, Sato was the next person to speak. My strength increases by a factor of 4 for 3 minutes when I ingest 10 grams of sugar, and I can extend my time with another 10 grams, but my cognitive functions drop. I guess for yours, it'd simply be a matter of eating sugary foods and balancing out how much of your cognitive functions you can afford to give up, Kuritsugu stated. For the sake of your health, I'd recommend keeping your quirk active in the hour before you go to bed. Even if you aren't necessarily utilizing that strength, the mere act of keeping your quirk active will allow you to burn through any excess sugar you might not need. He scanned the room for any others who might have an idea, a few of them coming up short, or didn't care to comment. Alright, in order to get the best results for any future dietary management, I would suggest that you pay a visit to either your doctor or recovery girl, so as to investigate the underlying mechanics of your quirk and just what you require to make the best use of it, Kuritsugu explained as he let his eyes sweep over the room. Of course, I should also point out that not all quirks rely on something like diet. For certain emitter-type quirks, it might ultimately come down to physical conditioning, mental acuity, or simply how much willpower you might possess, he stated, his words causing Tokiyami to fidget in his seat. Now, I'm not going to lie to you, things like quirk development and quirk reinforcement aren't something you can hash out over one weekend. It's a long, arduous process that takes many years and countless hours of practice every day, and there will come a time when you hit a wall or two. However, I promise that if you stick with it and keep pushing yourself, you won't have to worry about hitting your ceilings until well after you've become a pro. What do you mean by that? Kaminari scrunched up his face. A wall is an obstacle limiting what you're able to do with your quirk. Now, you could either brute force your way past your limitations to do what you couldn't do before, or, you could find new and more creative ways to use your quirk to get the most mileage out of what you already have. When it comes to a ceiling, that's merely when you've reached the pinnacle of your power and you aren't able to go any higher, Kuritsugu explained. Dude, has anyone reached their pinnacle before? Kirishima asked in interest, curious to see just how far people with quirks like his own could push their limits. Well, there might be heroes out there who are simply comfortable with where they're at, and they don't really try to elevate their quirks any further, Kuritsugu answered. However, in my personal opinion, there's no such thing as your pinnacle, there will always be room for improvement. Even if you reach a definite limit of what your quirk can do, if you change up how you do it, then there isn't really any limit on how far you can go with your quirk. To paraphrase the high-speed hero, Lightning McKing, it isn't how fast you run, it's how you run fast. Sometimes it isn't about the weight of your quirk, it's how you throw that weight around. What about people with weaker quirks? Hagakuri asked in concern, her clothing shifting indicating she was fidgeting. That's actually a very good question, Kuritsugu stated. When I attended a hero high school, I didn't attend I went to a much lower tier school because I knew that my quirk wouldn't be able to get me through the high-level entrance exam that I was known for, especially considering the robot smashing exam that was your own. While my quirk might not be as eye-catching as All Might's, or as marketable as Best Jeanist, or even as show-stopping as Endeavor's, by the time I graduated, Skullface was able to see my quirk for what it could be. He took what I had and molded me, into something greater than myself. It isn't the quirk that makes the great hero, it's the kind of hero that you are that makes you great. The students were actually quite surprised at this. Considering what it took to be a pro, most students from lower tier schools rarely got the same limelight as those who went to more renowned schools. That someone from a lower tier school was able to become a teacher at UA, the school whose alumni dominated the hero rankings in Japan by an unchallenged margin, it really put things into perspective. And just for the record, Skullface actually attended the same school. Because of the contributions he made, despite the fact that his quirk wasn't as flashy as his peers, he was still able to become the 11th ranked hero, he said much to all their shock. So what? You expect us to believe that all it takes is some hard work to make a useless quirk good? Bakugo scoffed as he eyed the teacher. I'm not stupid enough to believe that certain quirks are useless, but there are some that just can't be used in any situation. Oh really now? Kuritsugu asked with a raised brow. Well then, why don't you inform me of a quirk you believe is useless? Alright, Bakugo returned with a sneer. You see, there was a kid in my middle school class who could extend the optical muscle connecting his eye to its socket. How exactly could a quirk like that be useful? Kuritsugu eyed Bakugo with a flat expression before smirking. Well, first off, not every quirk can be as combat-oriented as yours, sludge villain kid, he said with a grin, Bakugo's anger smoldering at the barb. As for how a quirk like that could be useful, pulling his eyes out of their sockets might be all he's able to do right now, but there's nothing to say that won't be subject to change in the future. Say for example he spends the formative years of his hero education pushing his quirk as far as he can take it, trying out all the things he can and can't do with it. Someday he might be able to control the muscles connected to his eyes at will, allowing him to move them like an extra set of limbs, maybe extend their reach beyond that of his arms, or even train himself to look in different directions like a chameleon. He might not be able to punch through solid steel, or in your case, raise an entire shopping center to the ground, he stated, causing the blonde to glower even more. However, information gathering is still an incredibly powerful tool, and even pro heroes like All Might have had to rely on the information gathering abilities of people with lesser quirks than their own. Hell, one of All Might's best friends isn't a pro hero at all, he's an ordinary police investigator who doesn't even have a quirk, but the man still helped to put away more villains than some pro heroes. Izuku was rather surprised by the analysis. He understood that first impressions were what most middle school kids focused on when it came to quirks, and against an impressive quirk like Bakugo's it was only natural that they would have thought lowly of a person who could only extend his optical muscle. Over the years he was tutored by his grandfather and the others, he had met a wide array of people who had less than flattering quirks. Even Kohei's machine head wasn't useful unless a situation involved machinery, but in the end, any quirk could be made useful. It was something he was keenly aware of, being quirkless himself. During Izuku's moment of introspection, the class was, for the most part, a little surprised at the small bit of information on All Might's friend, trying to figure out exactly how a quirkless cop was able to put away villains. Based on the looks on your faces, I would assume you're all trying to wrap your heads around the idea of a quirkless cop actually helping to put away more villains than pro-heroes, Kuritsugu stated, a few of the students flushing in their seats. Suffice to say he has an ability that is quiet, unique despite not being a quirk. Plus, you all seem to be accepting of Mr. Midoriya being a peer to you despite his own lack of quirk, he then stated. The point I'm trying to make is, regardless of how early, or late, some of you might have gotten your quirks, if you got them at all. It doesn't change the fact that most of you have only had them for less than a decade, maybe more if you're lucky, Kuritsugu continued on his original tangent. The lot of you still have so many years ahead of you, and now that you're attending UA with all these facilities at your disposal, you actually have the means to develop and cultivate your powers into something greater than you ever could before. Growing into a great hero isn't something that happens overnight, you've gotta go through hell before you can wear that badge of honor, and the teachers here at UA are the demons nipping at your heels. Suffice it to say, the man's ominous words caused a tense atmosphere that swallowed most of the students whole. Kuritsugu flooding the room with his quirk had definitely given them a scare, and they'd already gone through the gauntlet Aizawa threw at them on the first day. Everyone was struck speechless until someone broke the silence. Sue, does that make Principal Nezu, Satan, cause I kinda think it should be Mr. Aizawa, Ishido said, breaking the silence. Though she took the words to heart, her personality demanded for colorful commentary. The majority of the other students chuckled, even Kuritsugu allowed himself to smile. He noticed that they all took what he said seriously, with a few exceptions he had been expecting. For the next 2 hours, Kuritsugu carried on in the same vein, throwing questions at the students and discussing various aspects of their quirks. He even had the students weigh in on their peers' quirks as well, though Todoroki and Tokiyami only said the minimum of words while Bakugo started everything with a tch, and always added an expletive, something Kuritsugu had been expecting given his volatile nature. He made sure to only sparingly ask Izuku. However, the boy was smart, that's for sure, and he has rarely seen a boy his age with such an advanced grasp of reactive analysis. The problem was that he went off on tangents that Kuritsugu was pretty sure would go on for hours before he stopped. All in all, he felt he had a pretty good grasp on these kids and their abilities, so when the bell finally rung, he clapped his hands together, catching their attention. Alright, I think we had a pretty good first class. Keep in mind that not all my classes are gonna be sit-down lessons, we'll be putting into practice what you guys learn as well, he stated. You don't have me again until next week, so I want you all to consult your doctors or recovery girl by that time, and if your dietary requirements aren't necessarily palatable, drop by the cafeteria and tell Lunch Rush that Shin pointed you his way. I'm sure he'll be able to come up with quirk-favorable meals that are good for you and good tasting. Of course, you're exempt from this, Mr. Midoriya. Instead, I want you to brainstorm some ways you think you can make yourself better, and I want examples for both your suit and your body. You're all dismissed, he stated, spreading out his arms, a sudden blast of mist spilling out the seams of his costume and filling the room. A few seconds later, the air vents vacuumed the cyan mist out, their teacher nowhere to be found. Hell, no one even heard him leave. There was silence before Zero spoke up. So, only Mr. Aizawa leaves the room normally? His question caused the class to chuckle. Well, being a showman can be part of being a hero, Kirishima grinned, standing up. As long as it's being a showman and not showboating, Jiro sighed, turning in her seat. She noticed that Izuku had his head buried in a book and stood up to walk over. Whatcha pourin' over Tin Man? She read the book's upside down writing, it seemed to be a detailing of quirks. Izuku looked up to see her inquiring eyes. It's just a little research, he mentally slapped himself for bringing the damn thing out, but no, he was too excited at what he learnt today to contain himself, and now Jiro was giving him the same look Momo had yesterday. I'll tell you later. Tilting her head to the side, Jiro nodded and grinned. Seeing as there wasn't any work to be done for Izuku and Momo, they were able to leave straight away, with the same lunchtime group as yesterday. They were walking to the gates when a loud voice stopped them. Izuku. Mei seemed to materialize out of nowhere, grinning from ear to ear. Mei, you're in a good mood. Not that she generally wasn't seeing as cheerful, energetic and eccentric seemed to be her default settings. I just made a breakthrough with one of my babies. That was the reason behind her general euphoria at the moment. She noticed the group standing off to the side and grinned widely. Heya guys. Somehow or another, she seamlessly slipped in the group, sparking up a lively conversation with Ishido. About what, Izuku couldn't figure out as he walked slightly behind them. Man, I figured those two would hit it off, not sure if I should be worried. Unfortunately, he didn't say it low enough as the two girls looked at each other, grinned and slid backwards, either side of Izuku. The two proceeded to claim an arm each before fluttering their eyes at him. But Midori, you know you love us, the two said in perfect sync, and Izuku's cheeks burned at the tease. The rest of the group watched the spectacle, chuckling at Izuku's plight, though Momo felt her brow furrow for some reason, before shaking her head. Damn, you two've only known each other a day and you already match wavelengths, Jiro chuckled as the girls let their victim go. We're kindred spirits. Ishido's declaration was seconded by Mei's vigorous nodding. Like sisters, except not. May followed up. And put on this earth to tease me no doubt, Izuku mumbled out. Of course, ain't no other better pastime. May declared, before grinning in a foreboding manner. Besides, play ya cards right and we might let you have a soul sister sandwich. May clearly knew little shame as Izuku's face burned, and even though her cheeks were a little lilac, Ashido was nodding her head in teasing agreement. Dude, not sure if I envy him right now, or I'm glad it's not me. Kirishima watched the two girls teasing Izuku in amazement. Definitely something to not think about at half measure, Shiro grumbled out, agreeing with Kirishima. I wanna help him, but I'd probably get dragged into it. Ochako really didn't want her face to burn like it had yesterday at May's colorful proposition. I share your sympathy and concern, Momo agreed with Ochako. Hatsume would probably drag any girl into the teasing. They all reached the train station and everyone took their separate trains. I'd come over to the lab but I gotta do some stuff at home, see ya soon, papa. Even when saying goodbye, she couldn't resist one last tease, she was in rare form. I blame you, Izuku groused at Ashido in jest as he said goodbye. Hey, I can't help if I bring out the best in people, just look at these mugs, they'd probably be delinquents if not for yours truly, she grinned throwing her arm in Kirishima and Shiro's direction. Hey, we've never been in a fight ever, Kirishima complained. I think we get into more trouble because of our friendship with you, Shiro threw his own barb in. Hey, words hurt man, like, right here, she placed her hand over the right side of her chest, ya slayin' me in the heart. The heart's in the center of the chest. Shiro commented in what he thought was a helpful manner. The three continued their back and forth as they boarded their train. Soon the group was reduced to Izuku and Jiro, who smirked when Izuku noticed. Smatter Tin Man, I don't bite, her tease was met with a deadpan stare. Seriously, you saw what I was just put through, now you're jumping on the teasing thing. Izuku huffed. Haha, from an outsider's view it was pretty funny, Jiro chuckled lightly. The two made their way to some seats. Jiro plugged one of her jacks into her phone, keeping the music low enough so she could still hold a conversation. So, I take it you're dead set on finding out about that book? Izuku asked. Course, that was some pretty detailed stuff from the one glance I had. Call it idle curiosity, Jiro grinned. Fine, I take it you're free this afternoon. Izuku questioned raising an eyebrow. Yep, already sent Dad a text saying I was out with friends, answered Jiro, motioning to her phone. Alright then, we'll continue this conversation back at my lab. Content with the plan, Jiro engaged Izuku in light conversation for the rest of the trip. AHA. Another girl Izuku. Didn't know you had it in you, Kagaku had been talking with Sei as Izuku and Jiro walked through the doors. Please don't start, Izuku grumbled lowly. This is Kyoka Jiro, she's a classmate of mine. The two older girls introduced themselves with grins. I take it you two like teasing Tin Man as well. Jiro's grin told Izuku she found it funny that he was teased here as well. Oh, Tin Man, she even has a nickname for you, Kagaku grinned widely. It fits him though, does May know about this? Sei continued the tease. She's met Jiro before, yes, Izuku continued past the two, gesturing Jiro to follow. She was actually hanging off Midoriya's arm with another classmate. Izuku shot Jiro a mild glare as the two older girls laughed. Wow, Izuku, you sure are popular with the ladies, Kagaku grinned. Safely making it to the elevators, Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. Seriously, don't encourage them. His pleading was met by a smirk from Jiro. Izuku noticed that Jiro's reaction to his lab was similar to Momo's as he placed his suit in its staging area. He motioned for her to sit down at the only empty table in the lab before gathering his hero analysis for the future books. Years ago, I started a hobby. I would catalog everything I could about any quirk I was able to find, who used them and what other applications they could be used for. Before I came up with the idea of my armor suit, I was thinking of becoming something of an information and support hero, using what tech I could to aid existing heroes. Izuku explained. Jiro was surprised as she leafed through a few of his books. Endeavor, Best Genist, Edgeshot, Yukyu. Even more recent prose such as Kamui Woods, Mount Lady and Backdraft, so many heroes each with a lengthy breakdown of their quirks. She picked up his latest copy and her eyebrow rose. Even our class. Don't know whether to be flattered or worried you sketched me in a book, Jiro grinned at the slight blush on Izuku's cheeks. Yeah, sorry about that, I kinda get absorbed in things like this, Izuku scratched the back of his neck. I noticed when Mr. Kuritsugu had to cut you off 5 times for going too in-depth, Jiro chuckled a little, remembering the happenings earlier that day. Anyway, I thought that seeing as I have this information, I could make use of it, and my inventive abilities and make things to help support my classmates, Izuku explained his plan. Jiro was impressed by that. Really, any ideas now? She asked. A few. I need a little more time to fully analyze the different quirks in class, but I've already got some things started, Izuku informed. Any of those gadgets for me? She was only partly asking the question in jest, because she was curious about the answer. In response, Izuku pulled out the book he had been poring over at the end of class and flipped through a few pages before handing it to her, her eyes widening at the page. Holy shit, you gotta be kidding me, her whispered shock caused Izuku to grin. It was the first thing that popped into my head when I thought about your quirk, though I'm not sure exactly how it works. From what little I do know I briefly drew up this draft, Izuku explained to her. Draft. Tin Man, you're amazing, you know that. Jiro was truly at a loss for words. We're all going down the path of becoming heroes together. I want to help my classmates as much as I can. Jiro stared at him in silence. This boy was willing to use his money to create support gear for his classmates despite only knowing them for 4 days. Okay. What do you need? Her question surprised Izuku. I might not be able to help you with this thing's construction, but I can tell you about my quirk. Besides, wouldn't it be better to work with the person you're making something for? Why? You're right, it'll definitely make the process go faster. Izuku agreed to Jiro's question. Right, then let's hash this thing out. My quirk is called earphone jack. And so, Jiro filled Izuku in on everything she knew about her quirk. AHA. In a society where the supernatural is commonplace, there are always malcontents. Not all people that are gifted power wield it for the right reasons. Heroes exist solely because of the existence of such people, because the world wouldn't need heroes if villains didn't exist. So, everything's in place. An oily voice asked. Sitting at a bar's counter was a man with gray hair, wearing a black V-neck shirt and black pants. His face, however, was obscured by a pale, disembodied hand. With the distraction from the press, we were able to obtain their schedule. The question was answered by a male in a bartender's uniform. His head, however, was a fluctuating black and purple void with 2 yellow-colored eyes. So, now we've read the instruction manual, how long until we can start the game? The gray-haired man asked. It'll take about a month for all the necessities to be gathered. The Numu is going through its final series of adjustments, and we stand at half the fighting force you requested. Explained the fluctuating man. So we only got half the players, though I do like knowing our BFG is nearly complete. When one's enemy seems like the end boss of an SNK fighting game, one has to be sure that their fighter has good combos, grinned the gray-haired man. You think those peons are gonna be worth a damn, Shigaraki? A third voice asked, this one belonging to a man with messy black hair wearing a faceplate that looked like a modified welder's mask. His torso was bare, apart from 3 plates of armor covering his pectorals and stomach, plugged into each other by a series of cords, a glowing core in the center of the plates. A metal spine ran up his back, 2 cords connecting it to the 2 pectoral plates. On his hands were metallic gray gloves that ended at the wrist, each having a glowing palm, similar gray metallic shoulder pads over his shoulders, and had on a pair of black pants with boots and greaves made of the same metal as his gloves and shoulder pads, 2 coils attached to either side of his hip. Of course not Shikihiro, they are but bait for the mid-bosses and common enemies, to keep the final boss on his own. The gray-haired man chuckled lightly, not caring the least about what he just said. Hey, the poor bastards. Though he didn't like the method of using allies as bait, Shikihiro didn't care enough to bother with trying to change Shigaraki's mind. Anyway, you said about a month, maybe I can get a little fine-tuning done then. Kurogiri, mind warping me back to my workshop? Of course, Shikihiro. See you in a month's time. The void that made up the man's body expanded, creating a swirling black and purple vortex, which Shikihiro stepped through and disappeared. AHA. So tell me, are you sure this is wise? A male voice asked. Don't worry, I'll take the necessary precautions, came a female voice in answer. The room was faintly lit with a neon blue light as 2 shadowed figures conversed. Voice modulator, biometric scrambler, light, lead filament shielding and heat vision shielding. At the very least no one would figure out your identity, sighed the male voice. Well, he might, but he won't have proof. A grin could be heard in the female's voice. Very true, though it's against him. You want to fight? Asked the male voice. I have to. He got in, with something that I too requested. I was turned down, so I want to prove my superiority, both in combat and in inventing, the female voice intoned. Just remember the rules you imposed. It's bad enough you're going out there, the male voice said, a slight bit of worry seeping in. I'll be fine. As long as I stick to my rules, I should be alright. In 2 days I should be able to implement my plan, declared the female voice. A spark of light pierced the dimly lit room, illuminating a feminine figure and a man dressed in a coat, before quickly dying, silence befalling the room as a swish sound was heard. To be continued 263 Chapter 10, Rock'em Sock'em. Not much of a change for this chapter, just some corrections. Disclaimer. I don't own My Hero Academia, Ironman or anything else that may cross. AHA. Chapter 10. Rock'em Sock'em. When you're on a roll, you sometimes lose sight of various things. Dr. Science for example had created many an invention that he never even realized he created until after one such tangent. Though Justin's opinion on the matter was it was more to do with the strange mental process that made up Dr. Science's thoughts than it did anything else. Needless to say, when you're on a roll, you're on a roll. After getting a decent amount of data on Jiro's quirk from the girl herself, Izuku had been pushed along, down that same steep incline. Even after Jiro had left, and more ribbing from Kagaku about walking girls home, Izuku had stayed up for a good portion of the night, late enough that he had opted to stay at the lab for the night. This of course was a bad idea as it meant he had an excuse to work more. Let it be said that going to bed at 3 in the morning and needing to wake up at least at 6:30, and having to attend school the next day is not recommended. AHA. Such was this morning as Izuku stumbled through the doors to Class 1A. Dude, you look wasted, Kirishima commented as Izuku flopped down into his seat. You get any sleep last night? Cause you look like death warmed over, Siro commented. Ishido, who was leaning on Siro's desk, rose an eyebrow before smirking. Burning the midnight oil with Mei? She asked teasingly. This got her desired reactions from her suggestive tone as Kirishima and Siro started snickering while Izuku blushed fiercely. I knew you two shouldn't have met. Besides, she left before you remember. Izuku muttered, banging his head on the desk. Like he had thought yesterday, once Mei and Ishido met, they'd be fast friends. The problem was that Mei's already hyper insanity was intensified by Ishido's boundless energy, and like yesterday proved that meant more trouble for him than normal. What's wrong with Midori? Ochako asked as she and Tenya walked over, having noticed Izuku's slumped posture. Midoriya was just about to regale us with the scandalous adventure he had with Hatsume last night that left him in this condition. Somehow, Kirishima got this all out without laughing. Before Tenya could begin a rant of the ethical conduct of students in UA, Izuku interceded. I was up working on a new idea. Oh, is it another suit? Ishido became excited. Before Izuku could answer, a growling voice stopped the group. Would you lot shut the fuck up? It's grating enough hearing Deku's voice. Bakugo growled out from in front of Izuku. Geez, someone's grumpy in the morning, Ishido said in a babying manner, causing a caustic glare to be sent her way. Chill out Bakugo, we all know you just wanna be part of the conversation, Kirishima grinned widely. The fuck would I want to talk to you side character bastards? Asked Bakugo, narrowing his eyes. Because you seem to want to interject in conversations that have nothing to do with you. Shiro half-asked. While Kirishima, Shiro and Bakugo bantered backwards and forwards, it was Ochako that asked a question no one was expecting. By the way Midori, Bakugo calls you Deku on account of it being your childhood nickname. I was wondering if you called him something. This caused everyone to pause. Don't you dare Deku, tell them and I'll fucking end you. Izuku thought about it for a moment before grinning. Whatever happens would probably be worth the thrashing he would bring upon himself when they throw down again. I used to call him Kachan. Silence met the answer, only Bakugo's gnashing teeth could be heard. That's so adorable. Ochako was the first to react with a squeal. Oh yeah, he's definitely Kachan from now on, Ishido declared loudly, catching the attention of those seated nearby. Kachan. Sorry but I can't see it, Jiro muttered from her seat. I think it suits him, kinda like saying, I've got a cute name, but I'll still blow you up, Hagakure agreed with Ochako and Ishido from her seat in front of Bakugo. Not sure if I have enough of a death wish to call him that, Kaminari sweat dropped from next to Jiro. Deku, when I'm done with those idiots, you're next, Bakugo growled in anger, shooting everyone in his vicinity a withering glare, only making Kirishima and Shiro laugh at his attempt to dissuade the girls from their fun. Izuku didn't mind the threat, the conversation had done well enough to wake him up. So long as he could get past homeroom without seeming tired, he should be able to avoid a lecture from Mr. Aizawa. Aha. As it turned out, there wasn't much on the agenda today. Morning classes were the same as always, which was a challenge as Izuku felt his sleep deprivation come back full force. He counted himself lucky that he was used to doing this to himself or otherwise he would have ended up face first in his English notes during present Mike's class. Dude, how used to working without much sleep are you? Kirishima's question during lunch caused a rueful chuckle to escape Izuku's lips. Far too used to it. During the home stretch of making my suit, I'd stay at the lab all the time. At one stage Mum had to have Justin drag my sleeping form back to our apartment, after not going home for a week and a half. She didn't let me back to the lab for a week after that, he chuckled, remembering the tongue lashing his mother dealt him, Izuyoi, Dr. Science and Justin over the incident. Justin's the guy with the scarf right? Jiro's question caused everyone to look at her with raised eyebrows. What? I just wanted to see what Tin Man's lab looked like so I went back with him yesterday. Ah, so it was Kyoka that you were with then, Ishido's declaration caused Izuku to face palm. Moving on, yes, Justin's the one with the scarf, Izuku answered Jiro, hoping the others decided to pity him. Fortunately, Momo was the one to speak up next. You said you were working on a project, anything to do with what you mentioned the other day? The young heiress asked. Yeah, one of the plans I had in that book, Izuku nodded toward the ponytailed girl. Ah, so you know about that too Yaoyarozu? Jiro questioned Momo, who rose an eyebrow and nodded. Yes, he showed me when we finished up with picking the staff officers, I did promise to help him with them before I left his la. Here Momo cut herself off, but it was too late. Aha, so you did go over to Midori's lab the other day. Ishido's naturally wide grin was even wider. Momo felt her cheeks flush as she waved her hands in front of herself. It was because we needed more time to set out the class officers, she defended. Everyone chuckled at Momo's panicked state but chose not to tease her more. Izuku's manliness aside, what did you guys think of Mr. Kuritsugu yesterday? Kirishima's question caused the group to stop for a moment. I think he was great, Ochako let her opinion know without any restraint. He seems to teach a little more in depth about our quirks, Iida commented with a hand on his chin. Hey Midoriya, you seem to know about him. Shiro asked turning to face Izuku. Only what I've heard, his mentor, Skullface was a friend of one of my mentors. Though Dr. Science doesn't really talk about it much. Despite it being clear how close they were as friends, Dr. Science rarely seemed to talk about Skullface. Which Izuku could understand given the circumstance. Still though, he seemed pretty awesome, Kirishima grinned widely. I know right, makes me wonder what I can get out of my quirk, Ishido grinned at the prospect. That being said, and I mean no offense, but what about what he charged you with Izuku? Tenya asked, his attention on the green-haired teen. Ah that, not really sure about physical regiments and stuff like that, Izuku scratched the back of his head lightly. The only training I've done in that was the 10 mobs before the entrance exam. As for my suit, I've already got a book of ideas for upgrades, modifications and extra armaments that I intend to submit to him. I'll have to ask others about what I can do physically though. No one was surprised when he mentioned a book full of ideas for his suit. In the short time they've known their class rep, they realized that if anything he was thorough when it came to technology. Aha. The afternoon classes weren't any more standout than usual. All Might had them again and he put them through a simple obstacle course to test their cognitive and physical reflexes, the goal being to reach a target location where a disaster is happening as fast as possible. It would have been simple, had All Might not been throwing powered down smashes in their direction, blowing them all over the place. I noticed you didn't use your suit, Momo commented to Izuku as they packed up for the day. All Might took me aside before the start of the course. Izuku scratched the back of his head. He said that there are times when I might not be able to use my suit, so I should train without it as much as I do with it. I can see how that would make sense, Momo conceded with a nod. Tell ya what though, those smashes are brutal. Kirishima rubbed his head. He had been flung hard into a wall from one such smash, he even felt it through his hardening. I don't think anyone weathered those good, Zero muttered. It was then a knock was heard from the open door to Class 1. Standing in the doorway was a girl. She stood around 5'5" with orange hair done up in a side ponytail, her green eyes scanning the room, before grinning. Hey there Class 1A, the name's Itsuka Kendo, I'm the class representative of 1B. Just wanted to come and meet the representative of this class. Her upbeat attitude seemed to shine through. I'm class representative of 1A, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku stepped forward. Kendo grinned widely and walked over to Izuku. Sorry to come in unannounced, I thought it'd be a good thing to introduce ourselves to one another, she smiled, holding out a hand. It's alright, I should have done the same thing, it's good to meet you Kendo, Izuku shook the offered hand. Same here Midoriya, anyways, I was wondering if we could get out respected officers together maybe sometime next week. Seeing as we're first years we won't have much say in the student council meetings, I thought maybe we could pool together and at least keep our classes in line. It was true, despite the various class reps and officers meeting once a week, every Friday, first-year students only had to attend once a month. This was mostly because it gave the students time to acclimate to their roles. That's actually a good idea, if both our sides work together, we'll be able to better manage everything. Izuku really liked the idea of working with the other class. Great, how about next Tuesday after classes? Kendo questioned. Sure, I'll tell the auth. Izuku paused and grimaced at the prospect of asking Katsuki. Not a good day? Kendo asked, tilting her head to the side. No, it's just one of the officers I picked, he's not really forthcoming with things like this, Izuku muttered, wondering why he had chosen Bakugo in the first place. Ah, I hear ya, I kinda lucked out with my lot, they seem to listen to what I say, Kendo nodded in understanding. Anyway, I'll see you on Tuesday then Midoriya. With a wink and a spring in her step, Kendo left the room. She doesn't seem too bad. Momo had been watching Izuku's conversation with the female class rep from the side. I know, with any luck we all might just be able to work together. Izuku was happy that his Class B counterpart was proactive with her position. Hey Midoriya, how do you do it? The question was asked by Mineta. Do what? Izuku was confused by the question. How do you seem to be surrounded by hot chicks all the time, share the wealth man? Mineta proceeded to beg. I don't know what you mean, Izuku felt his cheeks heat up at the diminutive boy's assumption. You gotta admit Midoriya, you kinda have a few girls around ya, I mean Yaoyorozu, Jiro, Ishido and Uraraka, and I saw you with a pink-haired chick yesterday when you guys left. Now ya got a hottie from the other first-year class, tell us lesser men how to be popular with the ladies as well. Kaminari joined Mineta, though he wasn't begging just yet. Guys, I don't. Izuku was stuttering again, trying to deny the two's claims. Calm down Tin Man, don't let Sparky and Micro Perv get under your skin, Jiro smirked, rapping her knuckles lightly on Izuku's shoulder. Sparky. Kaminari seemed confused by his sudden nickname, while Mineta started sobbing over his. Thanks Kyoka, Izuku sighed, nodding his thanks to the earjack girl, she had insisted to be called by her first name before she left yesterday, due to what they would be working on together. Though Izuku didn't have any luck dissuading her from calling him Tin Man. He's even rubbing it in. Mineta's sobs turned to wails as he ran out of the classroom. Shouldn't we? Izuku, ever a boy who just wanted to help, gestured in the direction Mineta ran off in. No, he'll be fine, the pervert's nothing if resilient. Momo mumbled as she began walking to the door. Nodding his head, Izuku followed with Kyoka in tow, Kaminari bringing up the rear chuckling to himself. So anyway, what's your lab like Midoriya? The lightning-haired boy asked curiously. Kinda a vague question Kaminari. Izuku stated with a raised eyebrow. Right, sorry about that, just have this vision of a lair in a cave. Computer screens lining one wall, armored suits lining another and a car geared up and ready for action, Kaminari grinned. That sounds less like a lab and more like a base of operations. Izuku's sweat dropped. It's just a normal room with tables and gadgets, Momo supplied. Though he does have this high-tech stand for his suit, Kyoka added with a smirk. Ya gotta at least have an elevator taking ya up to a mansion. Kaminari exclaimed. I think you might have me confused with some other hero, Izuku muttered. The four continued to banter back and forth until they reached the station where Kaminari parted with them first with a hearty salute. So, what is it exactly you're helping Tin Man with Yaoyorozu? Kyoka's question got the ponytailed girl's attention. Anything that he'd have need of me for, Momo responded promptly. Quote. You really should be glad Ashido and Hatsume aren't here after a line like that. Kyoka held back the urge to chuckle. Tilting her head to the side, Momo went back over what she said, before blushing hard. That's not what I meant. She flailed her arms in front of herself. Kyoka couldn't help letting a chuckle escape at how adorable a flustered Momo was. She could tell Izuku thought the same as he too fought to hide a grin. Ahem, anyway, what was the reason you went over there to his lab yesterday? You said something earlier about wanting to just see it. Momo asked, reining in her blush. Yep, though I saw him writing in one of those books of his, I got curious and wanted to know more, Kyoka grinned. Though I have to admit, he is very thorough in what he does. Here she nudged Izuku lightly in the side as he blushed at her compliment. Indeed he is, we should expect nothing less from our class representative, Momo nodded in agreement. Anyway, my train just pulled up, see you both on Monday. With that Kyoka was gone leaving Izuku with Momo. Is there anything regarding those books that have to do with Jiro? Momo decided to ask, turning to face Izuku. Yeah, she was one of the few an idea just popped into my mind for. While she was over yesterday I told her of my plans and she gave me the details of her quirk. It'll allow me to make the adjustments far quicker now that I know, but there is still a lot of work to be done, Izuku explained with a grin. I see. Momo wasn't sure why she felt a little despondent, but shook her head to clear away the thought. She would deal with that some other time. It wasn't long before Momo's train arrived and she bid goodbye to Izuku, leaving him in quiet contemplation. For the first time in the last few days he was going back to the lab by himself. Man, I never thought that I'd make as many friends as I have in just a week. Quiet frankly, he was surprised with how easy it had been. Being essentially isolated from kids his age since his grandfather started to homeschool him, Izuku had been prepared for a hard time of acclimating back into regular school, if one could call you a regular. Instead, he had found it easy to make the friends he had, most of which approached him of their own accord. Nonetheless he was happy, going to the school of his dreams and having a number of good friends to go with it. He could ask for nothing more. AHA. Parts splunking, a term lovingly dubbed by a certain steampunk enthusiast. Izuku had tried to get out of calling it that, but May wouldn't have it. Even now, while trudging through the various electrical stores and second-hand junk shops Izuku couldn't help but refer to it as such in his head. While using the contacts of Tetsu Industries to order any and all parts one would need, Izuyoi had impressed upon Izuku that sometimes, you could find useful parts in nearby stores. Somehow this methodology had appealed to and rubbed off more on May when she learned of it more than it ever did with Izuku. Let it not be said however, that there wasn't times when he thought it just might be worth it. It was that trail of thought that led him to his outing this Saturday morning, PDT in hand stocked with all the pertinent details he required. He wore a simple dark green t-shirt and a pair of dark gray cargo pants, along with his by now signature armored boots and gauntlets, as well as his backpack. I know I'm not allowed to use them outside of UA but habit got the best of me. He was already at the market by the time he realized he had actually equipped his suit. The April sun was starting to arch westward, signaling late morning. The weather was just starting to warm up from winter, so most people had already acclimated to cooler clothes. Exiting from a store, he pulled out his phone and checked the recent news. A few reports on some small-time villains causing commotions in random parts of the city took his interest. 5 villain incidents, that's unusually high, he thought to himself. It wasn't uncommon for 1 or 2 incidents to crop up, even with All Might present as a nuclear deterrent. 5 was somewhere in the uncommon frequency. It happens enough to not be rare, but not often enough to be common. Wait a second, these locations, why did they seem? Izuku's thought processes were thrown off by an explosion a few blocks away. Panic set in as the crowd scattered away from the building that had exploded, people rushing about, ricocheting in all directions. Though he had began to reach for his backpack's latch, Izuku stayed his hand and moved swiftly to the side. He couldn't use his suit, but damned if he wasn't going to see if people needed help. Upon arriving at the building, he noticed that the area he was in was devoid of people. Reaching up and flipping a switch on the inner strap of his backpack, Izuku then pulled out his PDT. SAI, do a scan of the surrounding environment, see if there are any life signs. Though only good for 100 meters without his suit's functioning mode to boost the signal, the scan would at least be able to locate anyone that needed help. For 5 minutes Izuku searched through the rubble, that's when he noticed something. Wait a minute, where are the heroes? He asked aloud. It was then he heard a high-pitched whirring sound. Looking down the street he saw a red haze shot straight up into the sky before stopping about 100 meters in the air. Spinning around, Izuku saw a similar haze from the opposite side. The 2 hazes, at their maximum height, then shot across, connecting in the middle, making a box of sorts about 300 meters in length and 100 meters high. He then realized what it was about the locations of the 5 attacks that seemed odd. They all circled this location, which means that heroes who could make it here would be called to deal with those problems, leaving here out of reach for immediate arrival. The only reason I could think that setup would be used is if someone was setting a trap. Izuku theorized aloud. Very good instincts. Before Izuku could respond to the voice, he felt a solid impact to the side before being launched from the wrecked building he was in and onto the street. Wheezing and scrambling to his feet he looked in the direction of where he was thrown and his eyes widened. Standing amongst the wreckage of the building was a large form. Colored a dark cobalt blue with a glowing white center and eyes, and an easy 9 to 10 foot frame. It was a suit of armor, like his. Impressive, isn't it? A modulated voice spoke, making it impossible to discern gender. Hacking a cough and spitting out phlegm, Izuku narrowed his eyes. Who are you? He asked, his hand already finding his suit's latch. Kind of pointless to ask a masked person their name, isn't it? A tinge of humor made its way into the modulation. But humans do so like to label things. For the time being, you can call me the Ironmonger. The newly dubbed Ironmonger introduced themselves. Why are you doing this? To be honest, Izuku didn't know why, but the situation was odd. From what he had been able to determine, the bomb had detonated in an empty building, so civilian casualty wasn't a target. In fact, it seemed that the shielding that now surrounded them was set up after all the civilians had left the area. A good question, the simplified version is a test, the large suit spoke. I want to test my suit against yours, this shield will keep others from interfering with us until I've concluded my test. So, whoever this was after him. Damn it, I guess I don't have a choice. In an instant, Izuku unlatched his suit's core plate and placed it on his chest, and within seconds he was fully suited. Ah, there it is. Quite a remarkable piece of machinery. I'm gonna assume you used nano machines to compact the suit's structure, allowing you to carry it. The way it spoke almost sounded as if it was impressed. This guy obviously knows the science, Izuku thought as he began strafing to the side slowly. Alright, time to get this test underway. With a quick movement, Ironmonger's hand was up and a blast fired from its palm. Izuku boosted backwards as the repulsor blast hit the ground, causing a small explosion of concussive force. Before he had a chance to retaliate, a segment opened up on the right rib part of the blue-colored suit and a volley of missiles fired out. Taking off into the air, Izuku swerved erratically, establishing the missiles had heat-seeking tech. Flipping in the air after causing several of the missiles to crash into each other, he cleared the rest coming at him with dual repulsor blasts. Not being able to recover his bearings in time, he felt a large force smash into him, sending him crashing into the roof of the shielding, a blast of concussive force exploding through his suit. Izuku was sent careering into the Ironmonger, now in flight. The Ironmonger pivoted in midair as Izuku drew close and delivered a powerful elbow strike to the back of his suit, causing him to rocket down and hit the ground, causing a small crater. Shit, repulsors, micro-missiles and flight capability. Izuku scrambled to his feet. SAI, damage report. Torso and backing plate armor sustained 15% damage, computer systems are online but took a blow due to the concussive blast from the shielding, energy readouts at 81%, the automated voice listed the suit's damage while Izuku assessed his own. Damn, those two blows probably bruised a few ribs, and I can feel pins and needles setting in from the force of hitting the ground. Looking up into the air where the Ironmonger was lowering itself, Izuku grinned. Alright, round 2. Boosting forward, he contacted the Ironmonger's chest while flaring his repulsor blasts. The effect caused the massive machine to arch backward, where Izuku capitalized by boosting up and delivering a flat ankle kick to the head area, causing the massive machine to flip. As the Ironmonger reached a 180 spin, rendering it upside down, Izuku pivoted on one leg and kicked out with the other, flaring his boot thrusters and sending his target across the street. He ended his combo by launching his own micro-missiles at the Ironmonger before it could recover. The resulting explosion caused fire and debris to fill the area. SAI, scan the area. As Izuku commanded his AI, he felt something grab onto his arm. Just as I'd expect from my rival, the modulated voice intoned as the metal Goliath became visible from the smoke, its left hand firmly grasped around his arm, attached to its wrist by a cable. Shit, extendable hands, was all Izuku could mutter before he was pulled forward, toward the giant. The Ironmonger flipped Izuku around as its hand reattached to its wrist, slamming him back fist into the concrete ground, causing sparks to dance across his suit, before wrenching him up and slamming him down again, this time front first. Izuku barely had time to register being lifted before a fist smashed into his stomach, causing the wind to be knocked out of him before the Ironmonger's right hand gripped his helmet. With his vision obscured, Izuku felt himself being jettisoned hard backwards until his back struck a wall, his vision returning just in time to see both of the Ironmonger's arms raised. Crap, he muttered as twin repulsor blasts slammed into him, blowing him through the wall. Lying on his back, he heard the thudding footsteps of the Ironmonger as it made its way toward him. SAI, damage report. Izuku realized he didn't have long and had to come up with a plan. Torso damage at 53%, helmet damage at 18%, left upper arm 10%. Remaining power at 44%. I recommend you retreat, Izuku, your current opponent is much stronger than you. The AI recommended. Not gonna disagree with you there, but I don't think I've got much of a choice. He rolled to the side as scrambled to his feet. He was out of the Ironmonger's line of sight. His left hip compartment slid open and he gripped his energy bola. A slot behind his left lower leg opened up, revealing his smoke grenade, which he threw over the busted wall. As he heard the grenade detonate, he boosted up into the air as the wall he was hiding behind was destroyed by the Ironmonger's blinded repulsor blast. Flipping in midair, he threw the bola into the center mass of the smokescreen. Wah! He heard the Goliath's muttered surprise before seeing sparks through the smoke. As the smoke cleared, the Ironmonger was seen with the bola wrapped around its torso, electric surges dancing across its body showing it struggling against its bindings. Hey, that's pretty good, a paralysis-inducing rope thrown blindly into a smokescreen. You take risks when you have to as well, the modulated voice spoke and the helmet tipped, as if acknowledging Izuku's strategy. Well, you weren't giving me much options, Izuku growled out through heavy breaths. Your suit has a lot more stopping power than mine. You're right, while sacrificing maneuverability I do gain more defense and attack options. There was a tone to the modulated voice, almost as if it wasn't concerned about its present situation. This rope you've made, it's a capture device constructed to capture human villains, isn't it? The question got Izuku's guard up instantly, as he shifted backwards a little. Ah, so I'm right. Given the fact that you want to be a hero, I'm also gonna guess that this won't have any lasting damage. Electricity began sparking more wildly as a hydraulic whir filled the air. And if this is meant mainly for humans. With a heave, the ironmonger's arm sprang apart, destabilizing the bola's electric field, causing the rope to fall apart and spring back together in its inert form. You're smart, Izuku, building that suit, this bola. You could hear the grin in the modulated voice. I'd love to sit down with you and discuss robotics function and application of current technology, but I have a point to prove to myself. Izuku boosted upwards as the ironmonger fired its left repulsor. What he didn't count on was a compartment at the back of the behemoth machine to open up as a circular device was risen up and clamps that were attached to the ironmonger's heels slammed into the ground. Folding out forward, the circular device formed a shape that resembled something Izuku wasn't expecting. A charged particle cannon. He only had a moment to move, but the following beam of white and purple-hued electrons still clipped his right shoulder. In a mere instant, the armor plating of said shoulder was disintegrated, the circuitry beneath began to spark wildly and he felt like his shoulder was melting. Right shoulder damage at 92%, subsequent particle damage has caused remaining energy to drop below 30%. Grunting in pain as he landed, Izuku took stock of his deteriorating situation after taking in SAI's damage assessment. Damn it, that last blow almost finished me. Though I don't think it was meant to be fatal, it lost a lot of power just taking out my armor, Izuku thought fast. As the cannon was retracted into the suit and the clamps returned to their position, the hand of the ironmonger shot out. Izuku dodged to the side, but an error in his suit's control system kept him from dodging the second hand. He was pulled to the ironmonger, who held him up with both arms. Seems that you're out of moves, the modulated voice spoke. It was right, there wasn't anything Izuku could do from this point. Micro missiles have no effect, my bola was snapped off easily, repulsor blasts may as well be open palm slaps for all the good they do. If only there was some way. Suddenly he had an idea. SAI, place a majority of the remaining energy I have into my boot thrusters. Noticing the power reroute on his HUD, he brought his legs up and jammed them into the ironmonger's chest. Huh, what's this, a last-ditched plan? The metal giant asked. Those hands of yours, they're a great design, allowing you to grab enemies from afar and pull them to you, Izuku smirked from behind his faceplate. I could think of a dozen strategies for using them just off the top of my head, but right now, they do however give me a 13th strategy, on how to use them to my advantage. Before the ironmonger could respond, Izuku flared his boots, the majority of his remaining energy smashing hard against the chest of the ironmonger. Confused by the sudden choice of attack, a suddenly sound of steel rope untwining caused the Goliath to realize just what Izuku's plan was, but just a fraction too late. With the sound of splitting high tensile metal, the ironmonger's hands were ripped off from its wrists as Izuku flew backwards, hitting the ground and bouncing a few times before getting up. The two large hands that formerly held him falling to the ground with a lifeless clunk. There was silence between the two as they faced one another, before a laugh sounded. Ha 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 ha, that was great. The ironmonger's modulated laughter filled the silence, causing Izuku to raise an unseen eyebrow. You had nothing left and you still managed to rip my hands off. Izuku was confused by the ironmonger's sudden levity, he was expecting anger at the damage, maybe apathy because it was a last-ditched effort. Humor was the last emotion he was expecting to bring out. A whirring sound distracted him as he noticed that the shielding was starting to fade. Ah, that's my cue to exit, the ironmonger activated its boot thrusters. Izuku, I really love this fight, you are definitely a worthy rival, let's consider this a draw and may the best person win our next bout. With that parting shot, the ironmonger shot up into the sky just as the shielding died down, leaving Izuku a heave a sigh as he collapsed on the ground. Huh, I think I might have gotten here a little late, a voice came from behind. Izuku managed to crane his neck in the direction of the voice and saw a man standing in what looked like a streamlined version of Tenya's hero suit. You're Ingenium. Izuku felt his mouth run dry in surprise at seeing one of the most accomplished young heroes walking over to his collapsed form. Hey, my reputation precedes me. However, I don't know who you are. Ingenium's question caused Izuku to raise his arm and push up his faceplate. My name is Izuku Midoriya, I'm not a hero. I go to UA, I'm in the same class as you brother Tenya. Izuku hastily explained. You're the guy Tenya said was the class rep, Ingenium spoke, remembering his brother's recount of the class representative election process. So what happened here, kid? You look really banged up, and who was that flying away? Despite the pain ripping through his body as Ingenium helped his to stand, Izuku recounted his entire ordeal. Man, you've been through a lot, kid, surprised you're standing, can you get that suit off so I can get ya to a hospital? The speedster hero asked. Nodding his head, Izuku managed to disengage his suit, thanking whatever deity up there that the compacting mechanism wasn't damaged. Thankfully, or luckily Ingenium was among the fastest heroes in Japan, so it wasn't long before Izuku was admitted to hospital. Anyways, kid, you'll have to speak with a member of the police force to get everything squared away, I'll contact the school and they'll send someone over as well. As Ingenium left the medical room, Izuku fished out his own phone debating on whether to call his mother or Izuyoi. I guess both, he muttered, deciding to call his grandfather first as he'd likely be on the phone with him less than his mother who'd definitely have a panic attack. To be continued.